Heart of the Fates. Fateborne Book 2. Written by A.R. Colbert. Chapter 1. Vaeda. I heard it was one of the Fae. I shifted in my seat to have a better listen to the servant girls gossiping over my shoulder. It had been 4 days since the night of the ball. 4 days since Prince Rorik stood before the people of Greenbridge and publicly issued what turned out to be more of a prison sentence than an invitation to know him better. 4 days since I found myself locked in a tower with 2 other women who were just as withdrawn and unwilling to discuss what happened that night as I was. But the servants weren't afraid to discuss it. They had been speculating the identity of the archer from the ball at every meal. I first heard the Fae theory a couple of days earlier. Other theories included a scorned ex-lover of Rorik's, a drunken partygoer who had accidentally stumbled upon a guard's bow, and of course everyone's favorite suspect, a dark mage from Caligo, though that one was the least believable in my opinion. Mages didn't require bows. They had magic. I glanced at Rissa, but the girl stared blankly ahead at the wall, as usual. The Princess of Caligo had hardly spoken 2 words since we were brought to the tower after the ball. I had never seen someone look so miserable in my life. A Fae? In Farascott? The second servant girl spoke louder than the first, drawing my attention back to their whispered conversation near the dining room exit. Shh, Hilda. We don't want to frighten the ladies. Oh, please. They have no reason to be frightened. I've never seen a tower as well protected as this one. King Brogan has nearly half his guard watching over them at all hours. It was true, and unfortunately, it appeared to be the more alert half of the king's guard. I had examined every possible exit multiple times over the last 4 days, desperate for a chance to get out of this fate's-forsaken tower. But there was a guard around every corner. I had run into several of them, innocently batting my eyelashes and mumbling something about being lost before stomping back up the stairs to my bedchamber. I was a prisoner. And worse, I had chosen this path for myself. I just don't understand why a Fae would risk his life and break the treaty in order to crash a party and take aim for the prince. There are easier ways for their kind to reach his highness. I'm more inclined to believe it was a jealous female friend of his, aiming for one of the maidens. The other girl giggled, and I worked to stop myself from rolling my eyes. I'd had enough of the gossip. I wanted to get out and discover who the archer was for myself, because if it was indeed a Fae, I doubted the arrow was aimed for the prince. There was a very good chance that the shot was intended for me. It wasn't a Fae. Lady Toli, the maiden selected by King Brogan from the North Glen Kingdom, muttered under her breath. I looked sharply at the girl, surprised to hear her speak. Toli looked just as surprised, as though the words had slipped unconsciously from her mouth. But her features relaxed, and she gave me a subtle shrug. It wasn't. The servant girls, now aware that their conversation had been overheard, scuttled quickly out of the dining room, leaving me alone with Lady Toli and Rissa. The latter was unfazed, but Toli's round blue eyes locked onto mine. What makes you so certain? I asked her. Because unlike Greenbridge, my kingdom welcomes Fae folk, and I know they would never do such a thing. I scoffed but said nothing. My own interactions with the Fae suggested otherwise. 2 out of the 3 I'd met during my short time in this realm had tried to kill me. I picked up my fork, stabbing the cold eggs on my plate and forcing myself to take a bite. Toli had eaten her breakfast quickly, and Rissa's lay untouched. All of Rissa's food had gone untouched since we arrived. I wasn't quite certain how the girl was still standing after 4 days. Several minutes passed in the still silence I had grown accustomed to. I watched the sunlight filtering through a small window in the wall as its glow passed slowly across the stone floor. The servant girls would be back at any minute to lead me and the others back into our rooms for our baths. But the footsteps I heard outside the dining room were too heavy for the servants, and there were too many of them. I turned just in time to see 2 guards enter the room, followed by King Brogan and Prince Rorik himself. Hello, ladies. Long time no see. An arrogant grin spread wide across the prince's face. If he'd been expecting a warm welcome after 4 days of silence, he was going to be sorely disappointed. Risa didn't even acknowledge his presence, and Toli looked about as excited to see him as I felt. Picking up on the tension in the room, King Brogan cleared his throat. Thank you for being so patient with us as we investigated the horrible act of violence that took place at the ball the other night. I trust that you were all well cared for and safely protected by the best of our guards. I am pleased to inform you that the threat has been eliminated, and as of today, you are all safe to begin exploring our fine home and the city of Farascott. He paused, looking from face to face until I spoke, and his phony grin turned sour. Does that mean we're free to leave our tower? You will be, yes, but only one at a time. Your kingdoms are depending on us to keep you safe during your time in Greenbridge, and this tower is one of the best protected in the whole castle. But we can spare a few men to accompany one of you outside these walls. Today, I would like to invite Princess Risa of Caligo to join my son on a tour of the castle grounds. Risa gave no response, and for a moment I wondered if she'd fallen asleep with her eyes open. Princess? The king cleared his throat loudly and touched her slim shoulder. The contact shook her from her stupor. She blinked and looked up at him, surprised to see him standing there. Yes? Did you need something? I was just saying you may leave the tower today and explore the grounds with Rorik. Would you like that? He grinned, hopeful. Oh. She looked down at her full plate of food, then back at the king. I'll need to change. Right. The two gossiping servant girls from earlier appeared in the doorway as the king snapped his fingers. Please escort Princess Risa to the gardens when she is ready. He shot a cold glance at Toli and me before turning back to the exit. Prince Rorik winked at me before spinning on his heels and following his father. He clearly wasn't interested in Risa. That was a good thing. But something about the look on his face prevented me from relaxing. If the king had it his way, Rorik and Risa would be engaged before sundown. I couldn't allow that to happen. The servants wasted no time scurrying over to help Risa upstairs, leaving me alone with Lady Toli once again. We sat silently, and I was lost in my thoughts again, staring at the sunlight on the floor. But I could feel Toli's eyes on me, and at last the other girl spoke. Are you going to try to escape again? My stomach lurched. Toli knew I'd been trying to get out? It's okay, I don't blame you. The girl sighed. It's rather boring in this tower. I'd probably try to leave too if I had somewhere to go. Aren't you interested in getting to know the prince? Toli twisted her mouth to one side, considering the question. I think not. My presence here is really just a formality. We all know he's going to wed Risa, that's why she's so upset. You seem very confident in your theory. Oh, it's not a theory, it's basic politics. My kingdom is of no use to Greenbridge. They can't even access it unless they brave the Fae Wood, and King Brogan would rather die than face the Fae. She laughed through her nose. I don't think the Fae would be too thrilled to have him and his men traipsing through their woods anyway. But Caligo, that's a kingdom worth fighting for. Why is that? They are the bridge to the southern continent. Ever since the mages rose to power, they've held complete control over the waters between the continents. Of course, you would know that better than anyone, seeing as how your kingdom borders Caligo. Toli gave me a pointed look, and my muscles tensed. Of course I should have known that. I was posing as Elodie of Barrenfall, the kingdom that wasn't supposed to make it to the ball, and the kingdom I hoped wouldn't receive word about me posing as its princess. I can confirm that the mages are quite ruthless. I frowned. I just don't see how aligning with King Brogan and the Greenbridge Kingdom can provide any benefit to Caligo. It seems rather one-sided. It was a lie. I knew exactly what Caligo stood to gain. I had seen them conquering Greenbridge in Rorik's fate, but I wondered how much of it Toli understood. Did the lady from Northglen know that Caligo would threaten all of Greenbridge and beyond? Did she know Princess Risa's intentions to end the prince's life? Toli tisked. You sweet, naive girl. You have much to learn if you want even the slightest chance to win Rorik's proposal." Annoyed, I stood and straightened my skirts. I found that I preferred the silent and withdrawn version of Toli much more than the forthcoming and chatty version I got today. I wasn't naive, not in the slightest. Lady Toli had no idea who she was dealing with, and she never would, I realized as I made my way out of the dining room. Dread bubbled in my belly at the realization that I had taken on a new identity that I would never be able to give back. And inevitably, one day the real Elodie of Barrenfall would discover my lie. I could only hope that the threat against Rorik's life would be over before the truth was exposed. I had to stop him from marrying Rissa. His life, and the life of every other mortal in the realm, depended on it. Caligo could not rise to power. Gathering my skirts in my fists, I took the stairs 2 at a time, around and around the curved stone walls of the tower, until I found myself on the landing outside of my own bedchamber. With one hand on the door handle, I paused, struck suddenly by a foolish idea. Turning to the door on the opposite side of the tower, I decided to act before my common sense talked me out of it. I dashed quickly into Toli's room, peeking through the girl's window to find a set of guards standing in the bailey at the front door of the tower, 2 stories below. Above, on the 3rd floor where Rissa slept, I knew there would be another set of guards standing outside the door to the parapet walkway. And hopefully, when Rissa emerged from the tower, their attention would be focused entirely on the Princess of Caligo. Without wasting another second, I snatched the linens from Toli's bed, pulling the larger blanket smooth over the top to hide the empty mattress below. I shoved the linens under my skirt and slipped quietly back into the hall, just as Toli came around the stairs. Toli's brows lifted and a smirk tugged at the corners of her mouth. "I take it the parapet is still protected?" My heart pounded in my ears. "It is," I grumbled, playing into Toli's assumptions. It would be better for Toli to think I had tried to escape and failed than for her to know what I was really planning. Better luck tomorrow. The girl disappeared through her door, and I finally released the breath I'd been holding. But there was still no time to relax. I entered my room, pulling the linen from under my skirts and tying the corner of it to my own bed sheet. I pulled on the fabric, yanking hard to ensure it was secure, then tied one end to my bedpost and peeked out of my window. The view from my side of the tower was unimpressive. I could just see one side of the bailey and the stretch of a stone wall that led back to the main hall where the ball was held. But I knew there were guards perched at the top of the wall. Guards that would surely see me if I attempted anything so foolish as jumping from my 2nd-story window with nothing to hold me other than some tied-up bed linens. But then I was no stranger to foolish decisions. The orb weighing heavily in my skirts was a reminder of that. I waited until at last I heard some scuffling around the other side of the tower. The sound of muffled footsteps on the hard earth and mumbled words carried up to me on the cool spring breeze. It was now or never. If the guards were ever going to be too distracted to notice me, it would be now when they were focused on Princess Rissa, exiting the tower to go meet the prince for her tour. With a silent prayer to the universe, I threw my makeshift rope out of the window, tensing as the fabric hit the outside wall of the building. I waited a breath to see if anyone had noticed, but there was no indication that they had. "The gardens are this way, Your Highness." One of the servant girl's words rang out from the opposite side of the tower. Rissa was out. She would only hold the guards' attention for a moment, and then she'd be gone. I lifted one leg into the narrow window frame, shifting my weight onto the sill and grabbing tightly to the linens. I inhaled deeply, then thrust myself outside, shimmying down the side of the tower on the sheets. My feet hit the ground a moment later. My chest felt like it could explode with the adrenaline coursing through my veins, and my hands stung from the friction of my slide down the fabric. But I was alive. And as far as I could tell, my escape had gone unnoticed. I dashed quickly over to the shadows near the wall and pressed myself flat against the cool stone, waiting for my breathing to even out. Then I crept ahead, using every nook and cranny possible to stay out of sight. I would have to take the long way around the castle to reach the gardens, without the tower guards catching me. but it was a small price to pay to ensure that Rorik and Rissa weren't getting too close or striking any agreements during their time alone. I'd made it halfway across the bailey before turning back to check the tower to see just how obvious I had been. A gasp caught in my throat as the bottom half of the fabric was yanked up the side of the wall in 3 hard tugs. As the bottom edge of it disappeared over the windowsill, I crouched lower, desperate to stay hidden from whoever was in my room. And I didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Toli's pale head of hair emerged from inside. The girl scanned the bailey, searching for me, and when she couldn't find me, she simply brought a fist to her chest, holding it still over her heart, and nodded at the emptiness. I could only hope the gesture was an act of solidarity and not a threat.
Chapter 2. Thelen. A thin ribbon of black smoke rose from the shabby stables I had scouted out a few blocks from the castle. They were in an area known as the Red Quarter. I knew this was a terrible idea, I grumbled to myself as I stomped back toward the old wooden structure. It was an area not often traveled, forgotten by the people of Fariscott, just as the residents who once lived there were forgotten. My memories of the place were fuzzy, viewed through the lens of a small child, but the worn facades of the buildings still stirred up something heavy in my chest. I didn't like the Red Quarter, not one bit. Nevertheless, it should have been an easy place to hide my dragon. But Gladys made it difficult to stay hidden anywhere. She's going to burn the whole city down. The dragon innocently blinked her golden eyes at me as I slipped into the building. There was no active fire, but a small pile of charred hay sat off to the side of her. "What are you doing, girl? I told you not to breathe your fire. We can't have you getting caught in here." She snorted. I sighed and stepped up to the beast, stroking her snout. "I know you're frustrated. I am too. I don't want to be stuck in the city any more than you do, but... Oh, no. Don't you look at me like that. It's not about her. I told you I made a promise to help guard the Princess of Caligo. I don't break promises, besides. It was your choice to come along. I told you to stay behind." I dropped my hand, pausing to listen to what I could have sworn was the sound of footsteps, but there was only silence. I had been a bit paranoid. No, cautious was a better word. Ever since I went back to the mountains to find Gladys. I'd only wanted to make sure she was safe and let her know that I would be gone for a while. I never expected her to follow me back. But there was no stopping a dragon once her mind was made up. Especially not a dragon as stubborn as Gladys. Sneaking her into Fariscott had been no easy task either. There was no way I could simply march a dragon through the city. So we waited until nightfall and came down through the mountains instead. It turned out that was even more dangerous, as there had been hundreds of the king's guards perched around the castle. They were probably looking for the archer. I just hoped they didn't know the archer was me. I had thrown a blanket over Gladys's back and ridden her like a horse down the steep mountain trails until I'd spotted the old abandoned part of town. Then, ignoring the emotion that threatened to climb up from the depths, where I'd buried it 20 years before, I rode back into Fariscott. Back to the Red Quarter, where it all began. A part of me was already preparing to leave again and run back to the mountains where I could dwell happily in the safety of my own solitude. But my heart wouldn't allow me to flee. Not when I'd promised Mel that I would help keep Rissa safe, and not as long as I knew Vaeda was in the castle with the rotten prince. Now stay here and please don't draw any attention to yourself. I will be back before nightfall. And if you're good, I'll find you something tasty to eat. Maybe a delicious mincemeat pie or a nice fat cat. A small puff of smoke rose from the dragon's nostrils. No? Mincemeat it is. I pressed my forehead against hers and gently patted her flank before sneaking back out onto the street. The house where I'd agreed to meet Mel wasn't far from the Red Quarter. It was a small shack a block or two away from the inn, where she and the other guards from Caligo had been invited to stay near the castle. As Rissa's lady's maid, Mel joined a much larger party of guards and attendants from the outside kingdoms, who had accompanied both Rissa and Lady Toli from Northglen. Vaeda, or Princess Elodie rather, didn't have a guard of her own. I wondered how she had spun her way out of that chink in her story. "Took you long enough," Mel muttered as I entered the shack. "I had a pressing matter to attend to, but it's finished, and I am ready to serve. Now, what have you learned in the days I was gone? Any other sign of the fates? No fates. Mel moved to the window. But I don't like the way King Brogan is approaching this extended stay. I haven't heard anything from his men since the morning after the ball. There are guards everywhere, presumably to protect the ladies. But I wonder if they're trying to keep Rissa and the other girls trapped inside just as much as they're trying to keep danger out. It's absurd that they won't even allow the ladies' own attendants to see them. Her words hung in the air for a minute before she turned and looked pointedly at me. It would certainly be nice if one of our men could find a way to sneak inside and ensure that Rissa is safe. I narrowed my eyes. If you have something to ask me, I'd really rather you come out with it. I don't care for games. Mel grinned. I don't either. Would you mind finding a way into the castle? The king's men know me and our guards, and they've been clearly instructed to keep us out. But you may still have a chance. Plan to dress me up like the prince again? I quirked a brow. Of course not. I'm not foolish enough to think that plan would work twice. Mel snorted and glanced back at the window. The king is holding dinner with his court tonight. The carts from the village market will be rolling through the gates any minute now. I want you to play the role of a merchant, bringing your produce to the castle. That will be your ticket in. And once inside, you think they won't notice me sneaking off in search of the ladies? Mel crossed her arms over her chest. You're a crafty fellow. I'm sure you can find a way to elude them. The produce on the cart wasn't worth half as much as the dragon scale I had slipped the merchant in exchange for it. The scale would feed the man's family for a month, and that was after buying a new horse and cart for his business. But it was the cleanest way to get inside the castle without raising any red flags. Thunk! I grinned to myself as another apple fell from the back of the cart, where I had damaged one of the crates. Everything was working according to my plan. Even so, my palms grew sweaty as I neared the castle guard. I pulled the hood of the merchant's coat over my head and whispered up a prayer to the fates. The guard was an older man, broad-shouldered and perpetually angry if I had to guess. The man's scowl looked etched into place. He grumbled softly to himself as he inspected the contents of the cart, ticking items off a list from the kitchen as he went. What's this? The guard bellowed as he reached the back. I looked innocently over my shoulder to where the man angrily pointed at the empty crate. Those are the apples, sir. There's nothing here. I leaned past him, squinting into the distance where an apple lay on the packed dirt behind us. Oh dear, I mumbled. It looks as though the apples have spilled from the crate. I quickly jumped from my seat in the cart, raising my hands apologetically. I'll get them, sir. Give me just a few minutes, and I will have them all picked up. The guard opened his mouth to argue, but a servant's door to the kitchens opened at the same time. A round woman with flower handprints on her apron called out to him, Help me bring it all in, will ye? The guard glanced back and forth between the woman and me before he narrowed his eyes at me. Be quick. Yes, sir, I will. The fates were smiling upon me again. There was a bounce to my step as I trotted away, grabbing the first apple and sneaking a glance back over my shoulder. As soon as the guard disappeared into the kitchen with a crate full of greens, I darted off in the opposite direction. I pumped my legs hard, sprinting around the corner at full speed until I was safely tucked away in the shadows of the gatehouse. Then I removed the merchant's coat and smoothed my hands through my hair. I inhaled through my nose and exhaled through my mouth, taking cautious steps back into the sunlight while shining the bruised apple on my shirt. If the king was entertaining his court tonight, then the lords and ladies of Greenbridge would already be entering the castle grounds. I had never dreamed of being a nobleman. I didn't even know where to begin behaving like one. But unless I wanted to slink around in the shadows all day, I'd have to learn and quickly. Merchants would come and go, but the noblemen would be here all day. And with any luck, I might even get to join the ladies who had been invited to stay at Fariscott. There was no better way to keep an eye on Rissa than to sit in the same social circle as her. And by default, sitting with Rissa meant I would get to see Vaeda as well. I turned for the gardens, looking for a place to throw my fruit, when I noticed an obvious increase in the number of guards present. There was only one reason for the extra protection. Someone of importance must have been enjoying a mid-morning walk. Someone like Prince Rorik. All common sense and reasoning escaped me. I forgot all about my mission to check on Rissa, leaving only one thing on my mind. If I could somehow get into that garden without alarming the guards, then I would have the perfect opportunity to finish the job I failed at the ball. I could finally rid the world of Rorik. I approached the boundary, running my free hand over the tops of the neatly trimmed shrubs as I pretended to admire them. Then I casually strolled past the guards. "Oi there! Stop! What do you think you're doing?" one of the men asked. I fancied myself a stroll in the gardens on this fine morning. I tried to speak like the nobleman, with an air of arrogance tinging my words. "Who are you?" the second guard asked. I answered without missing a beat. "Lord Appleton, of course." I placed a hand on my chest, looking affronted as if the guards should have known better. The first guard narrowed his eyes, but I simply took a bite out of the apple, as though I wasn't fazed at all by the man's scrutiny. "Well, the gardens are off limits this morning. I'm afraid you'll have to fancy yourself a stroll somewhere else." "If you insist." I rolled my eyes and continued past the men with a groan. Once the guards directed their attention ahead again, I ducked behind a short, flowering tree. Once I was certain they had lost interest in me, I threw what remained of my apple hard at some barrels stacked near the castle wall. There wasn't enough force to knock the top barrel over as I had hoped, but it did sound a loud thud into the air and cause the stack to shift and sway as though someone might have been hiding behind it. The guards immediately sprang into action. "Who goes there?" I used their momentary distraction to jump over the hedges. I ducked low and ran deeper into the gardens, hurrying out of their sight before they found the fruit and connected any dots that could implicate Lord Appleton. I was so focused on avoiding the guards and finding the prince that I nearly missed the small woman crouching behind a rose bush that was just coming into bloom. Almost. But even hidden between the thorns and pale pink buds, her gray eyes were a beacon, drawing me ever nearer and causing the rest of the world to fall away. The prince could wait. I'd found Vaeda.
Chapter 3. Vaeda. His hair was shorter and his face was clean-shaven, but there was no denying the man who stared at me from the other side of the rose bush. He hardly looked like the dragon man of the mountains. His mud-stained tunic had been exchanged for something a little more regal. He could have almost passed as a nobleman, if not for the feral fire dancing in his deep brown eyes. What was he doing here? Had he been gallivanting around the castle grounds the entire time I'd been locked away in that tower? Surely not. I couldn't help but recall the night of the ball and the relief that had struck me when I thought Thelen had safely escaped the Fae. Of course, that was when I still believed Prince Rorik and the lies he'd fed me. Now, I wasn't entirely sure it was Rorik I had been speaking to at all. Not after I saw Thelen in the shadows of the Bailey after the excitement had died down that night. It seemed impossible at the time, like a dream. But looking at him now, I got that same stab of familiarity. It was him all right. And as out of place as he was then, he was even more out of place now. "Vaeda?" Thelen took 3 steps forward, an unreadable expression on his face. "Shh." I reached around a large bloom, grabbing the sleeve of his shirt and pulling him back into the bushes where I knelt. His hand brushed against the branches on his way down, and I winced at the sight of a single bright red drop of blood where a thorn had broken through his skin. "Sorry about that." Amusement flickered in his eyes. "At least it's not a fireberry bush, though I think we'd have a little more coverage if it were. What are you trying to hide from back here?" His gaze trailed over my crouching frame, and I realized how ridiculous I must have looked. Like a child who believed I was invisible with my eyes closed. He was right. This wasn't a great hiding spot, especially now that there were 2 bodies trying to stay out of sight instead of just one. And I was painfully aware of that second body, and the warmth that seeped into me where his thigh pressed against mine in the small space between the rose bushes. "You're right," I said, nudging him back into the open. "We need to find somewhere else to hide." And I needed to put some space between us again. Footsteps crunched on the gravel walkway not far from us, and Thelen urged me forward. He wrapped his fingers around my wrist, pulling me deeper into the garden. We wove between tall shrubbery from the roses to the irises, closer to the pond that sat in the middle of it all. And finally, we rounded the last hedge before the center, The water was still, a kaleidoscope of colors as it reflected the fresh blooms of the tulips that surrounded it, broken up only by bright green lily pads. The sight took my breath away. It was stunning, but there were no trees, no boulders, nowhere to hide, and the footsteps were growing closer and faster now. "Lord Appleton, we know you're in here," a guard yelled out, loud and angry. They must have heard us running. Thelen muttered a curse under his breath and continued forward with me bouncing after him. "Can you swim?" he asked over his shoulder as he ran. I opened my mouth to object to what I suspected he was going to suggest, but the guards were close now. There was no other way. Without waiting for my response, he tugged me into the water. The pond was shallow and frigid from the cool spring air. Thelen pulled me to the deepest part in the middle, but even that was only about waist-high. We felt along the bottom, searching for roots or rocks or something with enough weight to keep us submerged. But my skirts kept floating to the surface. I struggled to keep them under the water without floating to the top myself. Thelen saw me struggling and wrapped one strong arm around my waist, pulling me close to him and holding our bodies together at the bottom of the pond. Eyes open, just inches from his face, I could still barely make out Thielen's features under the water. He looked up, probably wondering the same thing I was thinking. How long would we have to stay under here? My lungs were already burning with a need for more oxygen. He gestured to an area thick with lily pads and quickly made his way to the surface. Pushing just his nose and mouth through the top of the water between two giant green circles floating above, he dropped back down with an encouraging nod. I followed suit, filling my lungs before concealing myself below the surface once again. We did this 2 or 3 times before Thelen dared to take a look, popping up under a particularly large lily pad that he kept over his hair like a hood. He dropped again, shaking his head. The guards were still out there, but judging from his expression, he hadn't been spotted. Not yet, anyway. It was only then that I realized what kind of danger we were in. If the guards caught me outside of the tower, they would suspect the worst. I was already on thin ice with my barely passable lie about being the Princess of Barrenfall. I didn't need to draw any other unnecessary attention my way. And I suspected Thelen was in a similar position, though it was still a mystery how he got inside the castle gates to begin with. Even with frequent pops up to the surface for air, I knew I wouldn't be able to stay in the water much longer. The amount of time I was able to wait between breaths grew shorter and shorter as my body rejected the idea of staying submerged. Finally, I decided to have a look at the surface for myself, if for no other reason than to relax my muscles and remind myself that I wouldn't be trapped under the water forever. Using a lily pad to shield myself from the guard's sight, I pushed to the surface just enough to get air through my nose while keeping my eyes above the water. The center of the garden was empty. I slowly spun, fully aware of how the lily pad protruded from the pond and how my movements sent ripples across the normally still water. Anyone with eyes and half a sense to look in my general direction would have seen me there. But thankfully, we appeared to be alone. I strained my ears and heard nothing, not even the softest crunch of boots on the gravel. Another lily pad rose a few inches beside me, and Thielen's brown eyes appeared in the shadows beneath it. Though we were in the middle of a potentially dangerous situation, the sight of him dripping murky water under the awful disguise of a lily pad caught me off guard. Maybe it was my adrenaline, or just the sheer ridiculousness of it all, but I couldn't keep it in. Pinching my lips together, I tried and failed to stifle a laugh, sending a splash of pond water into his face as the laugh burst forth from my mouth. Thelen squeezed his eyes shut, then rose to his full height, the lily pad still atop his head. Fear seized me for half a second until I remembered that the guards were gone. Then I rose with him, looking like a pair of swampy monsters totally at odds with the fine clothing we wore in the middle of the castle gardens. And suddenly the situation wasn't as funny anymore. "What are you doing here?" I whispered. He tossed the giant leaf from his head and pushed slowly through the pond, ignoring my question. Once on dry land, he pulled off his shirt, revealing the hard planes of his chest and stomach. I found my eyes trailing over the lines, amazed at the strength he kept hidden there. Being raised in the Isles with nothing but women, I wasn't used to such a sight, but I certainly didn't hate it. Finally, I lifted my gaze back to his face in time to see him turn his head with a smirk. He twisted the fabric in his hands, squeezing out a small stream of water before shaking it out and pulling the shirt back on. My cheeks heated, and I had to reassure myself it was only from frustration at his lack of a response. I repeated my question. "Why are you here? Did you secure a meeting with the king about your dragons?" He jerked his chin back toward the hedges, and I willingly followed him out of the clearing. His voice was quiet when he answered. "No, not yet." Hands on my hips, I eyed him more closely. The fresh shave, the high-end clothing, the haircut that looked an awful lot like Rorik's, especially while it was wet and laying over to the side in the same fashion the prince preferred. My jaw dropped. "Are you trying to impersonate the Prince of Greenbridge?" His eyes widened for just a fraction of a second. "No, I'm impersonating a nobleman named Lord Appleton." I believed him. I'd heard the guards call that name. But now that the similarities between Thelen and the prince had lodged themselves into my brain, I couldn't quite shake it off. A seed had been planted, and deep down I wondered if I'd suspected it all along. I thought back to the ball and the wild shifts in Rorik's personality. Hot, then cold. Kind, then cruel. Adoring and funny and a wonderful dancer 1 minute, then... I squeezed my eyes shut, not wanting to think about it anymore. My cheeks were on fire, humiliation threatening to squeeze the breath from me. Staretta had told me Thelen was at the ball. That's how Lake had found me. They'd seen me in Thelen's orb. They'd seen me laughing and dancing and practically purring under his touch. Everyone had seen it except me. Without thinking, I slapped him across the cheek. "Ow! What do you have against Lord Appleton?" "Nothing. It's you I take issue with." I turned and stomped away from him, my anger burning hotter with every step. How dare he trick me into believing he was the prince? What good could possibly have come from it? He'd lied to me. But worse than that, he'd taken me for a fool. And perhaps I was a fool. I knew I shouldn't have trusted the dragon man. Thelen chased after me, reaching for my arm, but I swatted him away. "What have I done?" "What have you done?" I huffed a humorless laugh. "Maybe nothing. You did nothing. But Prince Rorik? Well, he spun me around the dance floor and then left me for cold. He hid his true identity from me. He lied about a fae in the Bailey, and he almost got himself killed by the fates in the process." Thielen's face paled as understanding dawned on him. His voice was barely a whisper as he reached for me. "Vaeda, I did what?" I froze, watching Thielen's eyes go perfectly round as he stared over my shoulder. Slowly turning around, I kept my gaze low, looking at the shiny black boots of Prince Rorik and the satiny slippers of Princess Rissa as they stepped around the hedge. So much for staying out of sight. Chapter 4. Vaeda. Despite the long list of accusations I had just attached to his name, Prince Rorik's smirk was full of amusement. He arched a single eyebrow, looking me up and down before glancing at Thelen, who had stepped protectively to my side. "I think you must have the wrong guy." Rorik looked pointedly at Thelen before returning his focus to me. "I specifically remember you telling my father about how I went on the offensive against the Fae in the Bailey." His mouth twitched, holding in a laugh. "But perhaps I missed. It does look like you might have been attacked by some water magic this morning." I felt the evidence of my humiliation creeping up my neck and into my cheeks. I stood before the Prince of Greenbridge, dripping wet, next to a man who never should have had access to the castle in the first place. But for some reason, the prince didn't seem angry or afraid. In fact, he looked quite happy to mock me. One look at Rissa's empty-eyed, blank expression confirmed that this was probably the most interesting thing the prince had come across all morning. Rissa's hand hung limply from his arm. She was going through the motions, but only out of necessity. And though I should have been relieved at the lack of chemistry between Rissa and Rorik, the pain in the princess's eyes twisted my stomach. I almost felt sorry for the girl. As for the remaining accusations, Rorik continued, I don't recall treating you that way, but nevertheless, I feel that it's my duty to make it up to you. He looked briefly at Rissa. Tomorrow, perhaps, when my schedule is clear. I nodded, too stunned to respond. That should be fine. Thelen tensed beside me but said nothing. Still, the movement caught Rorik's eye. Care to introduce me to your friend? Of course, my apologies, Highness. This is my guard. Tim. Thelen interrupted, bowing to the prince. Yes, my guard, Tim. I cut him a sideways glance. Perhaps I should have gone with Lord Appleton, but I thought a guard would have more reason to be with me than one of the noblemen. Thelen rose from his shallow bow, his jaw hard and shoulders rigid as he practically glared at the prince. Looks like that wouldn't win him any favors. I couldn't help but wonder again at Thelen's intentions. Between him and Rissa, it seemed many secrets were held in this small party in the gardens. Certainly more than I knew. Your guard. Rorik gave him a once-over, obviously not believing my lie. And how could he when Thelen was dressed like a very waterlogged nobleman? But he didn't call me out on it. Instead, his tone took on the same mocking lilt from earlier. You know your guards were instructed to stay at the inn, but I really shouldn't be surprised that your guard follows orders as well as you do. You're supposed to be in the tower, I believe. I bristled at his words, even though I was in no position to take offense. It was true that I had gone against the king's orders to remain in the tower, but I couldn't help the indignation I felt at the prince's smug smirk. Perhaps I'd be more inclined to stay there if given a choice in the matter, but seeing as how we've been locked away as prisoners for the last 4 days, I took it upon myself to get some fresh air once the doors were finally opened. My little tirade made Thelen shift uncomfortably, but it also snagged Rissa's attention. The girl finally took in her surroundings and focused her cold gaze on me. It also caught Rorik's attention. His smirk disappeared and he dropped Rissa's arm as he took a step closer to me. Prisoners, you've had finer meals and more luxurious accommodations than anyone else in the kingdom. How can you call yourself a prisoner? Thelen stepped closer to me now as well. His arm brushed against my side as he angled himself between me and the prince. He must have seen something in Rorik's expression that gave him pause. But as insufferable as Rorik was, I didn't fear him hurting me. Thelen was overreacting. I pushed around him, snapping back at the prince. Do the furnishings make a prisoner? Is a man, or a woman in this case, any less entrapped when she has a plush bed to lie down on? If she can't leave, can't feel the sun on her face or the pond water on her skin, as it would be, then she is imprisoned all the same. It's not about the food and the furnishings. It's about granting us some modicum of freedom. I crossed my arms, sending a handful of heavy water droplets to the gravel at my feet. Rissa's eyes sharpened and a smirk tugged at the corner of her mouth. But it wasn't mocking, like Rorik's. There was some satisfaction behind it, like she agreed with what I had said. It was the most emotion I'd seen from the princess since the night of the ball. We were unlikely allies in this, but I was relieved to have an ally of any kind, especially when I considered the backlash I could get from my little outburst. Rorik could have me actually imprisoned in the dungeons for speaking to him that way, but it was too late to pull the words back now. For a moment, all was quiet, all but the sound of my heart thudding in my ears and Thelen's heavy breathing behind me. I was keenly aware of his cold gaze and the tension crackling in the air between us. If I was punished, he would be too. But Rorik still didn't look angry. If anything, he took on a thoughtful expression before swallowing and speaking again. I'm sorry you feel that way. He cleared his throat. Perhaps I can speak with my father about daily outings for you. No, Rissa answered before I had a chance, effectively shutting the rest of us up. I blinked, wondering if I had imagined the girl speaking. But Rissa furrowed her brows and continued on. Elodie is right. That tower is a prison. We'd like to go to the main residence. The main residence? Rorik's brows rose in unison. Yes, Rissa answered simply. Where we have enough rooms to stay with the attendants from our own kingdoms. I need my lady's maid, and I'm sure Elodie wouldn't mind keeping her guard nearby. She shot me a conspiratorial glance. I couldn't bring myself to look back at Thelen, fully aware of what Rissa implied. Rorik noticed it too, narrowing his eyes at Thelen. And any sense of alliance I had felt between the Princess of Caligo and myself was immediately squashed. I needed to remember to be on guard. Rissa and I were competitors, not friends. Rorik glanced warily between us before pursing his lips. I'll see what I can do, but if I may offer some advice, my father will be more likely to consider your request if you follow his orders. Tromping through the garden pond with your guard won't win you any favor from him. Or from Rorik. The words he didn't say hung heavily in the air between us. I snapped my attention back to Rissa, expecting to see a victorious smirk for knocking me down in front of the prince, but the girl's eyes had gone distant again. For as much as I wanted to hate her, I couldn't. Rissa wasn't fighting for the prince. I wondered if she even wanted the crown. Based on our conversation at the ball, I didn't think so. Rissa was just a pawn in someone else's game. Maybe I had been looking at Rorik's fate from the wrong angle. I had been so certain that Rissa was deliberately planning to win him over, so she could murder him for the crown, that I hadn't stopped to consider any other option. But what if the murder stemmed from Rissa's pain, instead? She clearly didn't want this relationship with Rorik. Spending time with him looked like torture for her. Ultimately, the motivation for the murder didn't matter. Either way, I would have to win his heart in order to keep Rorik from marrying Rissa. And I was not off to a very solid start. Add the king to the mix, and it would be an uphill battle at best. Now, Rorik continued, brushing invisible lint from his shoulder. I suggest you get back to the tower. You can tell the men at the entrance that I approved of your brief walk with your guard. He turned a harsh look at Thelen. And I'll escort Tim back into the keep until we get your new accommodations sorted out. Thank you, Your Highness. I attempted a curtsy, but found everyone looking at me when I lifted my chin again. Either the curtsy was incorrect, or completely uncalled for between royalty from different nations. Why hadn't I tried to get that figured out yet? Wait. Rorik's trademark arrogant smirk emerged again, and I knew I was about to get called out for the curtsy. But what he really said was even worse. Before we part ways, I really must know why you both are soaking wet. I froze, looking over my shoulder at Thelen for help. He looked like he was going to be sick. I was on my own. Well, I saw the lily pads and we don't have lily pads where I'm from. It was true. There weren't natural ponds in the Videri Isles. I hoped there weren't any lily pads in Barrenfall, where I was pretending to be from either, but I had no real idea. So you just took a swim to see them? Rorik looked skeptical. The flowers. I thought they were pretty. I stammered, trying to think of a way out of this. She tried to get one with a stick, but she fell in, Thelen added quickly. So naturally, as her guard, I saved her. You saved her from the perilous 3-foot depths of our garden pond? The prince quirked a brow. I didn't realize it was so shallow and, well, the princess can't swim. I shot daggers at him with my glare. I could swim perfectly fine, and I didn't appreciate him making me look weak in front of the prince. But then again, it made sense. If Rorik bought the story, then I really couldn't complain. Huh. Rorik looked at me again. Interesting. Well, I suggest you get back to the tower and find some dry clothes, Elodie. Rissa will accompany you along with some number of guards who are posted at every entrance to the garden. The look on his face told me he knew I must have sneaked past them to get inside in the first place. And now that I thought about it, Thelen must have done the same. But why? Was he looking for me? We will catch up with you ladies later, won't we, Tim? Rorik clapped Thelen on the back, and he looked like he wanted to hit the prince right back. "Let's have a little chat, shall we?" The men turned away, leaving me with the silent again Rissa. "Let's go." I fisted my sopping skirts and stomped back to the tower. Rissa never said another word.
Chapter 5. Thelen. We walked silently through the garden, but I could feel the tension building with every step. I thought more than once about shoving Rorik's smug face behind a hedge and offing him real quick while no one was looking. It was too bad the pond wasn't deeper, or I could easily stage an accident there. But even if the conditions were perfect, the timing wasn't right. Risa would know it was me, or Tim rather. But worse than that, Vaeda would know, and I couldn't risk that. She would never forgive me if she knew why I was really here. Rorik led us back through the garden entrance. The same guards stood sentry, dropping their jaws as I strode past with the prince. But walking with royalty had its perks. Neither man said a word. It didn't matter that I was drenched completely through. They wouldn't question my identity in front of the prince. Any satisfaction quickly faded, though, as Rorik turned to me in the bailey. Elodie told me she had no guards when we spoke the morning after the ball. It wasn't a question, but it wasn't quite an accusation either. I chose my next words carefully. That was true at the time. Most of our men were lost in Caligo. Only the two of us made it all the way to Fariscott, but I became indisposed 2 days before the ball. Indisposed by what? By one of the Fae. Prince Rorik stopped, narrowing his eyes. "You mean to tell me there really was a Fae attack?" "Not at the ball, or not that I'm aware of anyhow. But there was an attempt on the princess's life a couple of days before. I saved her, but I was injured in the process. A healer tended to my wounds while Her Highness prepared for the ball. This is the first I've seen her since then." "I see." The prince scratched his chin. "Then I suppose it makes sense that she would want you around." "Indeed. She needs to have someone worthy of her trust." I couldn't help but spit out the last word, though Rorik didn't seem to notice. "Where's your uniform?" I swallowed, pulling the wet fabric of my shirt from my chest. The only uniform I had was ruined by the Fae. It was cut and stained by my blood. I'm afraid I have nothing left. "Very well, I'll get you one of our uniforms until you can send for another. We can't have you marching around the grounds looking like a nobleman who has fallen down on his luck." He looked me up and down, contempt in his stare. I bit my tongue, determined not to take the prince's bait. Not yet. Rorik would face his fate soon enough. "Thank you, Your Highness. Now, if that's all, I will go and speak to my father about getting the ladies moved into the main residence. I suggest you remain close to the inn where the other parties are waiting. I'll send word soon, but I expect we'll have you all join us in the castle before the end of the day. We can't have our future queen upset with us now, can we?" Rorik didn't name Vaeda directly, but his meaning was clear. He was drawing a hard line, putting me in my place. It turned my stomach, though I couldn't be sure if it was my rage at the prince or jealousy at the thought of Vaeda with another man. Probably a mixture of both, if I were honest with myself. I shook my head, eager to rid the thought from my brain. Vaeda wasn't mine, and she never would be. Of course not. We want to keep all the ladies happy. I bowed lower than I wanted to and wasted no time leaving the prince behind the moment I was dismissed. I didn't go straight to the inn, as the prince suggested. I didn't go back to Mel right away either. Instead, I visited Gladys, hoping she might put her hot breath to use and dry my clothing. She grumpily obliged. I sat with her for a short while once I was warm and dry again, but something about the dragon seemed off. "You all right, girl?" Gladys dipped her snout, bringing the top of her head closer to me so I could scratch alongside her crest. Dragons weren't meant to be hidden away in stables. They needed the wind under their wings and the smell of earth and pine. Gladys needed to get back out into the wild. "I'll try to get us out of here soon, I promise. But I'm going to have to stay for at least a few more days. I'm going into the castle. I know. That's not what we discussed, but it's only a few days. I'll bring you some food first. In fact, I'll do it now. Mincemeat, right?" I patted her head. "A double order. Coming right up." I figured I had a little time before the prince would be back with word on the new accommodations, and I certainly couldn't leave Gladys hungry when I wasn't sure if I would get out to see her again for a while. Besides, the merchants weren't far from the inn or the castle. Hurrying through the abandoned streets of the Red Quarter, I quickly found myself in the bustling market area of Fariscott. I passed the dress shop I'd visited with Vaeda before the ball, and ignored the way she worked herself back into my mind. I would get to see her plenty, now that I was going to be granted access to the castle. I continued on until the aroma of roasted meats and fruits wafted through the air. Following my nose, I found myself in front of a large, red-faced man with a small cart full of delicious-smelling treats from the bakery behind him. Freshly baked bread, pies, and cakes, here. Can I get you something, sir? 2 mince pies, please. I dug around in my pocket for some coins as the man prepared my order. And though nothing seemed out of the ordinary, I suddenly felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I whipped around, scanning the street before me. Again, everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the sense of danger crawling over my skin. I continued scanning until at last, my gaze landed upon the source of my unease. A tall man wearing a hooded cloak knocked on the door of the old hag who had frightened Vaeda the day we were attacked. The door opened, allowing the hooded figure entrance. Then the old witch appeared, her sights deadlocked on me. A slow grin spread across her toothless face, causing a physical shiver to work its way down my spine. She had to be connected to the attack. I just knew it. Ignoring the questions of the pie man behind me, I crossed the street, determined to confront the old woman and warn her to stay away from Vaeda. She watched me pass through the busy crowds, pushing bodies out of my way as I increased my speed. And 2 steps before I reached her door, she slammed it shut in my face. I reached for the handle anyway, tugging hard, only to find it locked. "I know you're in there," I shouted despite the startled looks of passers-by. But there was no answer. I tried to peer through the window, but it was too thickly covered in grime. And there was silence inside. More than silence. Pure emptiness. It was as though the small shop sucked all the life from everything that surrounded it. Again, my body was racked with shivers. Cursing under my breath, I rubbed my arms, willing the life back into them. With a sigh, I crossed back to the cart, paid extra for my 2 pies, and retreated back to Gladys. But I never was able to fully shake the feeling of danger. I didn't spend nearly as much time with Gladys as I would have liked. I couldn't quit thinking about the old hag's grin and the strange hooded figure she was conspiring with. Moreover, I couldn't wait to get back to Vaeda and make sure she was safe. But I couldn't march back into the castle until I got word from Rorik's men. So I would have to settle on the inn with the rest of the guards instead. I slammed the brass knocker on the front door 3 times before a young serving girl answered. This wasn't a traditional inn and pub like most that served Fariscott. This was established specifically for guests of the castle, and as such, it wasn't open to the public. "Can I help ye?" the girl asked. "I'm looking for Mel. I'll see if she's available." The girl ducked, closing the door behind her. I stood impatiently on the front stoop, my foot bouncing as I looked up and down the streets. I hadn't been followed. Not that I could tell, anyway, but it didn't help me feel any safer. The door opened a moment later. "What are you doing here?" Mel asked, her eyes wide as she quickly shut the door behind her. She gestured for me to follow her around the backside of the building, where we could talk in private. We weren't scheduled to meet again until tomorrow. Did something happen with Rissa? No, not directly. But she and one of the other girls have convinced the prince to allow their party's entry to the castle. The prince is checking with his father to see if everyone here at the inn can be moved to the main residence to stay near the ladies. Where does that put you? I offered to guard Princess Elodie, as she does not have anyone remaining in her original party. Mel's features sharpened. And the princess permitted this? She did. I nodded once. Mel began to pace, and I waited silently, careful not to interrupt her thoughts. I did not want to lead her to any conclusions, and I didn't want to draw on her suspicions by insisting that I remain with Vaeda. With Mel's aversion to the Fates, I still considered her a threat to Vaeda just as much as the Fae. Very well, she said at last. It will be good for us to be closer to the ladies, and I'll be able to work with Rissa more easily from within the gates, which will free you up to search for the Fates again. So you haven't given up on that? The Fates? Mel turned to me, her lip curling as she took a single step forward. I'll never give up. Not until they're all dead or I am. I wished I could take the question back. It only seemed to harden her determination. I didn't mind helping her eliminate the fates who seemed to be following me, but there was a very real part of me that still feared for Vaeda. What would Mel do when she got close enough to realize Vaeda was different? Would she kill her too? I changed the subject, unwilling to explore those thoughts any further. I saw Rissa with the prince this morning. Oh? I'm afraid there doesn't seem to be much chemistry between them. There doesn't have to be. Marriage isn't about love. It's about an alliance. Rissa will have his hand. She will take the throne. I've promised the queen that I would make it happen, and I don't break promises. That was a sentiment I could certainly understand. We just need to rid ourselves of those stars-blasted fates before they try to intervene. Have you seen them again since the night of the ball? No, I answered truthfully. Well, I'm sure it won't be long before they make another appearance. Big things are happening in the castle. Unexpected things. I fully expect them to try and foil my plans. But we'll be ready for them, won't we? We will. I wished I was half as certain as I sounded, but ready or not, Mel was right. Unexpected things were going to happen. I just needed a weapon and access to the prince to put my plan into action.
Chapter 6. Vaeda. I marched silently down the halls of the castle behind the king's advisor, a short man called Gelmer. I was the last of the 3 ladies to find my room in the main residence. To nobody's surprise, the king had made my place in the castle fairly clear. I was unwanted, staying in Fariscott only because of Rorik's very public announcement declaring it at the ball. Princess Rissa was placed closest to the royal family. Lady Tolly's corridor was next. And it seemed my corridor was not only the furthest from the main activity of the castle, but it was also the smallest. And it was somewhat neglected, with barely flickering lanterns in need of more oil, and a layer of dust covering the dingy stone floors. The window at the end of my hall looked directly into the castle wall, offering nothing of a view. But I didn't mind. If I was unable to see anything through the window from the castle, it meant no one from outside would be able to see me escaping through it should the need arise. I smiled smugly at the thought. Ah, here we are. Gelmer pasted a fake smile on his face as he pulled a key from his pocket. The lock was difficult, but after a moment, he finally got it open, revealing the dreary room beyond. It was small. Dust coated the thin coverlet on the bed and the air was cold. I wasn't sure how long it had been since the room was put to use, yet there were still piles of ashes in the fireplace. Gelmer coughed into his fist. Right. Well, it looks like the maids haven't been by to turn the room over for you just yet. Apologies, Your Highness. I'll see to it that someone comes soon, and we'll have a manservant bring your things over from the tower before nightfall. Is there anything else you need? Yes. My guard, Tim. Has he received word that the castle is open to him now? I believe a messenger was sent to the inn. If he was there, he has been made aware. And where will he be staying? Gelmer walked back to the doorway and pointed at the further of 2 other doors in the hall. He can have that room. I'd like him closer, if possible. I pointed to the door directly across from mine. I still hadn't learned why Thelen had come to the castle to begin with. And though I couldn't risk Lake and the other moirai catching sight of me in Thelen's orb, I was reluctant to let the man get too far from me. He was up to something. I just didn't know what yet. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Gelmer. I waited until his footsteps faded away before inspecting the window of my new room. It wasn't closed all the way, which explained the chill in the air and the dirt covering every surface. Unlike the window outside in the hall, my bedroom overlooked an open part of the bailey, giving me a clear view of the back gate used by the servants. There were a few men and women working in the area even now, but I suspected it was much quieter at night. I would find out soon. The door to my room must have opened while I was closing the window, because I didn't realize I had company until I turned back around. I started at the sight of my new visitor. She looked like a small girl, no taller than 3 feet high, but her face appeared far too old for her body. She was dressed like a maid, her 2 long skirts hemmed up to reveal sturdy black boots, covering overly large feet. The maid had hair as red as a hotbed of coals that hung in waves down to her thighs. Her nose was long and blunt at the tip, and it twitched like an animal's as she sniffed the air. She looked up at me through beady eyes with a scowl. "Who are you?" The maid's voice was raspy and thick with accusation, not childlike at all. Her words were clear, but her accent was unfamiliar. "I am Elodie, Princess of the Barrenfall Kingdom. I've been invited to stay at the castle to get to know Prince Rorik better over the next couple of months." The maid snorted, staring at me for a long moment before fully stepping into the room. She moved surprisingly fast for her small stature as she scampered past me and snatched the bed coverlet off with a quick jerk, sending a cloud of dust flying through the air. I watched for a moment, studying the girl's woman's movements. Ultimately, I decided the maid was neither a girl nor a woman. She wasn't human at all, and she didn't seem interested in continuing our conversation. But I wasn't finished. "Who are you?" I asked, returning the maid's original question. "Truga, and I won't fall for your coercion." "What do you mean, coercion?" I knelt, bringing myself to eye level with the maid. Truga dropped the coverlet into a heap on the floor and pointed a finger at me. "I've dealt enough with your kind in my time. You leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone." "But I..." "Rut." Truga made a strange, throaty noise and sliced her hand through the air, cutting me off. "I don't want to hear any more of your lies. Get out while I clean your fate's blasted room." I was rarely stunned into silence, but that did it for sure. There was never even a chance for me to ask what Truga was. Perhaps that would have been rude anyway. The maid had no problem determining what I was, though. It was unlikely that your kind referred to princesses. But I didn't fear Truga revealing my truth to anyone of importance. My brief interaction with the maid led me to believe Truga was a woman of few words. I had never seen anything quite like her, and while most ladies would be horrified at the sight of the inhuman creature, or in the very least offended by a maid speaking to them in such a gruff manner, I was intrigued. I rose after another minute of watching the maid work and slowly turned to the hall. My thoughts were still circling in my mind as I stepped out into my private corridor. I took a few steps back toward the main part of the castle when I realized I was alone. Unguarded. Free to go as I pleased. I had half a mind to search for Rorik. That would be the prudent thing to do for a girl trying to win the man's heart. But I wasn't known for my prudence. After a quick peek into the room across from mine, just to make sure Thelen hadn't yet arrived, I took off down the hall. I passed Toli's corridor, then Rissa's, and recognizing my surroundings, I turned left, away from the royal residence. There was a grand staircase beyond King Brogan's and Rorik's rooms at the front of the main residence, which meant there would likely be a servant's staircase somewhere near the back. And that was exactly what I wanted to find. The guards in the castle were stoic, rule followers. But the servants talked, and I wanted to uncover as much information about Rissa and her party from Caligo as possible. I found the narrow stairway just a little farther down and swiftly made my way to the first floor. I paused at the bottom, listening to see if I had been followed. There were no footsteps, but I did hear the faint rattling of dishes and pans down the hall. The kitchen would be a perfect place to eavesdrop. With any luck, the servants would all be a chatter about the arrival of the ladies to the main house. I moved carefully forward, taking note of my surroundings and memorizing the halls that led to the kitchen. And as I neared the door, I slowed to a crawl, listening to the voices that slipped through the cracks. They were all gruff and raspy like my maid's. By sound alone, I would have suspected to find the room full of old, angry women. But it only took a moment to confirm that wasn't the case at all. "Who's got the North Glen girl?" one of them asked. Her voice sounded almost identical to Truga's. "I do," another answered. "Have you learned anything yet?" "Nothing, but it's only a matter of time before she reveals her ties to the Fae, and I want nothing to do with it when she does." A third voice joined the conversation. Brogan is a fool to allow her into this castle, especially the main residence. He's asking for trouble. But is she any worse than the others? If it's not the Fae, it's mages. What about the Baronfall girl? Is she one to worry about as well? There was a brief pause after the first voice spoke again. Come now, Liza. Do you really believe that girl is who she claims? She's probably working with Lady Tolly and the Fae. Truga has her. We'll ask her what she's learned when she returns. I pressed myself against the wall, chewing the inside of my lower lip. Whatever these creatures were, they seemed loyal to the mortals. They didn't trust Tolly or Rissa, probably for good reason. And I was certain Truga wouldn't have positive things to say about me either. Your Highness? A young human servant girl dipped into a curtsy, drawing my attention away from the kitchen. The voices inside came to an abrupt stop as well. Are you lost? I was only looking for a snack, I lied. I had gotten distracted by the conversation inside and forgotten to pay attention to my surroundings. But I could recover from this. Moving to the main residence seems to have drained quite a bit more of my energy than I expected. Is this the kitchen? It is. Shall I find you something to eat? Please. I moved to follow the girl, but the servant paused at the door. Before you enter, I must caution you that the servants of the main residence are not like the servants of the guest tower. Have you met your personal attendant yet? Yes, Truga. Good. The servant girl breathed a sigh of relief. So the kitchen staff shouldn't be a surprise. She pushed open the door to reveal 6 pairs of beady eyes staring up from small bodies. Some were thin and wiry. One was full and round, but they all had the same large feet and long noses. And at once, all 6 noses lifted to the air, twitching as they sniffed. Then one by one, all 6 sets of eyes narrowed at me. The servant girl let out a nervous giggle. Pardon us. We're only here to get the princess a bite to eat. The girl shuffled forward to the larder, but I knew a threat when I saw one. I didn't take another step into the room. I remained in a silent stare down with the strange little creatures, until at last the girl emerged with a small tart in her hand. Would you like some tea as well? No, thank you. I shifted my gaze back to the unflinching eyes of the tiny kitchen staff, hardly daring to breathe until the servant girl reached me again. I waited until we were out in the hall, before I finally asked the question that had plagued me since I'd first seen Truga. What are they? The girl giggled. They're mountain elves. Strange little things, aren't they? A loud huff sounded from the kitchen. I kept my voice low, inquiring further. Are they dangerous? Not at all. They're hard workers and small enough to keep out of the way, so King Brogan's father welcomed them into the castle after the magic treaty was enacted during his rule. And they seem to live forever. In fact, I think these are the same little women who tended to King Brogan himself when he was a boy. Interesting. Truga and the other mountain elf maids would be a treasure trove of information if they were willing to share it. I just had to get on their good side, a task that was easier said than done, especially if they knew what I was. It seemed the elves didn't trust the moirai or the Fateborne, but I wasn't a part of them anymore. I was nothing more than a mortal now. Then again, they didn't trust the other mortal ladies either. Rissa, I could understand. Caligo was well known for its mages and the predominantly dark magic they practiced on the island. But I was surprised to hear their suspicions of Lady Tolly. Was she really working with the Fae? That would explain the Fae presence in Farascott. But it still didn't explain why the Fae were after me. Tolly didn't know the truth about me. Did she? I had a lot to think over. I thanked the servant girl and retreated back to my room with the tart in hand. Truga was still inside, singing to herself in a foreign, gruff-sounding language as she cleaned. Knowing an interruption wouldn't win me any favors, I turned to the door across the hall instead. Thelen and the other guards from the inn had not yet arrived, so I made myself at home in his suite while I waited for mine to be cleaned. It was a quiet place for me to get lost in my thoughts, but that was all it had going for it. The view from his window stared directly into the castle wall. The furniture was covered in filthy cloths, and I left a trail of footsteps in the dirt on the floor as I strode to the center of the room. But it was quiet. A puff of dust blew into the air, coating my tart as I plopped onto his bed. I set the dirty pastry aside and reached into my skirt pockets, wrapping my fingers around Prince Rorik's orb. I hadn't had a chance to check on him since Rissa and I left him in the gardens earlier. I had been trying not to pry into his life more than necessary. Now that I'd met the man, it felt invasive to watch his private interactions. But with a potential threat from the other ladies, it was more important than ever for me to keep a close eye on his relationships. The more I learned about the complicated politics of the Northern Kingdoms, the more determined I became to win his heart and save the people from dangerous alliances. I rolled the ball in my hands and watched him walk down the castle halls alone, but a faint smile tugged at his lips. I didn't recognize what part of the castle he was in until he finally entered the library. He'd been in the servants' quarters. Strange, but there was nothing for me to see now. I waved my hand over the top, changing the view to his future where I watched sadly as the same fate played out as before. His lifeless body lay on the ground. Guards shouted about his death. Rissa was still going to kill him, and after what I heard in the kitchen, I was beginning to believe Toli might be capable of the same. If he allied with Northglen, would the Fae take over instead of the Dark Mages? And would it be any better for the people? He was fated to die either way, and the only way to stop it was for me to take the place of his betrothed. I would marry Rorik because I had to. His fate began to play for a third time in my palms when the sound of the door handle shook me from my thoughts. I scrambled to shrink the orb back down to size just as Thelen entered the room.
Chapter 7. Thelen. Vaeda. She tried to stealthily slide the tiny crystal ball back into her pocket, pasting an innocent smile across her pretty pink lips. But I knew I caught her watching the prince again. It was just like when I had seen her do it in the forest. But it hardly felt like the right time to call her out on it, not after the tense encounter we had with Rorik earlier in the gardens. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "This is my room." I looked briefly over my shoulder to see that the guard who led me there had already disappeared. Or so I was told. Of course it is. I meant, what are you doing here? At the castle? She spread her arms out to her sides. "Oh, that!" I took a deep breath and walked over to the bed, picking up a filthy pear tart and disturbing a thick layer of dust on the coverlet in the process. This place is a mess. Coming from a man who literally sleeps in a cave with dragons? She lifted a brow. "You've got me there." I couldn't hide my grin as I sat beside her, but she hadn't forgotten her question. "I'm still waiting for an answer, and I want the truth this time." I was momentarily frozen by the intensity of her gray eyes. I knew I would have to explain myself eventually, but my words escaped me. I kept thinking about the hurt on her face that morning, when she'd realized it was me who she'd danced with at the ball. I reached up, unconsciously rubbing my cheek where she'd slapped me. I couldn't tell her the real reason I was here, but I didn't see any harm in sharing part of the truth. "I agreed to help guard you." Her brows furrowed, but I kept talking before she could object. "The collective you. I promised to watch over the 3 ladies staying at the castle, including Princess Elodie." I nudged her for emphasis. "Promised whom?" I scratched the back of my neck. "I don't think I can say." "Why not?" "Because some things are meant to be kept a secret. Like your identity at the masquerade ball." She stood, pinning me with her glare. "You made me look like a fool that night. I don't intend to sit back and allow you to do it again." "I won't." And I meant it. I had never intended to make her feel foolish. I didn't even know I was impersonating Rorik at the time. I was set up by Mel. How am I supposed to trust you as my guard when I know you're keeping secrets from me? I stood as well, carried up by my frustration. "Because you have my word. I wouldn't let anything happen to you." "Ha! You and I both know what you're capable of." She couldn't possibly know of my plans to kill the prince. I'd never said them out loud, not even to myself. But my stomach turned at what she would think of me if she found out. I don't know what you're implying, but I meant what I said. Besides, I'm not the only one keeping secrets here. And what is that supposed to mean? She took a step forward, cheeks turning pink. She was close enough that I reached out and grabbed at her skirts, my fingers wrapping around the ball in her pocket through the fabric. It was wildly inappropriate, but I wasn't able to think of propriety when she was busy hurling accusations at me. I wasn't able to think of anything clearly where she was concerned. "This!" I yelled, tugging at the ball through her skirt. She grabbed my arm and spun around, pulling me with all her strength. My fingers slipped away from the glass ball and my chest slammed flush against her back. And before I knew it, I was upside down, flying over the top of her toward the bed. I hit the coverlet, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. I coughed, and the forward jerk of that movement pushed my throat against the cold metal blade of Vaeda's dagger. I blinked, and her upside-down face became clear as the dust settled. Her lip was pulled up into a snarl, and she resembled Gladys more than the demure princess she was impersonating. But even when she was furious with me, she was remarkably beautiful. "Don't you ever touch me like that again." I tried to nod, but the flat side of her blade still pressed against my throat. I slowly lifted my hands and pointed to it, moving my eyes down to her hand. She got the message, pulling back ever so slightly, just barely enough for me to breathe easily again. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have grabbed at your skirts, but will you please put your dagger away? It's quite uncomfortable." My anger dissipated, replaced by shame from my impulsive actions. She pulled back and I sat up, rubbing at the tender skin under my chin. Vaeda paced the room, dagger still in one hand while the other was shoved into her pocket, gripping the glass ball. "Should we address your secret?" I asked timidly. We hadn't discussed the fact that she was one of the Fates since our initial arrival in Fariscott. She froze and spun around to face me. "No. Because you don't want me to know about your crystal ball?" "It's not—" She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Look, you already know too much about me. We don't need to discuss anymore. In fact, we shouldn't be talking at all." "I didn't mean to upset you." I took a step toward her, wanting to reach out and calm her, but I couldn't do that. The tender moments we had shared at the ball were only real to me. She'd thought I was the prince. Rorik was the one she wanted to be with, not me. "You didn't upset me," she said, visibly frazzled. "I just need to go." "Wait." This time I did reach for her, stopping her before she made it to the door. She looked down at my fingertips grazing her arm, and something vulnerable flashed behind her gray eyes. But it was only an instant before her features hardened again. "I can't wait," she said, her voice crackling with emotion. "You don't understand. This is about more than hurt feelings and secrets. The longer we're together, the more danger you're in. They'll see us. They're always watching." "Who?" I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. "The moirai." Her words were a whisper, and they chilled my spine like an icy river. We stood frozen there in place, eyes locked onto each other's. A million thoughts ran through my mind as I internally warred with myself. But I couldn't keep the truth inside any longer. The words came spilling from my lips before I had time to consider the ramifications. "I don't care if they find me. If it's my fate to die protecting you, then so be it." Vaeda opened her mouth to respond, but the sound of someone pulling the door handle to my room stopped her. It was a good thing, too, because, judging from the look on her face, I was about to be rejected. It was easier not hearing her say the words, even as the silent understanding passed between us. I quickly dropped my hand from her arm and spun around to see who had joined us. "It smells like dragon manure in here." A small mountain elf strode confidently into my space, giving me a harsh look from the corners of her beady little eyes before narrowing them at Vaeda. I hadn't seen an elf since I was a boy, not since I had run around these halls behind my parents. But this one looked familiar. So familiar. But it couldn't possibly be. "Truga?" Her expression softened, but she said nothing more. It was her, though. It had to be. And a small piece of my heart cracked, releasing an unwanted rush of memories from my childhood to flood my mind. I didn't want to think about those days. I wouldn't dwell on the past, no matter how sweet my memories with Truga had been. They were all overpowered by bitterness now. I didn't press the elf any further, and she got right to work shaking out the drapes on the window. I was grateful for her lack of response, because Vaeda was watching our interaction very closely. "Do you know my maid?" Vaeda asked. I heard her name mentioned earlier when the guards led me here. I ran a hand through my hair, hoping she'd believe the lie. I almost said too much, almost revealed a part of my past that she could never know. What had gotten into me and my loose tongue today? Truga simply carried on with her chores, as though she hadn't heard us discussing her at all. Sneaky little elf. Vaeda stared for a moment longer, a look of thoughtful contemplation brimming over her eyes. Then, suddenly remembering she was on her way out, she turned for the door. "Is it safe to assume my room is ready, Truga?" The elf grunted and Vaeda disappeared into the hall without so much as a glance back at me. "Let her go," Truga said, pulling my attention away from the empty doorway. "That girl is no good for you." I know. Danger certainly had a way of following her. The problem was that I didn't seem to be able to stay away from her either. The elf put her hands on her hips, pursing her lips as she looked me up and down. "You've gotten tall." "You haven't." Truga barked out a laugh. "Come here, boy." She wrapped her arms around my waist, resting her cheek against my stomach. It struck me that we had traded places. She used to be the one who held my small body when I was hurting or afraid, and even though I was twice her size now, I still felt comforted by her presence. "I was sorry to hear about your parents, but I'm glad to see that you survived out there, even after—" Shh. I didn't want to talk about it. Didn't want to go back to that day. Truga seemed to understand. She pulled me tighter, and I struggled to choke down the emotion that tried to work its way up. Finally, I had to pull away to keep it at bay. She looked up at me, tilting her head as she took in my face. "Why did you come back?" "It's a long story." "One you won't tell me?" I shook my head. Truga crossed her arms over her chest and grunted. "Just be careful. It's not wise to toy with fate." I looked back at the door. With the way my last couple of weeks had played out, I was starting to believe that maybe this was my fate. There were too many coincidences for it to be happenstance. Vaeda had brought me into the castle to carry out the promise I'd made to my parents so many years ago. And when the deed was done, I hoped she'd stick around. Because the longer I found myself in Vaeda's company, the harder it was to imagine my life without her.
Chapter 8. Vaeda. "Get up." A rough hand grabbed onto my shoulder and shook. I responded the only way I could in my half-asleep state, by swinging back. My fist slammed into the mattress at the same time I caught a glimpse of the short-statured woman beside me. Truga scowled, her long nose twitching as though she smelled something awful. Such violence for a princess. I sat up, running a hand through my messy hair. "Why did you wake me?" My tone was harsher than I'd intended. This was not the way to befriend the elf. I would need to dial up my sweetness to get on Truga's good side if I wanted to glean any information about Rorik and the other ladies. "It's time for breakfast." I glanced at the pale gray light trickling through my window coverings. It was barely dawn. "A bit early for breakfast, isn't it?" Truga put her hands on her hips and leaned forward. "I don't make the rules. I only do as they say." She continued mumbling to herself as she walked away from my bed and yanked open the drapes. "And I'm starting to think they are asking too much of me to keep coming in here and playing nice with the liars and schemers. I hope you're not referring to me." I pushed off my blanket and stood, my anger getting the better of me. "Do you mean to tell me you're not lying about your identity and scheming about who you want the prince to marry?" I pinched my lips together. It would do no good to make up a different story. Truga obviously saw through it all anyway. I decided to try a different tactic. "What's the reason for the early breakfast today?" The elf grunted. "The king is holding a meeting and he wants all of you out of the castle for it. He's going to feed you and push you right out of the gate." She didn't smile, but there was amusement dancing in her small eyes. "Whatever for?" "Probably because he knows you're all a bunch of liars and schemers." I didn't allow myself to get riled up by the insult again. I used the opportunity to prod deeper into what I really wanted to know instead. So, you believe Lady Toli and Princess Rissa cannot be trusted? I conveniently left myself out of the question. No one in this fate's blasted castle can be trusted. The elf faced me with an accusing gleam in her eye. I groaned, rubbing a hand down my face. It was too early for this. I inhaled, hoping to let my frustration out with a big breath, then refocused. I think we should start over. I seem to have upset you somehow. Truga stilled, silently appraising me. Her jaw hardened as she considered my words. Finally, the elf's cold little eyes looked up to meet mine. Fine. What's your name? I cleared my throat. A part of me wanted to tell Truga the truth. She already seemed to know I was from the moirai, but saying the words out loud in the castle felt wrong. And I didn't know this elf at all. There was no reason to trust her. No, it would be best to stick with my original story. Princess Elodie of Barrenfall. Truga threw her hands in the air and spun around to her work again. Your dress is in the bathing room, princess. Put it on. Your guard will be here any minute. I decided I had pushed hard enough for one day. Truga wouldn't open up to me as long as I kept up my facade. But I couldn't reveal the truth about who I was until I knew without a doubt that the elf could be trusted. Deciding to pause my efforts for the day, I stepped into the bathing room to get ready. There was a knock and the door opened shortly thereafter. Thelen stood at the entrance to my room with hands at his sides, fingers moving slightly as though he wasn't sure what to do with himself. He glanced at Truga and grimaced briefly before settling his warm gaze on me. You look nice this morning. My heart jumped in a strange way at the compliment. Thank you. I looked down at the pale blue dress Truga had left for me, admiring the quality of the fabric and appreciating the simplicity of its design. Thankfully, I'd been able to get it on by myself, because I wasn't offered any help from the elf. I ran a hand through my hair, shaking out the gentle waves left from my plait, and looked up to find Thelen watching me. The corner of his mouth hooked up along with the crook of his elbow. Shall we? We were eating in the main dining hall today, downstairs past the royal residence. It was the only room large enough to accommodate each of the three ladies, as well as Toli and Rissa's numerous guards and servants. I was the only one who came without an entourage of my own, but I had Thelen. I took his arm, ignoring Truga's grunt of disapproval as we exited the room. I tried to focus on the floors, the walls, the tapestries, anything other than my proximity to him. I was still working on trying to forgive him for deceiving me at the ball. His apology seemed genuine, but I couldn't forget that night so easily. I had been absolutely swept away by the man in the black mask, and looking back now, I couldn't decide if it was because I thought I finally had the prince, or if I was genuinely enjoying the man's company. Thelen's company. This was all wrong. He wasn't supposed to be here. Something in my chest cracked as I remembered his confession from the day before. He'd said he would willingly accept his fate, even if it meant dying to protect me. But he never should have been tangled up with me to begin with. If only I'd left his orb alone back in the Isles, he wouldn't be in danger now. I shouldn't have interfered with his fate. I turned my face away from him, allowing my hair to fall in front of my eye and foolishly hoping it might hide my identity in case the moirai were watching him at this very moment. But of course, it wouldn't be enough. They saw everything, everywhere, at all times. I wouldn't be safe from them as long as I was with Thelen. He wouldn't be safe either. I turned to tell him once again that we should part ways, but the sound of voices up ahead distracted me. We turned the corner at the end of the corridor and found Rissa standing alongside her lady's maid and a nobleman. A small group of guards flanked them, the same men I had seen when I stumbled upon their caravan in the forest north of Arrowwatch. Thelen halted when he saw them. He pulled my arm as he tried to spin around and go back the way we'd come, but Rissa's lady's maid called out to him. Tim, so nice to see you again. There was a bite to her tone that suggested otherwise. I lifted my chin high, attempting to look the part of a princess, It had been easy when it was just me and the other two ladies in the tower, but now that we had an audience, I would have to remember to play my role at all times, especially when they watched me as closely and critically as Rissa's maid was watching me right now. The woman's face was intimidating, her lips pressed into a thin line and eyes narrowed to slits as she scanned me up and down. She forced a smile that looked more like a snarl as she finally turned back to Thelen. "Introduce me to the princess?" "Right." Thelen paused, muscles tense under my hand as he pulled it away from his arm. There was a familiarity between him and the maid, though I didn't get the sense it was a welcome one. With a small flourish, he announced, "Her Highness Princess Elodie of Barrenfall," then dipped into a bow. The maid curtsied, but it looked forced. "Pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. I'm Lady Malin of Caligo." "Lady?" A look of shock registered on Thielen's face. "Yes, Tim, are you surprised?" I thought you were the princess's lady's maid." He glanced at Rissa, who was staring into the emptiness of the corridor ahead with a forlorn expression. "I thought the same. Wasn't that what Rissa had called the woman while they were in the garden?" "I assure you I'm no maid. I'm the princess's aunt." The woman pinned Thelen with a harsh glare before looking back at me. Her eyes were dark and violent, and something about her stance caused my muscles to tense. Perhaps she was one of the famed mages of Caligo. The storm brewing behind her eyes would lend itself to that idea, especially with the title of a noblewoman. Whatever the case, I didn't trust her. Not after Rissa's confession at the ball. That girl's family was pushing hard for her to marry Rorik. And if Lady Malin was her aunt, that made me, or Elodie, the woman's enemy in this situation. Dark magic or not, I planned to keep my distance from her. Thelen seemed to sense it too, because he was trying his very hardest to get us out of there. He hooked my arm in his again and attempted to tug me past the Caligans, but Lady Malin stepped in our way. "I look forward to learning more about you, Princess. Please save us a spot in the dining hall. We can get to know each other more over our breakfast." Even Rissa seemed to catch on to the tension hanging in the air now. She frowned at the woman. "Aunt Mel, please let them past. Unlike you, they are probably quite happy to get their meals on time." She huffed, blowing a stray piece of hair from her face. Lady Malin gritted her teeth together before finally stepping out of our way. "It was nice to meet you," I said as Thelen quickly urged me along. "The pleasure was all mine," Malin replied with a grin that could only have been described as vicious. I felt her eyes on us until we disappeared around the corner. "Strange woman," I whispered to Thelen once we were out of range of the Caligans. He was jittery, scanning the dining room with nerves so tightly wound he looked like he could burst at any moment. "I agree. You should probably keep your distance from her." He walked us past the open table near the entrance and led me to one of two open seats at Lady Tolly's table. "Do you mind if we join you?" he asked as he dipped into a bow. "Be my guest," Tolly answered with a grin. Her gaze lingered on Thelen a little longer than I was comfortable with, a look of curiosity shining in her pale eyes. And only then did I remember seeing Tolly in my window of the tower, pulling up the blanket rope I had used to make my escape. She'd never said a word about it, though she had to have known what I did that day. Tolly had quietly covered for me, hiding my evidence. Even so, I would never consider the girl an ally. I didn't want to sit with Tolly and her men from Northglen. I would have much preferred to take the empty table with Thelen so I could privately get his thoughts on Lady Malin. We also needed to create a plan for avoiding each other when possible, or at least keeping enough distance between us for me to avoid a chance of being seen again in Thielen's orb by the moirai. But perhaps this wasn't the best time for such sensitive topics. We probably wouldn't have the luxury of privacy once Rissa and Lady Malin arrived. Anyway. The woman had been clear about wanting to speak more with me. A chill ran down my spine at the reminder, but it was quickly forgotten as Lady Tolly began to make small talk with Thelen. He was polite and surprisingly proper for a man who lived with dragons. I regarded him thoughtfully as he spoke back and forth with Toli, momentarily entranced by his animated expressions and the softness of his smile. Who knew he was capable of such civilized discussion? He'd never spoken to me in that way. My conversations with Thelen tended to be a little more heated, and not in a good way. Toli told a story about her guards that made him laugh, and something uncomfortable stirred within me. Why was a noblewoman from one of the other kingdoms engaging herself with my guard? It seemed odd that a lady would take up such a lengthy conversation with someone considered beneath her rank. If only she knew who he really was. Ahem. I cleared my throat loudly, halting Thelen mid-sentence. His cheeks reddened, but he didn't look disappointed by the interruption. If anything, he seemed a little relieved. Toli's lips turned up into a half grin as she focused her attention on me. Yes? Did you have something to add? I didn't even know what they had been talking about. My mind had been somewhere else, entirely. But I managed to recover quickly enough. I was actually just wondering about life in Northglen. What is it like there? You mentioned close ties with the Fae? Toli's eyes narrowed slightly, but it was so subtle I could have imagined it. Perhaps I should have paced the conversation better. Jumping right into asking about Northglen's relationship with the Fae could look suspicious, but I was dying to know the truth. Especially after what I'd overheard from the kitchen elves the day before. Surprisingly, Toli's response was anything but harsh. She smiled softly and nodded. Yes, we get along well with the Fae. It's a necessity for our kingdom. The eastern mountains are too treacherous to cross for most of the year, so our only access to the rest of the northern kingdoms is through the Fae Wood. When the treaty was enacted, it was only Greenbridge who forbade the Fae from living in its lands. Northglen would never do that. Our livelihood depends on maintaining a good relationship with them. Are they kind? I was genuinely curious to learn more about them. I'd never experienced kindness from the Fae, but if Toli said yes, it was further proof of them colluding together, as the kitchen staff suspected. Some are. They're just like the humans or elves. The dining room doors opened, and the full group of Calligans entered with Lady Malin in the lead, practically pulling Rissa along beside her. Or the mages, Toli added, flicking her attention briefly to the newcomers. They are individuals, which means some can be quite kind. But like the human kingdoms, there are certainly veins of darkness stretching through their lands. I don't believe trust should be placed blindly, but I don't believe they're all bad. Her answer was thorough, and I respected her honest and thoughtful approach to the Fae. In another world, where we were not in direct competition with each other, I thought I might enjoy chatting more with Lady Toli. There was probably a lot I could learn about the mortal realm from her. But that wouldn't happen as long as Prince Rorik's proposal was on the line. We weren't friends, and we never would be. Thelen grew tense as the Calligans settled in at the table behind us. He leaned forward awkwardly, blocking me from looking at them. Annoyed, I leaned back in my seat, looking past him at Rissa. The Princess of Caligo looked hopeless again, staring vacantly ahead as the guards chatted around her. To her left, Lady Malin was engaged in conversation with a nobleman. At once, as though they felt my eyes on them, they looked up. My breath hitched as a menacing grin spread across Malin's face, and darkness seemed to swirl in her stormy eyes. Thelen leaned back suddenly, cutting off my view again. I released an exasperated sigh, preparing to lay into him when the doors opened once more. In came a staff of human serving girls carrying round trays full of food. And behind them was Gelmer, a large phony grin plastered across his face. "Good morning, ladies." His voice was quite loud for such a small man, and it carried through the open space. "I've got an exciting announcement for you today. King Brogan has a very special treat in store for you." "He's kicking us out of the castle," I murmured under my breath. I felt Toli's gaze land on me from the corner of her eye. "His Majesty has arranged an excursion for the three of you to go into the lovely city of Fariscott immediately after your meal." "For how long?" Toli whispered her question to me, the words tinged with a hint of panic. Just long enough for them to hold some important meeting without us. Toli nodded once, more satisfied with that answer than I felt. It seemed suspicious that the king wanted us entirely off of the castle grounds for this little meeting. I couldn't imagine what could be so confidential. We all sat quietly as Gelmer droned on about how wonderful it would be for the people of the city to see a woman in the castle again. He encouraged us all to hurry and eat as he pulled out small, velvety bags from a basket in his arms. "How did you know?" Toli whispered as he handed the bags to a servant girl. But I ignored her, pretending to listen to Gelmer rambling about the coins that were tucked inside each bag. The servant girl passed them out to each of us 3 ladies, and I peeked inside at the shiny gold discs held within the bag while Gelmer continued. "Spend these freely in the market and shops. It will look good for you to interact with the people, and they will warm up to you quickly for putting money back into their pockets." "There it is," Toli whispered again. "The king is having us buy his people's affection. Fates know he and Rorik need all the help they can get when it comes to being likable." She snickered. I bit the inside of my lip to prevent myself from smiling at Toli's remarks. She was right, of course. The royal family did need some help. But I also couldn't deny the flare of excitement I had at finally getting out of these castle walls. I was looking forward to exploring the city. After all, if I was going to rule it one day with Rorik, then it would be wise to learn as much about Fariscott and the people of the Greenbridge kingdom as I possibly could. And there was no time better than the present. Chapter 9. Vaeda. The air in the dining hall was alive with excitement as we rushed to finish our breakfasts. Before long, we were through the doors, heading back to our rooms to freshen up before leaving for our outing. Rissa paused outside her corridor with Lady Malin, and the women watched as Thelen and I approached. He squeezed my arm tighter in the crook of his own, then tugged me off down a side hall, away from the women of Caligo. "Where are we going?" I asked him. "To your room. We're just taking the scenic route." "Right, the scenic route through the servants' quarters." Thelen ignored me, pulling me along quickly at his side as though he were running from something. We were halfway across the castle before he slowed. I looked around, thoroughly lost. There were no tapestries or decorations of any kind here. The floors were clean, the walls empty, and just a few doors lined the long hall I found myself standing in. "Do you fear her?" "Who?" There was something wild dancing behind Thielen's eyes. "Lady Malin." He scoffed. "Why would I fear that woman? I thought she was a maid until this morning. She's perfectly harmless." "Then why are you running from her?" "I'm not." He straightened his shoulders and turned to meet my gaze. "I just don't trust her. Call it intuition if you want, but something seems off about that woman. Maybe it's just the fact that she's from Caligo. You never can trust a Caligan." I pursed my lips. There was definitely more to it that Thelen wasn't telling me. I could see it in the ways his gaze shifted back and forth, watching to be sure we weren't followed. I could see it in the way he refused to maintain eye contact with me. And though I knew this wasn't the first secret he'd kept from me, it still hurt to know that he didn't trust me with the truth. We rounded out of the servants' quarters through empty halls until we stepped back into the main part of the castle. We had made a large half-circle, which left us on the opposite side of the dining hall. The sound of footsteps echoed up ahead, and Rorik turned a corner into our hall, with no less than 6 guards at his back. He looked at me with amusement, but it quickly faded when he saw whose arm I held. I dropped my hand from Thelen, unsure of why I was still holding it, and dipped my chin in a greeting. "Hello, Prince Rorik." "Princess Elodie." He returned the greeting, a trace of a smile pulling at his lips. "What brings you to this part of the castle?" I glanced at Thelen from the corner of my eyes. "We were just going back to our rooms to prepare for the outing your father has so graciously arranged for us." "From the dining hall?" He lifted his brows. "I'm afraid to tell you I believe you took a wrong turn. You're going the opposite direction." He grinned and stepped forward, lowering his voice. Perhaps I'll have to give you a personal private tour of the castle later. I can show you the shortcuts and make sure your guards aren't able to get you lost again, no matter how inept they may be. He looked pointedly at Thelen, then stepped close enough to me that our arms nearly touched. He dropped his voice to a whisper. Plus, it might be fun to explore together, don't you think? He nudged me gently with his elbow and winked before turning back to his guards. That sounds lovely, thank you. My tone was formal, despite the flirtation in the prince's words. I wished I'd felt butterflies in my stomach or chills running down my arm where he touched me, but there was nothing. That was okay. I didn't need to feel anything as long as he did. And though I couldn't begin to guess why, Rorik seemed to be falling for me on some level. And that small victory was enough to keep me going. I had just expected it to feel better than it did. Thelen looked significantly less victorious. The prince had insulted him, and I could practically feel the heat rolling off of him as his hands curled into fists at his sides. Rorik didn't seem to notice or care as he glued his eyes back to me, looking at me in a way that made my face warm. The king's advisor rounded the corner then, dropping his jaw in surprise to see me and Thelen standing there. Why aren't you with the others? They're about to leave for the city. We were on our way, Thelen said through gritted teeth. I do apologize, Gelmer. Rorik slapped the short man on the back. I'm afraid it's my fault Her Highness is delayed. He flashed me a conspiratorial grin, and Thelen shifted on his feet beside me. I had to admit he was handsome, if a bit unlikable. And he was taking the blame for me running behind. Well, she must hurry along now, as should you. We don't want to keep your father waiting. Gelmer frowned at me, though he spoke to Rorik. The prince turned back to me with a smirk. It was a pleasure running into you, princess. But I must attend to another one of my father's long-winded meetings now. He sounded genuinely bored by the idea, and I wondered if maybe I had assumed too much. Perhaps the meeting wasn't as important or top secret as I originally suspected. Gelmer stepped around us and pulled open a door for Rorik to enter. I peeked inside as we passed and saw King Brogan glaring back at me. To his right sat the nobleman from Caligo, who had been talking with Lady Malin earlier in the hall. Unease crept along my spine, but Gelmer pushed me forward. Go on then, princess. There's no need to bore you with political discussion. Go shopping and find yourself something pretty to wear. His irritation was clear, but it was nothing compared to the annoyance I felt. I'd been right to assume the worst. King Brogan and the man from Caligo were certainly up to something, and I would bet Lady Malin was involved somehow as well. They were desperate for Rorik to propose to Rissa. All of them. But he wasn't playing by their rules. And judging by the gentle touch on my arm and smile he flashed me as he entered the meeting room, I still had a very real shot at ruining their plans. I had Rorik's attention. Now I needed to find a way to turn up the charm and ensure that he would be mine. Every eye in Fariscott drifted to the castle gates as we made our way out into the city. Our large group was impossible to miss. Not only did Lady Toli and Princess Rissa bring their entire guard, but Lady Malin joined us as well. Then there were at least 3 Greenbridge guards assigned to each of us. We certainly weren't subtle, and I wondered if it was intentional. Everything King Brogan did was calculated, and I was positive that he wanted as many eyes on this party as possible. He wanted the people to get used to seeing women in the castle again. And as Rissa was adorned with jewels and leading the group with not 1 but 2 high-ranking guards at her sides, it was clear where he wanted to draw his people's focus. It was just too bad Rissa didn't want the same. She dragged her feet, scowling at the guards and any of the people who dared to look her way. If I didn't know any better, I would believe Rissa was purposefully sabotaging the king's efforts to build her up. Rissa cared about her reputation as much as she cared about Rorik, and she was putting forth 0 effort in either case. But it was just as well for me. I didn't care much about what the people thought of me either. My only focus was on Rorik. But I supposed it wouldn't hurt my odds to make a good impression with his people too. And a happy bunch they were. Farascott was brimming over with energy as we all wove our way through the streets. Cheers and smiles abounded, and the town's excitement was contagious. I smiled widely at the crowds on the streets, waving and greeting them as though I were already their beloved queen. A group of children ran between me and Thelen, chasing after a dog with one of the boys' shoes in its mouth. They nearly knocked me down in their haste to catch the animal, but I only laughed as Thelen steadied me in his arms. Laughter shone in his eyes as well, and for the first time since the night of the ball, I felt happy. We continued into the heart of the market square, and it seemed every person in the city was out enjoying the spring sunshine as they vied to catch the attention of the ladies staying in the castle. They stood at carts and outside of shop doors, showing off their finest creations and goods. "Let's spend some of your coins, shall we?" Thelen grinned and pulled me toward a cart full of gemstones and jewelry. "How much do you have in your bag?" "Plenty." I stepped up to the cart with wide eyes, taking in all of the sparkling baubles and chains. I pointed to a gold ring with a large green stone in the center. "What is that?" The merchant woman behind the cart lifted the ring and held her hand out to me. "This is a dioptase crystal brought in by traders from the Midall Sands. It is quite rare indeed. They say the one who wears it will enjoy great luck for the rest of her days." "Go on. Put it on your finger and see how it fits." I did as the woman said, sliding the jewelry onto my pointer finger and admiring the way the afternoon light glinted off of its glassy sides. "It's lovely." "It can be yours," the woman said, greedily eyeing the bag of coins I held in my other hand. "I'll even make you a deal. A special price for a special lady." "She's more than a special lady," Thelen said gruffly. "She's a princess." "Apologies, Your Highness," the woman curtsied. "Then I should make the discount twice as tempting." The greed in her eyes made me more inclined to believe the price would be twice as expensive, now that the woman believed me to be royalty. "Thank you, but I don't believe in luck." I knew better than to indulge in such fantasies. There was no such thing as luck. There was only fate and those who enforced it. "I think this piece suits you better anyway." Thelen held up a dainty gold chain with a stone of deepest crimson hanging from it. "I'm sorry, sir. That piece is not for sale." The woman held out her hand to take it back. "Everything is for sale for the right price," Thelen said with a raised brow. "That piece has been reserved for someone else." "Someone more important than a princess?" The woman hesitated, looking from the necklace to me and back again. "I'm sorry," she repeated, but her resolve was wearing down. The necklace was beautiful, but I didn't need it. I began to say as much to Thelen when he pulled a dragon scale out of his pocket and slapped it down on the table in front of the jeweler. The woman's eyes grew so wide they looked like they might fall right out of her head. "Is that—" Thelen pulled the scale back before she could touch it. "Yes, and I'll trade it for the necklace." The merchant woman swallowed as she stared longingly at the scale. Her mouth moved back and forth as she considered the offer. Finally, her gaze snapped back up to Thelen and she held out her hand. "You have a deal, sir." Thelen grinned and traded the scale for the necklace, and the pure, unbridled joy on his face made it so that I couldn't refuse the gift. I didn't want to rob him of his happiness. It was a small thing, but it obviously mattered to him. Thelen twirled his finger in a small circle in the air, and I spun around, pulling my hair over my shoulder so that he could clasp the jewelry onto me. A warm shiver skipped down my spine at the brush of his fingers on the sensitive skin at the base of my neck. But he was only there for a moment, before asking me to turn around so that he could see it. The metal was cold against my chest, the stone heavy around my neck. But something about it made me feel stronger, more regal, like I really could be a princess, or even a queen one day. "It's beautiful," I said, rubbing a finger over the stone. "It is." Thelen was looking at me when I lifted my eyes. "It's an ichor stone. I've only seen one once before. They come from the southern kingdoms and can supposedly offer protection to whoever possesses one." Protection from what? I wasn't sure if I truly wanted the answer to that. He shrugged. It's probably just superstition, but I know that Barenfall hasn't fallen under siege in centuries. So maybe there's something to it, after all. Either way, it fits you. His smile was genuine as he met my gaze, but it was brief. Something caught his eye over my shoulder, and Thielen's face paled. What is it? I turned around to look at what had upset him, but I only saw hundreds of people enjoying a spring afternoon in the square. He was already moving toward the crowd when I looked back at him. I'll be right back, he muttered as he walked away from me. I took off after him, trying not to draw too much attention by breaking into a full run, but he was moving quickly and was much more nimble in his guard's uniform than I was in my full skirts. I weaved between bodies, moving forward even after I lost sight of him. And eventually, the crowd cleared. But Thelen was nowhere to be found. All I saw was the silver hair and tense pose of Storetta, watching me with sad eyes from a wall across the square. My blood froze as my fate-born friend gave a subtle shake of her head. Then Storetta stepped into the shadows and disappeared completely. Chapter 10. Vaeda. My face grew cold from a sudden sheen of sweat, and I shoved my hand into the pocket of my skirts to reassure myself that my dagger and Rorik's orb were still safely hidden there. What was Storetta doing here? I needed to find Thelen, because if the moirai had come for him... No, I couldn't let my mind go there. They wouldn't kill a mortal, and as long as he was alive, I would be able to bring him back from wherever Storetta took him. But why? Why would Storetta go after Thelen at all? I was who they wanted. The fates were here for me, not some dragon man from the mountains. Vaeda! I wheeled around out of habit before I remembered that I wasn't supposed to be Vaeda anymore. I was a princess now. But the pretty little barmaid grinning up at me didn't know that. Gwenny threw her hands around my neck. You look beautiful, like a real princess, and look at that. She reached for the necklace that rested on my chest, but I instinctively backed up, wrapping my own hand around it instead. Gwenny frowned. I'm not going to steal it from ye. I only wanted to see it. I know. I took a deep breath, willing my heartbeat to slow down. I looked over my shoulder one last time to see if Storetta or Thelen had come back, then put my full attention on Gwenny. It's just been a strange morning. I'm sorry. I spotted one of Lady Tolly's guards from the corner of my eye and pulled Gwenny off to the side for some privacy. I couldn't risk someone from the castle discovering my true identity because some loud-mouthed barmaid wasn't able to stay quiet about it. Gwenny, of course, saw right through my act. Are you trying to hide me from your royal friends? She lifted her brows, but a grin remained on her lips. Afraid I might reveal your little secret? She whispered loudly. I tensed, but the half-fey barmaid laughed. I'm only jokin'. Truthfully, I couldn't be more proud of ya. What are we calling you now? Elodie, right? Well, you look just like a real princess. Thank goodness you had such a skilled seamstress for your ball gown. She winked. Her playful banter was exactly what I needed to calm my nerves. Gwenny and I spoke for a few minutes about the ball and life in the castle before she cut our conversation short. I'm sorry. I have to get going for my shift, but I'm sure glad I ran into ye. For what it's worth, I'm rootin' for ye to be our next queen. And when ye get that ring from the prince, be sure to send your friend Thelen back over my way. She grinned suggestively as she mentioned Thelen, and my stomach twisted along with a sharp pain in my chest. Once I found Thelen again, sending him back to the overly friendly barmaid was the last thing I wanted to do. But I only returned Gwenny's smile and said goodbye. Lady Tolly and her guards were continuing through the square, and they'd gotten closer to me as I was speaking with Gwenny. Tolly looked up and eagerly waved me over to the cart in front of her. Elodie, come look at these hairpins. I joined her, and together we looked at a vast array of gold and silver hairpins, each decorated with deep purple roses. Some of the roses were crystalline, while others looked like stones or porcelain. They came in different shapes, materials, and sizes, but they were all the same deep shade of violet. There were hundreds of them. "Why so many purple roses?" I asked, but it was the merchant who answered. "Those aren't just purple roses, Your Highness. Those are night roses." Toli grinned, getting caught up in the merchant's excitement. She seemed to understand what he meant by that, but I was clueless. "Is there some significance to night roses?" The merchant released a bellowing laugh. "Is there some significance? Of course there is. Night roses were Her Majesty's favorite flower. Back when Queen Madienne was still with us, she would host a giant festival every spring on the first full moon after the spring equinox, when the night roses are at the peak of their bloom. They have a short season, you see. Only 2 weeks until their petals fall off for another year. And they only bloom in the moon's light, closing up to protect their fragile petals from the harshness of the sun during the day." "I see." I touched one of the pins, running a finger over the fine craftsmanship of the delicate rose attached. "Well, I look forward to helping His Majesty with the festivities this year." The man's smile faltered. "There is not an official Night Rose Festival any longer, I'm afraid. When the Queen passed, our king fell into a long period of mourning, and he cancelled it the year of her death." There was a glint in his eye as he leaned forward and whispered loudly. "But the next year, we kept it going on our own." The man lifted his brows, his warm smile pulling up his rosy cheeks once again. "So when is this year's festival?" Toli asked. 2 days. The merchant bounced on his heels. "Night after next. Will you come?" I took a breath, considering it. There will be rose wine and music, lots of dancing and laughter. It's one of the biggest events of the year. It's a time for us to leave the cold of winter behind and look forward to the warmer months and prosperity that lie ahead. Please come. We would be so honored to finally have some guests from the castle again." Toli looked at me, and I could see the same desire in the other girl's eyes as I felt in my own heart. It did sound like a marvelous time, but I wasn't sure King Brogan would allow it. In fact, I was certain that he wouldn't. "We should do it," Toli whispered. I looked back at the merchant. "I appreciate your invitation." The man's shoulders sank as he prepared for my rejection, but I changed my mind at the last second. "And we will certainly take it into consideration." "Strong consideration," Toli added with a grin. The man bounced again. "I am very much looking forward to it. Here." He plucked 2 of the hairpins from his cart and passed them to us. "I would love for you to have these. It is tradition for everyone to wear a rose to the festival." "Thank you." My heart warmed at the gesture. I'd received 2 gifts in a single day. It was more than I had gotten in a lifetime with the moirai, and the genuine kindness in their eyes as they passed the gifts along warred with what I had always been told about the mortals. I hated to admit it, but the humans were growing on me. Toli closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. "Do you smell that? Freshly baked tarts. Let's go get some." She gestured for me to follow her, and together we took off toward the bakery. But even with all the excitement of the city surrounding me, I couldn't shake what I had seen in the shadows. Storetta was here. Thelen was gone. And I couldn't rest until I got some answers. I paused for a moment, searching the streets again for any sign of the Dragon Man. Some commotion caused a split in the crowd just ahead, and the dog from earlier came running right toward us, a boy's shoe still hanging from its mouth. The children weren't far behind, squealing and shouting as they chased it as fast as their short legs could carry them. I tried to move out of the way, but the dog was too quick. It dashed between my legs, getting caught in the fabric of my skirt and knocking me down to the ground. A flurry of people rushed forward to help me, including one of Toli's guards. I accepted the man's hand and lifted back onto my feet as another man pushed me up from behind. I glanced over my shoulder to see who it was, but his back was already toward me and a hood was pulled up over his head as he quickly hurried away. I didn't even have time to thank him. "Are you all right?" Toli asked, looking me over for any injuries. Yes. I'm fine. I felt the weight of my new necklace on my chest and doubted its protective qualities. Then again, perhaps my fall would have been worse without it. Instinctively, I reached into my pockets to check on my other precious possessions. The orb still rested in the folds of the fabric, smooth and solid. But my dagger... I checked my other pocket, panic rising hot and heavy in my chest. It had been here earlier. I knew it. I lifted my skirts, checking the ground beneath my feet and scanning the area where I'd fallen. But it was gone. There was no way it could have fallen out of my skirt, which only left one other option. It had been stolen. Are you okay? Concern pulled at the corners of Lady Toli's mouth. No, I wanted to yell. But in order to tell Toli I had been robbed, I would have to admit that I had been armed, and just one look at that dagger would have confirmed that it wasn't from this realm. It was forged in the Videri Isles by the power of the moirai. I'm fine, I gritted out. But Toli didn't back down. She reached for my arm. You look pretty shaken up. Would you like to head back to the castle and get some rest? What I really wanted to do was freeze everyone in the square so I could pat them each down and murder whoever stole my dagger. But that wouldn't do. Yes, some rest sounds good. I scanned the square as we made our way back through the crowds to the castle. Thinking back through the events of the afternoon, I figured there were only two realistic possibilities. Staretta could have popped in and out of the realm in the blink of an eye to take the dagger. It would make sense that the moirai would want it back, and she certainly had enough power to cause the commotion that had knocked me down in the first place. But the moirai wanted more than my dagger. They wanted my life. It was more likely that the dog and the fall were purely coincidental. But what didn't seem so innocent was the mysterious hooded man who had helped me back up. I didn't feel his hands near my pockets, but there had been a lot of action in a short amount of time. A skilled pickpocket could have easily stolen it during my distress. But it would have been someone who knew who and what I was. Someone who knew about the dagger. Someone like the Fey man who seemed dead set on destroying me. Perhaps he'd been going for the orb and settled on the dagger instead. I eyed Toli warily. Suspicion crawled over my skin as I watched the lady from Northglen, knowing the ties her kingdom held with the Fey. But if she was connected to the incident, she hid it quite well. I bit the inside of my lip, angry that I had gotten into this situation at all. And I silently cursed Thelen's name for disappearing on me. It was not because I needed his help or protection. I didn't. But he had somehow worked his way under my skin again. His disappearance had distracted me. He'd thrown me off of my game. It was one more reason why I needed to stay away from him. Getting close to Thelen was proving to be far more trouble than it was worth. And yet, I couldn't help but search for him in the crowds of people as we maneuvered through the streets. Would he search for me as well? Would he be concerned that I had disappeared in his absence? A few of the castle guards ushered me back through the gates with Toli and some of the Northglen men, and I paused only for a moment as I considered my options. With my dagger gone, there was no doubt that someone in Fariscott now knew my secret. And there was no way for me to find the man who had stolen it. I would have to be more cautious now than ever before. And I would have to speed things up with Rorik to secure his hand before my secret got out. Because once he discovered who I really was, any chance of saving the kingdom would be lost forever.
Chapter 11. Thelen. The crowds began to thin as I followed the hooded figure around city corners, weaving in and out of dirty alleyways until we reached a dead end. 3 others awaited us there, 2 guards and the nobleman I'd seen with Mel, or Lady Malin, as she called herself, earlier in the castle. The figure turned at last and lowered her hood. Who is she? I swallowed. I knew this was the information Mel was after from the moment I spotted her in the market square. She had watched me place the necklace on Vaeda, smirking as she stepped out of the shadows like she'd caught a rabbit in a snare. I knew I had to follow when she'd beckoned me over. It was either that, or risk her going after Vaeda, right there on the street. I certainly wouldn't put it past her to do such a thing. She is the Princess of Barrenfall. The Princess of Barrenfall isn't one of the Fates. Mel spat the last word like it was vile on her tongue. I will ask you once more. Tell me the truth. Who is she? I worked my jaw back and forth, trying to come up with a satisfactory answer without revealing anything of value about Vaeda. But Mel didn't have enough patience for that. She jerked her chin at the nobleman, and I was thrown to my knees with a blast of shadows that blew from the man's palms. He's a mage. My words came out raspy as I struggled to make sense of what was happening. There was a tremble in my hands as I pushed myself back up from the ground. Mel had brought one of her dark mages into Fariscott, right into the castle. It was impossible, yet I was looking at the proof of it. No one was safe anymore. Yes, and he can do much worse than knock you down, she hissed. Now why did you lie to me? Why are you working with the Fates? I'm not. I threw my hands in the air, looking desperately back and forth between Mel and her mage. I didn't know who she was when we crossed paths. I still don't. I don't understand her intentions, but I can tell you one thing for sure. She is not working with the Fates. Liar. Mel nodded to her mage, and I was forced back to the ground, harder this time, with my cheeks smashed against the packed dirt and spasms of pain rolling through my limbs, but only for a moment. I don't want to hurt you, Thelen, but I need you to tell me the truth. I am, I panted. I burned with the desire to jump up and wrap my hand around Mel's throat for doing this to me. I was not the kind of man to roll over in a fight, but I would be a fool to stand up to a mage, especially one as powerful as her man appeared to be. I had heard rumors of the dark mages, though I'd never actually encountered one. I knew they could wield the shadows, bending them to their will and using them to invade the minds and bodies of anyone who opposed them. It was why Callego remained strong despite its small size. But dark mages couldn't cross the Veredus River. It was supposed to prevent evil from entering Greenbridge. The idea of a mage in Fariscott was impossible. Look, I said, slowly rising back to my feet. She may be from their realm, but I assure you she is not one of the Fates. If anything, she is their enemy. I've seen them searching for her. The one with silver hair was hunting her down in the woods with a few others before I had any idea who or what she was. They are not on the same side. And you know that it said, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. So please, despite where she comes from, please trust that she is not working with the Fates. She is not your enemy. Mel regarded me for a long while with her eyes narrowed and her face red. Her mage stood off to the side with his hands raised, ready to strike the moment she called for his assistance. I'm sorry, Mel said at last, but she will never be my friend. My mind is made up, she added quickly as I began to object. The world will not be safe until every last Fate is dead. And I won't rest until I see that it is done. I didn't even have a chance to respond before another voice cut through the shadows of the alley. Then you will never rest again. I whipped around to find the silver-haired Fate standing casually at the end of the alley behind the guards. The mage spun quickly around and lifted his hands to strike, but the girl waved him off with a flick of her fingers, freezing him to his spot. She spoke again before anyone else could act. Do not attempt to fight against me. Your magic does not affect me, and you will make no efforts to injure me. Listen to my words, and do not move again until I have finished speaking. Her voice wasn't hers anymore. It took on a strange melodic quality, like the sound of 1,000 songs played directly to my soul. The mage obeyed. He dropped his hands and Mel stood stone still staring at the Fate before us. We all fell into silence as she continued to speak. The dragon man is correct. The girl you seek is not working with the moirai. She is working against them, and they are very angry about it. It is not your place to interfere. The moirai will take care of their problem as the universe deems appropriate. The law of necessity will not permit you to harm her until fate has appropriately dealt with her actions. She turned to me next. You are not supposed to be here. I swore my heart stopped beating for several long minutes as she focused her harsh gaze upon me. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, I hardly dared to breathe under her scrutiny. But, alas, here you are. The Fate sighed and took a step closer to me. You shall not interfere either. The universe has spoken. Keep your distance from her if you want to survive. Do you hear me, boy? This is not your place. This is not your fight. Every fiber of my being wanted to obey the girl and whatever power she was using to coerce us. Her words were an icy bath that poured over me, but there was something inside me that resisted, like a hot coal that couldn't be fully extinguished. I leaned into that small piece, fanning the flame until my resistance won out. And what if I don't? I asked. What if I can't stay away from her? You have no choice. But I did. The universe may have its own plans, but I wouldn't bow to my fate. I served no master, and neither would Vaeda. I knew it in my heart. She would continue to do what she felt was right, and I would stand beside her all the while, fighting until the very end. The silver-haired Fate seemed to sense my rebellion. Her features hardened as she closed the distance between us. The cloying scent of honeysuckle was thick and heavy in the air, almost suffocating me as she stopped just inches from my face. If you can't stay away from her, you will pay dearly. She's playing games with the universe, and everyone and everything in connection to her will die if she chooses to go against the universe's plans. What do you mean if she chooses? You're one of the Fates. My voice sounded stronger than I felt. Can't you see whether or not she will choose to interfere? The girl looked me up and down, and disappointment flitted across her face. If I could see it, I wouldn't be standing here, would I? The future is still malleable, but I know this. Her temptation to change it is growing stronger by the day. She forced her gaze away from me, refocusing on the group from Caligo. Now listen carefully. As I said before, you will not hurt the girl. Any of you. She glanced at me once more. Keep your distance. With a whip of her cape, she disappeared. Gone in an instant, with nothing but footsteps in the dirt to prove she was ever there at all. Mel and her mage were brought back to life again the moment she left, no longer under the control of the Fate's coercion. What was that? Mel shouted at her guards. We're sorry. We couldn't do anything, milady. She wielded some kind of power over us. And you, Kanan? What is your excuse? Surely you won't claim that the Fates can control a mage as strong as yourself. Shadows darkened the man's gaze and his hands curled into fists at his sides. But he did not strike. If Mel was frightened, she didn't let on. She simply scoffed and muttered something about him letting the Fate get away. Then she turned her full fury onto me. Bring her back. You know I don't have the power to do that, and even if I could, you wouldn't be able to hurt her. I don't want to hurt her. I want her dead. I moved to stand before her in 2 quick strides, chest heaving as I stared down at Mel over my nose. Do what you want to the other Fates. I don't care. But do not lay a finger on Princess Elodie. That's not her Nate. You heard what I said. If you hurt her, I guarantee I will kill you before the Fates ever get a chance. I was pushing my luck, but the ferocity in Mel's eyes triggered the feral beast I'd kept captive inside myself for too long, and I was too close to Mel for her mage to strike without injuring her as well. I had to get my point across while I had the chance. She stared at me for a long while, refusing to be intimidated, until something suddenly shifted in her mind. Her hard mask shattered in an instant. By the stars! Mel gasped and took a step back. You're in love with her. I didn't respond. I had nothing to say to that. No way to refute it. Because in many ways, I wondered if it was true. Perhaps Mel had just put the feelings I'd been wrestling with into words. It didn't make sense for me to feel so strongly for Vaeda after only knowing her for a few weeks. And my feelings certainly weren't reciprocated. But there was no denying that I would do anything within my power to protect her. She was the first person to notice me since my parents' death. She was the first person to look at me as a man and not an animal. And she was the first reason I'd had to leave those mountains in search of something bigger. Maybe it wasn't love, but whatever I felt for Vaeda was something worth fighting for. I turned abruptly, never even casting a second glance at the mage or the soldiers who stood at the end of the alley. There was only one person on my mind, and I had to make sure she wasn't hurt by the silver-haired Fate.
Chapter 12. Vaeda. I nearly wore a path in the floor of my room from all the pacing I did after our outing. My thumb ran over the smooth surface of my new necklace as I tried to come up with a plan to get my dagger back. Even if it had been a common thief who had picked the weapon from my pocket, it would only be a matter of time before he tried to sell it and discovered what the dagger really was. Any weapons dealer or high-level merchant would know instantly that it was not from this realm, and they would trace it back to me. If only I had kept a hand on it or been more careful on the streets. I only had myself to blame, but I couldn't let such a foolish mistake foil my plans. I was going to have to up the ante and speed along my timeline for winning the prince over. We would have to wed before my secret got out. A knock sounded at the door, shaking me from my plans. "Elodie, it's Rorik. May I come in?" It was as though he'd been summoned by my thoughts. I wrapped a hand around the stone on my necklace before dropping it inside the front of my dress and walking quickly to the door. I smoothed down my hair and wiped my palms on my skirt before twisting the handle. He stood alone in the hall. I looked left and right, but there was no one else. "Where are your guards?" "You really must work on your greetings," he answered with a smirk. "Believe it or not, I don't require an entourage in my own home. Unless you know of some dangers lurking in these halls that I am unaware of." He quirked a brow. "No, of course not." I opened the door wider, allowing him to enter into my rooms. "I just don't often have male suitors knocking on my door without a chaperone of some kind." My cheeks warmed at the implications. Truthfully, I had never had any kind of male suitor seeking me out at all. "Well, I assure you my intentions are pure," Rorik said with his hands in the air. But his smile quickly faded as he looked me up and down. "I only wanted to check on you. I heard there was an incident at the market today." My stomach flipped until I realized he was talking about my fall, not the theft of my dagger. "Oh, it was nothing. Just some children playing with their dog." I waved a hand in the air and moved to sit on the edge of my bed. "My men said you fell. Are you injured?" "Not at all." "Good." Rorik stood awkwardly, and I expected that to be the end of the conversation. But instead of moving for the door, he joined me on the bed, plopping down beside me with a bounce. It was highly inappropriate for us to be so close together, alone in my room and on my bed behind a closed door, but I wouldn't object. After all, this was exactly what I needed. More time alone with Rorik. "So, did you get anything good at the market today?" He lifted his brows. My hand twitched, wanting to reach for my necklace, but it wouldn't help my cause to admit that another man had bought me jewelry. "I did." I stood, happy to put some distance between us again, as I strode over to my desk where the night rose hairpin rested in my top drawer. I held out my hand to show him. A night rose. His congenial mask disappeared for a moment as a flicker of true emotion danced across his face. He recovered quickly, his well-practiced half-grin returning as he held out his hand. "May I see it?" "Of course." He ran a finger over the small rose that adorned the pin, and for the first time since we'd met, I sensed some genuine thoughtfulness from the prince. "I was told there's a festival soon, in honor of your mother." I stopped there, not wanting to push too far. I had never heard anyone in the castle mention the late queen, and I wasn't sure how comfortable Rorik would be discussing her now. But he didn't seem bothered by it, to my relief. "The people really loved her." His smile faded. "So did my father. I wish I'd had the chance to know her as well." "When did she pass?" "During childbirth. She traded her life for mine." Rorik looked up, his eyes glistening as he met my gaze. "I've never known life with my mother." "Neither have I wanted to say. But I didn't know Princess Elodie's story, and I had no intentions of telling Rorik the truth about my own. I did know the pain of longing I saw in his eyes, though. I knew the difficulty of growing up without a loving hand to guide me and help me discover who I was really meant to be. The moirai and my Fateborne sisters didn't care about me, They only cared about keeping the universe happy, even to the detriment of an entire mortal realm. What are you thinking about? I looked up to find Rorik studying me closely. I forced a smile to my face. I was just thinking how nice it might be for you to attend the Night Rose Festival and get to know her a little better through the memories of your people. Have you ever been? To one of the festivals? No. Rorik huffed a humorless laugh and shook his head. Father has strong feelings about them. It's not something we participate in. Well, surely you don't need your father's permission to go out into your own city. I think you should experience it. See what the people saw in her. Enjoy some music and dancing and fellowship with your people. And anger my father by going against his wishes? I shrugged. Just because he holds the most power doesn't mean he knows what is best. I understand that she was his wife, and the memories might be too much for him to bear. But she was your mother, and I think you have a right to experience those memories as well. Rorik nodded, brow furrowed. You know what, Elodie? I like the way you think. I don't know if I'm bold enough to make a public appearance without his approval, but it's an entertaining thought nonetheless. He grinned. Speaking of your father, how did that meeting go this morning? I remembered the look the king had given me as I peeked into the council room, and the dread that gripped me when I saw the nobleman from Caligo at his side. It went about as well as they always go. Tell me about it, I pressed. I've never been to one. As Gelmer so eloquently put it earlier, I've never had the privilege of exercising my brain with political discussion, as we princesses are too busy shopping for pretty things to join the conversation. The prince raised a brow, and I wondered if I had taken it too far. But I hadn't been raised with men in the Isles, and I wasn't happy about being treated differently from them here in the mortal realm. I couldn't help but release my frustration. You know, princess, it isn't common for us to discuss our private meetings with anyone from outside the kingdom, royal or otherwise. If I didn't know any better, I might assume you were trying to interfere with Greenbridge's political affairs. The amusement on Rorik's face told me he wasn't really offended, but I wanted to clear the air, just in case he believed there was some truth to his words. Well, your assumption would be incorrect. Sometimes I long for more than a life of looking pretty and polite conversation that never reaches below the surface. I hoped to hear about something more meaningful today, that's all. Rorik's shoulders relaxed. Good, because it would be difficult for me to convince my father that you're the woman I should marry if he believes you're only here to further your own kingdom. Would it? My heart thudded in my chest, and I wasn't sure what else to say. The prince's grin spread wide, revealing his straight white teeth. He really was handsome, but would that be enough for me to be satisfied with a marriage to the man? His feelings for me seemed to be much farther along than what I felt for him. But then again, I supposed it didn't matter either way. I had to marry him, regardless. Hopefully the love would follow, but even if it didn't, I was doing the right thing for the realm. If I were his wife, Rissa would have no choice but to return to her kingdom. The prince would survive, and the mages would stay out of Greenbridge. I inhaled deeply, finding new resolve as I moved to sit beside him again. Tell me, Rorik, do you dream up ways to convince your father that all the ladies are worth your consideration? Only the one I want to stay. He placed his hand on top of mine. His skin was soft and smoother than my own calloused fingers, and I wondered if he'd ever worked a day in his life. Could he even lift a weapon to defend himself? Or would I spend the rest of my life protecting his? The muscles in his jaw were tight as he rubbed his thumb back and forth across my skin, causing his smile to look as forced as mine. And though there was no chemistry, no real desire between us, he was friendly. And he was handsome. And he was much more tolerable than he had been the night of the ball. Perhaps we had gotten off to a rough start, but I could see this arrangement working as long as we remained amicable toward one another. Maybe that was all any marriage really needed. Forced smiles and a silent agreement to treat each other kindly. If we were lucky, love would blossom between us in the future. This was really the best scenario I could have asked for. So why did looking into his eyes leave me feeling so hollow inside? I couldn't take it for long, pulling my hand away from Rorik's and standing in front of him again. I opened my mouth to thank him for checking on me when some movement outside my window drew my attention away from him. My feet carried me to the glass before I could consider any other option, and my gaze snapped to the source of commotion instantly. Thelen moved through the back gate with a frantic kind of urgency. He lifted his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight as he looked up, scanning the castle wall until he landed on my window. We made eye contact, and the tension rolled off of his body like a wave on the sand. He picked up into a jog as he neared the structure, and soon disappeared from my view. I pressed my face to the glass to try and get one more glimpse of him as Rorik approached the window behind me. "Oh, wonderful," he muttered under his breath. "My favorite person is back." I inhaled sharply, wondering if he'd seen my silent interaction with Thelen. But I followed Rorik's line of sight back toward the gate where Lady Malin entered with 2 guards and the nobleman who had attended the king's meeting earlier. Her face was twisted into a scowl as she shouted something at the nobleman that I couldn't hear. Whatever it was, she didn't look happy about it. "Are you referring to Lady Malin? Or the nobleman?" I turned to find Rorik rubbing his hand down the front of his face. "I shouldn't have said anything." He straightened suddenly. "It has been a pleasure, as always, Elodie. I do hope we will get some more time to speak soon. I still owe you that tour of the castle." He winked. "And I am still looking forward to it," I replied. That's how I should have felt anyway. Everything seemed to be falling into place beautifully with Rorik. Everything except my own feelings for the man. I looked wistfully back at the window as the prince moved for the door. "Until next time," he said with a small bow before leaving me alone again. I placed my hand on the window. "Until next time," I whispered softly to myself.
Chapter 13. Thelen. My breaths came fast and heavy as I finally rounded the corner into Vaeda's corridor of the castle. The rumors of her accident had spread through the streets of Fariscott like wildfire, and I hated myself for leaving her in the square alone. I sprinted back to the castle as quickly as I could, but I didn't truly breathe easily again until I saw her standing at her window, looking as beautiful as ever. But I needed to see firsthand that she wasn't injured, and I needed to offer an apology. Even if I was only Vaeda's guard in name, I felt a responsibility to look after her. I was mentally planning the exact words I would say when her door opened and Prince Rorik stepped into the hall. I skidded to a stop like I had run straight into a stone wall. Rorik looked up at me, and a small grin spread across the prince's smug face, only fanning the fury in my chest even further. I knew Vaeda was trying to win a royal proposal, but seeing him leaving her room ignited something ugly in me. The prince shouldn't be here. He shouldn't even be alive. I had sworn that I would rid the world of this little problem named Rorik, and there was no better time than the present. My hand flew to my side, searching for any kind of weapon I could use to end Rorik's life. It wouldn't be good for Vaeda to fall any further into this conniving, backstabbing, murderous family. And I owed a debt to my parents. No one was around. Now was the time. I locked my eyes onto the prince, inching forward as I stumbled for something to say to keep Rorik from walking away. "Are things going well with Princess Elodie?" My chest tightened as the words left my mouth, and I was more eager than ever to see this man fall. I would have to use my bare hands if no other weapon presented itself. But first, I had to get close enough. Rorik lifted his chin, almost in a challenge. Better than I could have asked. He flashed the most condescending grin humanly possible, and my hands curled into tight fists, ready to wipe that smug look right off of his face. Ahem. The raspy sound of someone clearing her throat interrupted our stare-down. "I brought the extra blanket you requested, sir." I glanced over to find Truga standing in my doorway, her small eyes narrowed even further into pinpricks of accusation. "Thank you," I muttered, catching on to Truga's scheme. She was trying to stop me from making a big mistake, and my anger cleared just enough to help me see reason again. I couldn't murder Rorik here. Not like this. Not where Vaeda would open her door to see my blood-covered hands. I would be executed for my crime against the kingdom. And worse, Vaeda would see me for the monster that I really am. Please remind Elodie that I will be back soon to pick her up for that personal tour of the castle I promised her, Rorik said with an air of boredom. I opened my mouth to respond with something highly improper when a small hand tugged on the hem of my tunic. Truga shook her head softly, and I bit my tongue. Rorik snorted derisively and turned his back on us. He sauntered away as I worked to still my breaths and gain control of my rage. Come. Truga pulled me into my room. Don't let the prince get under your skin. He means you no harm. He's already caused me plenty of harm. Is that what you believe? There was wisdom in Truga's gaze as she awaited my response. It's the truth. The elf tilted her head, studying me for a moment, and I was struck by how little she'd changed over the years. I was taken back to the last time I had seen her, before I left Fariscott as a boy. I'd been eating breakfast with my family at the castle, as we often did. My family was close with Rorik and the king back then. Rorik and I were the same age, and we enjoyed many meals, lessons, and mischief together, all across the castle grounds. My father was engaged in a discussion with King Brogan over their meal, while Rorik and I played a game with my mother. She tossed a grape back and forth between her palms and hid her hands behind her back, asking us to guess which hand held the fruit. If we guessed correctly, we got to eat it, and then she'd start another round. At just 4 years old, we loved the game, and it kept us distracted while the men talked business. But that morning was different. The men were angry about something, and my mother pulled us away as the men's voices grew into shouts. My father abruptly ended the conversation, telling Brogan to think it over before joining the rest of us by the exit. Brogan called Rorik back over to him, but the young boy didn't want to go. He'd been having fun with me and my mother. Rorik clung to my mother's leg, refusing to see his father. The king's face got red as a ripe tomato, and he stalked forward until his broad shadow fell over us. It was the first and only time I had ever feared the man. My mother peeled Rorik off of her leg, directing him back to his father, but a tear rolled down her cheek, and I wondered what Rorik had done to make her cry. Get over here, boy. Brogan grabbed Rorik's small wrist and yanked him so hard he fell to the ground. Rorik began to wail, which only angered his father more. The king stepped nose to nose with my father, and there was more shouting. Truga appeared then, pulling me and Rorik away from the argument between the adults, and holding our small hands in her own. Rorik continued to sniffle. Your mom always gets me in trouble, he said. But my mom had done nothing wrong, and I said as much to the young prince. Truga tried to keep us calm as we broke into an argument of our own, but there was so much tension between the adults in the room that it must have infected us as well. The next thing I knew, Rorik and I were rolling on the floor, throwing punches at one another. Strong hands pulled me off of the prince, and the last thing I remembered was being hauled up into my father's arms and looking down at Rorik's tear-streaked cheeks and bloody nose. I don't like you, Rorik yelled. I don't want you here anymore. He doesn't mean that, my father whispered in my ear. You boys need a chance to calm down. Besides, you need to get some rest. We have a big trip to the mountains planned for tomorrow. Do I get to come? I asked. My father's eyes glistened as he nodded. You do, son. This time, you do. He kissed my head, and together with my mother, our small family scurried out of the castle and back to our home in the Red Quarter. Truga stood at the main entrance, watching as we left. I waved goodbye to the elf over my father's shoulder, wondering why she looked so sad to see us go. The elf huffed, snapping my attention back to the present, and I noticed a similar look of sadness on her face again now. I didn't like the emotions she triggered. Remembering the past was only good for fueling my current motivations, and I tried to channel all of my feelings into what needed to be done today. I need to talk to the princess. I pushed past Truga, and thankfully the elf didn't try to stop me. Vaeda opened the door just seconds after I knocked, but her face fell when she realized it was me. Had she been hoping it was Rorik again? So, you finally decided to return? There was a bite to Vaeda's tone, and she made no room for me to enter. Your timing is impeccable, as always. She rolled her eyes and tried to shut the door in my face, but I slid my fingers into the crack before it closed, pushing it open again. I came as soon as I could. I stepped in front of her, trying and failing to get her attention as she looked anywhere but at me. I heard you fell. It wasn't a big deal. Are you hurt? No. Vaeda crossed her arms over her chest, and I was completely taken aback by her harsh reaction. I only wanted to make sure she was okay. Vaeda. She pinned me with a glare, her lips pressed into a hard line. Why are you so upset? Because I'm sick of your secrets. She pushed me in the chest. Because you're obviously still keeping things from me. And they're starting to affect me more than you know. How so? My dagger was stolen when you ran off earlier. What? I glanced quickly at her skirts. By whom? I don't know, but I doubt it was some common thief. And it just so happened to be taken right after you left. Are you accusing me? No, but I think we're being watched. I know it, in fact. I saw her again. Who? Staretta, my Fateborne sister. She's still after me and... She trailed off, biting her lip as though there was more she wanted to say. I swallowed, uncertain if I should reveal my own interaction with the silver-haired Fate. But I couldn't find a way to mention her without revealing anything about Mel. And I knew that if Vaeda discovered Mel's hatred of her, it was unlikely that both women would survive through the end of the day. She wasn't the kind of girl to sit around while a threat walked the same floor as her. But Mel was commanded to leave Vaeda alone. Hopefully she would listen. And if not, I believed I could keep Vaeda safe. I had to. Any other option would lead to us being removed from the castle, dead or alive. And I wasn't going anywhere until I finished my job. Do you think the Fates took your dagger? I asked. No. Do you fear they are trying to hurt you? No, she said again with a shake of her head. I don't think Staretta is, anyway. But the rest of the moirai, well, I wouldn't put anything past them. I'm not worried about myself, though. They can't see me. They're watching you. The Fate girl, Staretta, had implied the same thing. But there wasn't a chance I was going to go running scared. Not when I had a job to do here at the castle. And not until I knew Vaeda was safe. I reached forward to comfort her, but she slammed an invisible wall down around any emotion she may have been feeling and stepped back before I could touch her. I need you to tell me your secrets, she said quickly. Tell me what you're hiding. Because I may be able to help you if you're honest with me. But if not, they will surely use your secrets against you. They know everything. They see everything. I looked around her room, half expecting one of the Fates to materialize in the corner. But we were alone. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. I took a deep breath, hoping this would be enough to appease her for now. I'm working to protect you, but the details of it don't matter. Do you still have the necklace I bought for you earlier? Her features hardened to stone. She reached behind her neck to unclasp it and threw the necklace across her bed, where it landed in a tangle before me. I don't need your protection, and I should have known better than to expect anything honest from you. She pointed at the door. You can go now. I looked at the ichor stone with a cringe. My mother had worn one when I was a boy, and it did little good to save her. But I wanted to believe it would keep Vaeda safe. And more than that, I wanted her to have something from me. I was foolish on both accounts. But I didn't plan on taking it back. Very well, I said with a dip of my chin. I turned to look at her one last time before leaving her room, but she was standing with her back to me, staring out the window. There was nothing else to be said. Truga watched me exit the room, her beady little eyes boring into me. But I wasn't up for talking to her again. I just needed some fresh air and room to reform a plan. I hurried down the hall and audibly groaned when I saw Mel enter the opposite end of the corridor. What are you doing here? I barked. This was twice in the last hour that I really wished I had a weapon on hand. I was looking for the prince. One of the servants said she thought he was coming up here to see your princess. She peered over my shoulders, though Rorik might have been hiding behind me. You haven't seen him up here, have you? No, I lied. I didn't want to give Mel any more ammunition against Vaeda. It would be best if she didn't know just how much interest Rorik truly held for her. It's just as well, she said with a frown. I actually wanted to find you too. I owe you an apology for what happened earlier. What? My mouth parted, the shock of Mel's words written clearly across my face. I believe I overreacted. My emotions got the best of me, but I still want to work together, if you're willing to forgive me. I don't know. My body tensed, ready to jump in front of the woman if she tried to make a move past me for Vaeda. I knew Mel's intentions. She wanted every fate dead, and that included Vaeda. So I couldn't see any benefit to us working together anymore. I was a fool for not seeing it before, but it's clear now that you are in love with that girl, whoever she is. Mel jerked her chin in the direction of Vaeda's room. And I think that may work in my favor. You see, the most important thing for me is to have my niece betrothed to Prince Rorik. He seems to have taken some interest in your fate girl, but I would venture to guess that you don't want her to marry him. I tried to keep my features blank, but Mel must have seen the truth written on my face. She sneered. I thought so. Listen, I promise not to lay a finger on your false princess as long as you can promise to keep her away from the prince. It's a win-win situation, don't you see? You get the girl, and Rissa gets the prince. What do you say? I ground my teeth together. Mel was right. It would be an ideal scenario, but I couldn't help but feel I was making a deal with the devil. And after Rissa and Rorik become engaged, will you promise to leave her alone then too? Mel's eyes narrowed. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I prefer to keep my oaths in the present. You hold up your end of the deal, and I will consider it when the time comes. But rest assured, if you refuse my offer, there won't be any future to consider at all. My stomach turned. I knew she meant what she said. And though I hated the idea of teaming up with Mel and her mages, I would do whatever it took to protect Vaeda. If I agree, will you give us at least a week to get away after Rissa gains her proposal? Mel twisted her lips to one side as she considered my question. 3 days. That should be enough time for Gladys to fly Vaeda and me far, far away from Fariscott. I was confident we could stay hidden once we were safely back in the eastern mountains. I extended my hand. You have a deal. I will work my hardest to keep Elodie and the prince apart, as long as you promise not to allow any of your people to bring harm upon her until at least 3 days have passed after Rissa and Rorik's engagement. Mel clapped her hand into mine and gripped it tightly. Deal! But if your princess gets the engagement, all bets are off. Do you understand? I understand. A wicked grin split the woman's face. Excellent! She dropped my hand. Let's hope this agreement benefits us both.
Chapter 14. Vaeda. More than once, my quick peeks into Rorik's life through the orb had taken me to a certain wing of the castle that I had, to this point, left unexplored. It sat at the edge of the servants' wing, near the library in a rarely traveled hall. Rorik's timing was unpredictable, though. I'd seen him there early in the morning before the sun rose, mid-afternoon when he could escape his guard, and once I even saw him scurrying through the hall after the rest of the castle staff had gone to bed. And yet, I'd never seen what exactly he was up to in that part of the castle. The vision always grew cloudy as he drew near the library. It was a mystery that I had every intention of solving, and I would do it today. I had it all planned out, right down to confirming that the prince would be out of the castle, so he couldn't catch me in the act. The other ladies were heading out to the gardens for tea, and the guards were all training in the bailey with some of King Brogan's men. Everyone was distracted with their own tasks, leaving me free to some time for myself, exactly as I'd designed it. I crept softly through the halls, past the grumbling voices of mountain elves in the kitchen, and finally into the corridor I had only ever seen in the clear orb that contained Rorik's fate. A smile tugged at my mouth as familiarity guided me to where the prince could so often be found. The hall was empty, just as it always was in the visions. I had expected this, but my exploration wouldn't end there. I continued up and down the hall, searching for whatever it was that continued to catch Rorik's attention. There were many doors along the walls, and I paused outside of each one, pressing my ear to the wood to be sure the rooms were empty before peeking inside. But there was nothing unusual behind any of them, only the individual rooms of the castle's serving staff. or the human staff anyway. I still wasn't sure where the elves slept. I reached the end of the hall and sighed. There was nothing of interest. That only left the library, and it was unlikely the prince would be hiding something in such an accessible part of the castle. But still, I had to take a look. My curiosity wouldn't allow me to stop thinking about it until I did. And even if I failed to discover what Rorik was doing, perhaps the library was still a good place for me to gather more information about the kingdom and its royal family. With any luck, I might even be able to learn more about Northglen and their connections to the Fae. I paused outside the large wooden doors, debating whether or not to continue. What if there were others inside? I didn't want to draw any suspicion upon myself, but surely it wasn't so strange for a princess to spend time in the library. Without another hesitation, I yanked the doors open. The room was enormous. Of everything I'd seen in the mortal realm so far, this space reminded me most of the Videri Isles. Sconces hung around the perimeter, bathing hand-woven rugs and rich wood accents in a warm and welcoming glow. But the most striking feature had to be the rows and rows of finely crafted shelves filled with leather-bound books on more topics than a single person could dream of reading. The magnificence of it all caught me off guard. I had expected a few shelves lining the walls of a private study, not the massive wealth of knowledge that presented itself before me now. It was no wonder Rorik found himself here so often. He could read a new book every day and still never live long enough to finish them all. My feet carried me deeper into the room, taking in the wonders and dreaming of the adventures that lay within these pages. There was so much to learn. Where would I begin? I picked a row at random and slowly made my way forward, trailing a gentle finger along the spines of the books as I passed, and reading the titles silently in my mind. And as I walked, I allowed my thoughts to drift to some of the more frequent topics I'd wondered about in my time in the mortal realm. There were simple matters, such as what kind of curtsy was appropriate for whom. Or I could research some of the other creatures that lived in the realm, like the mountain elves or the Fae. Yes, the Fae. That seemed like a good place to begin. Lady Tolly had mentioned her kingdom's relationship with their kind being a necessity. She spoke of the treaty King Brogan's family made as though it were common knowledge. But I knew little of what the treaty entailed, other than the Fae were no longer permitted to live within the Greenbridge kingdom. What had happened to force such a hard line between the Fae and the people of Greenbridge? The books to my right looked to be religious texts. Ahead was the beginning of fictional stories and folklore. None of that would do. I needed the historical texts. I continued to browse, meandering through the aisles and taking note of several small curtained-off nooks around the edges of the space. They were all empty with the curtains pulled to the sides, revealing small tables and chairs for private study. All of them, that is, except one. My curiosity was instantly piqued. Could Rorik's secret lie behind that curtain? Forgetting about my previous search for historical books, I turned and made a straight line for the nook. I had every intention of rushing straight through the curtain until I was a mere 3 feet away. That's when I heard the voices. "The charade has gone on long enough, Brogan?" "I know." The king groaned. I jumped back and pinned myself to the wall, instantly aware of every soft sound that surrounded me, from my racing heart to my shaky breaths. Did they hear me enter the library? I certainly hadn't been trying to stay quiet. I closed my eyes and tried to slow my breathing back to a steady rhythm. Several long moments passed without any sound of alarm, and finally my pulse returned to normal. Only then did I inch closer to the opening, where I could hear the voices speaking again. "I don't know what you expect me to do." King Brogan's voice rose out of a whisper, though he didn't sound angry so much as he sounded desperate. "I can't force the boy to fall in love." "No one expects you to." I recognized the second voice. It was a woman speaking to the king, and though I had heard the voice before, I couldn't quite place who it belonged to. "Lucky for us all," the woman continued. "Love is not required in an alliance. The marriage will be nothing more than an agreement, an act of good faith between Greenbridge and Caligo. And if you want any chance of a future for your kingdom, You will find a way to make it happen. I'm certain I don't need to remind you that we can shut down your trade routes with a single command at any of our ports. But we don't need to take things that far, do we, Your Majesty? Lady Malin. Of course I should have known it was her from the first condescending word. I knew Malin was trouble from our very first encounter. But how could a noblewoman from another country be so bold as to speak to the king in such a tone within his own castle walls? This was one step away from declaring war. And yet, the king only sighed. Of course not, milady. I'm just not sure how to encourage things along any faster. You're a resourceful man. I'm sure you'll find a way. There was a shuffling of fabric, the sound of Malin adjusting her skirts to stand. I want to see an engagement before the month's end. I've had quite enough time in Greenbridge and I'm ready to go home. I only ask that I return home as your ally. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll find me quite a formidable enemy. Understood, Brogan said with a grunt. Now, is there anything else you want to add? Or may I get back to running my kingdom now? I wished for a moment that I had the Fateborne's ability to step in and out of the realms at my command. But I was essentially a mortal now. I had only my own 2 feet to carry me out of the library before the king and Lady Malin finished their conversation and stepped out to discover me eavesdropping. So I ran. I ran as hard and fast as my feet would carry me. Though I had technically done nothing wrong by visiting the library, I didn't imagine my company would be too happy to find me there when they'd thought they were alone. And while I could take my chances and hide somewhere between the stacks of books, I suddenly wanted nothing more than to put as much distance between myself and the library as possible. I never stopped to see if they'd pulled open the curtain before dashing into the hall. Turning left would lead me back to the main part of the castle, where I was almost certain to run into someone. But I'd never been to the right before. It was worth the risk. I raced through the halls like a dragon through the clouds, and relief flooded my veins as I reached a small wooden door that opened into the bailey. The mid-morning sunlight warmed my skin, but I waited only a moment before moving forward again. Movement caught my attention from the corner of my eye, and I was determined not to be seen. But I was too late. Princess Elodie! I quickened my pace, eyeing a corner up ahead. Elodie, princess, please wait. Then in a lower, more irritated voice, Vaeda. I whipped around the corner and paused, breathing heavily. Thielen's red face appeared moments later. What are you doing? His frustration dissipated as his eyes raked me over, concern crinkling his brow. What happened? Are you hurt? No, The sound of the castle door slamming around the corner interrupted my sentence. I reached for Thielen's hand and began to run again. He simply ran alongside me, not attempting to slow me down. We'd reached one of the servants' entrances, somewhere near the kitchen, judging by the empty barrels laying around. He took the lead then, pulling me straight for the mess. We dove between a couple of stacks and knelt down low, safe in the shadows of the barrels. A narrow slit of sunlight trickled in, and I leaned forward enough to see one of the castle guards scouring the area. Is that one of the men you were training with? Thelen leaned in, his forehead pushing into my hair as he took my position to see through the narrow opening. The touch reminded me that we were still holding hands, and I quickly loosened my fingers from his. No, that's one of the castle guards. What did you do to make them come running? What makes you think I did something? He turned to look at me, bringing our faces so close that I could see the tiny flecks of green in his hazel eyes. Call it a hunch, he said with a crooked grin. I cleared my throat and looked away. I did nothing. It wasn't my fault the king was having a private discussion in a public place. Anyone could have overheard him. Thielen's grin faded. Did he see you? I met his eyes again and froze, momentarily entranced by the sincerity held within them. No. My voice was barely more than a whisper. I don't think so. Thelen released a breath and pulled me into his chest, wrapping his arms around me. The action caught me by surprise, but more surprising was the comfort I found in his arms. I didn't want to pull away. I allowed myself to relax for once. to enjoy the protective embrace of a man who, for better or worse, seemed to care about me more than he ought to. Good, he whispered into my hair. His heart pounded rapidly against my cheek where it rested against his chest. Are you afraid of the king? I reluctantly pulled away enough to see his expression. No, not anymore. But I know what he's capable of. He stared off, gaze hard, lost in a memory that I suspected he wasn't ready to share just yet. He refocused on me once it passed. What did you overhear, exactly? Nothing specific. Only that the prince's future bride has already been chosen, and Rorik never had any say in the matter. Thelen frowned. And who was the king speaking to when you overheard this conversation? I swallowed. Lady Malin. I should have known. He squeezed his eyes shut. I'm sorry, Vaeda. I know you wanted it to be you. I started to object before I remembered that was the truth, though he obviously didn't know the whole story. I didn't want to be the prince's bride. I only wanted the northern kingdoms to avoid the suffering that would follow an alliance with Caligo. I was just trying to keep them all alive. So I nodded instead. Yes, I wanted it to be me. Well, it's not over yet. He hasn't proposed. No announcement has been made. You still have a chance. Right. I smoothed my hair and peeked out into the bailey again. Looks like the guard is gone. Vaeda. Thelen touched my arm before I could stand. I mean it. I want you to be happy, and I'll do whatever I can to help. You can't help. This is something I have to do all on my own. I met his eyes, caught up in an emotion I couldn't name. The feeling seemed to be mirrored in his expression. But it's fine. I'm used to working alone. You don't have to be alone. My gaze flicked down to where Thelen's thumb rubbed gently back and forth on my arm. His voice was like honey when he spoke again. You've got me, and I'll stick by your side even if things don't go as you planned. I want you to know I'm here, and I've got 2 shoulders ready to help you carry your burdens. Together. I focused on swallowing the extra large lump that had formed in my throat. If I fail, the burden will be too great for anyone to carry. I stood and brushed the dust from my skirts. Come on, Dragon Man. Let's get back to the others.
Chapter 15. Thelen. My footsteps echoed through the empty halls. I paused, gathering my composure and attempting to mask the fury that had my hands physically shaking with every step toward the Caligan corridor of the castle. I couldn't reveal my cards too soon. For this plan to work, I would have to play my part flawlessly. Mel was too smart to let much get past her. I leaned against the cool stone wall, remembering the feel of Vaeda in my arms. She was probably the strongest woman I'd ever known, mentally and physically, but I could have sworn she'd let down her guard, if only for a moment. My hand grazed the spot on my chest where her cheek had rested, and I closed my eyes. The feel of her in my arms was a gift, and call me greedy, but I wanted more of it. There wasn't a chance I was going to let Mel hurt her. We'd made a deal, but knowing now that Mel was secretly working with King Brogan behind my back made me doubt her intentions with Vaeda. If she could secure Rissa's place as the bride-to-be without my help, then she might very well ignore our deal altogether. It wasn't a risk I was willing to take. I pushed off of the wall and took in a deep breath before marching forward again with deliberate steps. There would be no pleading with Mel. It simply wouldn't work. The only way for me to ensure Vaeda's safety would be to make Mel believe I was completely on Caligo's side. My mind raced with different solutions. Anything other than what I knew had to be done. Mel wanted Rissa to wed Rorik. Vaeda also wanted to wed Rorik. If Vaeda won, Mel would kill her. But if Rissa won, I suspected Mel would kill Vaeda anyway. She would use any possible loophole in our agreement to justify it. There was only one option here, and if I were honest, it was one that I was more than okay with. Rorik had to die. It wasn't even for selfish reasons that I reached this conclusion. Perhaps there was a slightly self-serving motivation behind it. But really, the whole kingdom would be better off without the royal family in power. Rorik would die, Vaeda could escape, Brogan would finally get what he deserved, and the entire Greenbridge kingdom would prosper. It sounded quite promising. And if everything went according to plan, I wouldn't have to worry about Mel anymore either. She'd essentially be digging her own grave. But I had to put on a perfect performance. Everything hinged on this moment. I reached into my pocket for the bundle of mugwort I'd stashed there earlier. Steeling my nerves, I loosened the fabric wrapped around it and rubbed the herb between my fingers, crunching the leaves to release the oil of the plant. Satisfied I had enough, I pulled out my hand and scratched at my nose. The effects were immediate. My nose felt like it had been kissed by Gladys, and I sneezed twice as my body tried to get rid of the burning sensation. 2 tears streamed out of my left eye, and I went to rub them away, before remembering my hand was still covered in the fate's forsaken oil of the plant. A new streak of fire stung at the corner of my eye, leaving me snotty and cursing as I rubbed my hand on my trousers. I hated mugwort. It didn't cause this severe of a reaction for everyone, but I seemed to be more sensitive to it than the average chap. I'd learned that the hard way when I had stumbled across a patch of it as a boy. I was probably 6 years old, and it was one of those gut-wrenching days when I had realized how alone I was in the mountains, without my parents. I'd cried for hours, rubbing at my skin and wishing away the discomfort. There was only so much Gladys could do, being a dragon and all. She'd taken me to the river to rinse off, but what I'd really needed was a loving hand to push back my hair and tell me I would be all right. It was one of the many reminders of why I was here. Rorik and his father ruined my life. They took everything from me. Now they would pay. I sniffled again, wiping my nose on my shoulder to clean the mess and blinking the tears away from my eyes. Then, twisting my features into what I hoped was the look of a broken heart, I rounded the corner of the corridor. Mel's door was directly across from Princess Rissa's. I wondered how many mages were resting behind the other doors of the hall. Could a mage see through my act? Hopefully not. Even I could barely see through my act with all these tears that refused to stop. Disgusting mugwort. My knuckles met the wood of Mel's door with urgency. I exaggerated my breathing, adding a few more sniffles for good measure when the door opened. What in heaven's name? Mel's face pulled in confusion. She looked me up and down before yanking me into her room and shutting the door behind us. What's the matter with you? I've changed my mind. A man can only take so much. I wiped my nose on my sleeve again and strode to the window. Changed your mind about what, exactly? There was menace in Mel's tone. I was walking a fine line here, with no room for failure. The girl, I grunted and cleared my throat, hoping Mel would mistake my phlegm for raw emotion. She didn't immediately react, so after a moment I turned from the window to face her again. She watched me through narrowed eyes. The expression made me nervous, so I continued, words spilling from my mouth before I had a chance to consider the implications. You were right about her. I'm tired of playing her games. Princess Elodie simply cannot be trusted. Still, I was met with nothing but silence from Mel. So naturally, I bumbled on further, pacing now as I ran a hand through my hair. She used me. She was never interested in me. She never loved me. I was only a means to an end with her. She only wants Rorik, and she doesn't care whose heart gets broken in the process. Once a fate, always a fate. Mel's jaw worked back and forth as she considered my words. I felt the urge to continue, to fill the silence with more reasons and excuses for why I might be turning against the woman who flipped my life upside down. But I knew better. Mel needed the quiet to process her thoughts. I leaned against the edge of her dresser with my head in my hands, pushing through the discomfort of the silence that hung around me like a metal chain. At last, Mel responded. You're telling me you no longer have feelings for the girl? I swallowed. Quite the opposite. I'm afraid I have too many feelings for the girl. Feelings that will never be returned. She used me. She toyed with my heart, and now she's left me behind, hollow and shattered, nothing more than another corpse in her wake. You were right, Mel. There is nothing good about the fates. They have no regard for human life. The only thing that matters is their own selfish ambitions. So, to answer your question more succinctly, yes, I have feelings for her. Feelings of rage. I want her to feel the same pain she caused me, or more, I want to destroy her. I scratched at my nose again, bringing on more stinging tears and sniffles. The words had poured freely from my lips, surprising me with how much emotion laced them together. And more surprising still was the way my chest clenched in a very real way as I spoke of Vaeda leaving me behind. Look at me. Mel's voice was closer than I realized. I glanced up to see her nearly black eyes swirling before my face, examining me as though she could see right into my soul. But whatever she found there must have satisfied her. It took only a moment for her harsh features to curl up into a sinister grin. Say no more. She spun toward the door, reaching for the handle. I'll take care of it. Wait, I jumped up before she could usher me out. I did not come here to hand you my problems. I am more than capable of issuing punishment on my own. Nonsense. No one is more qualified than the nobles of Caligo. Whether she's royalty or not, she's created a facade for herself that must be destroyed with delicate hands. We can't simply take her out with a blade and call the work finished. You'll start a war that way. That wasn't my plan at all. I spun around the woman, trying to put myself between her and the door she so urgently wanted to push me out of. I think the best way to kill a royal is by making it look like an accident. Of course, Mel scoffed. And I told you, I will get it handled. You don't understand. I'm not asking you to do this for me. I want to do it myself. I have to do it myself. She betrayed me. A man of integrity does not simply allow a woman to destroy him and let her go free. This is my battle. This is my revenge. And I intend to carry out the deed on my own. She opened her mouth to object, but I kept going before she could utter a word. You of all people should understand. I know that you've been personally hurt by the fates too. I never said. I put up a hand to silence her. You didn't have to. It's written all over your face. I see your hands shaking with rage when the fates are near. I hear the venom in your voice. I see the storms brewing in your eyes, and I know it now better than anyone. The fates destroyed your life. Somehow, some way. I would never attempt to stand in the way of your vengeance, and I hope that you will grant the same courtesy to me. That girl ruined me, and now I won't be satisfied until I can bring the same destruction upon her. Mel's chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. I'd struck a chord and I knew it. And I'd meant what I said, only I saw the prince's face when I leaned into my feelings of betrayal. Brogan and Rorik were my true targets, the real source of my fury, not Vaeda. But Mel didn't need to know that. Fine. My heart pounded hard against my ribs and I nearly stumbled, convinced I'd misheard her. Fine? I'll help you. But it won't be easy. Killing a fate is even more difficult than killing a royal. We'll need to surprise her, and still do it in a way that the rest of the northern kingdoms will buy as an accident. That's no simple task when she can see the future. I knew that wasn't exactly true. Vaeda had confessed to me that she'd lost her Fateborne gifts when she was placed here in the mortal realm. To my knowledge, the only future she could see was Rorik's, through that small glass orb she always carried. But since this entire plan was a ruse for me to murder the prince, I figured I'd allow Mel to find a way around Vaeda's future sight anyway. If you are going to carry out the task, then it's best if you know as little as possible. I'll work with some of my men to put a plan together, and I hope you're not fearful of the dark arts. We will require the use of magic to make her death appear to be an accident. As long as I am the one who carries it out, you're free to use whatever kind of arts you desire. I bit the inside of my lip. Dark magic was necessary, especially if I wanted to frame Mel for the prince's murder. But I still didn't fully trust her. Just promise me you won't harm her before it's time? Mel paused, pinching her lips together. I won't. But are you sure you're capable of carrying this out? There's a thin line between love and hate. I'm certain of it. I dipped my head, mostly to avert my eyes. Very well, I already have an idea in mind. We will alert you when you are required. But again, I think it's best if you are unaware of the plan until the final possible moment. Understood. I somehow managed to keep my grin hidden until I exited Mel's room and turned back toward Vaeda's corridor. Mel wouldn't harm her right now. I truly believed that. And she fell right into my trap. Hopefully, before the week's end, I would have a perfect plan for killing Rorik with the help of the mages and escaping the castle with Vaeda. Now I just had to make sure Gladys was ready to go at a moment's notice.
Chapter 16. Vaeda. My nose wiggled, trying to shake off the tickle. I turned over in my bed, willing sleep to pull me back into its warm embrace, but the tickle came again, this time across my forehead. As my dreamlike haze faded into the periphery, I smacked at the tickle, certain it must have been a bug or other creepy crawly in the night. But I didn't make contact with any spindly legs or antennae. My palm met another human hand instead. I bolted upright, the hand clenched tightly in my unyielding grip as I attempted to take my attacker down. "Whoa!" Rorik raised his free hand in surrender, chuckling through the flash of fear in his eyes. "That's quite an aggressive slumber you have." I was torn between my urge to fight as adrenaline still rushed through my veins and the very real need to calm down and behave like the demure princess I was impersonating. "My apologies." I released him and smoothed the top of my coverlet. I must have been dreaming. I looked to the window to confirm that a blanket of darkness still covered the land. It had to be the middle of the night. "What are you doing here?" Rorik grinned. "I've come to take you to the Night Rose Festival." "You—" I looked him up and down, only now noticing the simple attire of a commoner in the place of his typical royal garb. "You have? Really?" He nodded and held out his hand for mine. "Will you accompany me to the festivities, my lady?" "I will." My mind raced as I entered my bathing room to dress for the evening. Again, I was grateful for the simple dresses Truga had supplied and years of getting ready on my own in the aisles. I was quite capable of dressing myself, though I did fumble with the closures a bit more than normal as I thought about the man standing just on the other side of my door. This made twice now that I found myself alone in my rooms with the Prince of Greenbridge. The king would be horrified if he knew. I grinned at the thought. "Wow." Rorik ran a hand through his hair. "You were only in there for a few minutes, but you look beautiful." I forced a smile. "Thank you. Will anyone else from the castle be joining us at the festival?" "None that I am aware of. My father doesn't like for anyone associated with the royal family to attend. But you know, we have little control over what the servants choose to do with their free time." His cheeks flushed slightly. "Anyhow," he added quickly, "there is still one thing missing." He walked over to the small desk against my far wall and gestured toward the top drawer. "May I?" I nodded, lifting my chin when he returned with the small night rose pin I'd hidden away there. His fingers were soft as he pulled a lock of my hair to the side and pinned it there with the small rose. "Now you look perfect." He smiled widely, then popped his elbow out to the side. "Shall we go then?" I slid my arm into his and we strode to the door. He paused before opening it and lowered his voice to a whisper. "I feel it's necessary to remind you that this is most definitely against the rules. I'll offer you one more opportunity to back out. If you are discovered, you could be in quite a lot of trouble with my father." "As could you. A small price to pay to spend an evening with you." I recognized that the prince's words were intended to flatter, but they fell flat. They always did. Yet, as long as he continued to be kind to me, I really shouldn't complain. "Then let us throw caution through the window. Please lead the way." We sneaked through the halls on the balls of our feet, trying to stay as quiet as possible, though I knew there wasn't anyone in my corridor other than Thelen. I glanced at his door as we passed, wondering briefly if I should knock and ask him along. No. What a silly thought. I was here to win the heart of Prince Rorik. Thelen had no place in my evening plans. "We won't need a guard," Rorik whispered as we passed. I snapped my gaze up in time to see him watching me. "We're undercover tonight. Besides, it's an evening of joyful celebration throughout the entire city. Even the thieves and miscreants place their bad deeds on hold for the Night Rose Festival. You'll be safe with me." More like he would be safe with me, I thought bitterly. Rorik didn't strike me as the strong and heroic type. I'd never seen him in the training yards in all the years I'd watched him from the Isles. I wasn't even entirely sure he knew how to hold a sword. But that was exactly why I was here after all. Someone had to save his life. Any bitter thoughts evaporated once we safely exited the castle grounds. He may not be heroic, but Rorik was certainly sneaky. And judging from the way he expertly navigated the overlooked passages and darkened alleyways surrounding the castle without a single guard in sight, I suspected this wasn't his first secret escapade. There weren't any partygoers immediately surrounding the castle grounds, likely out of respect for the king. But it didn't take long before the sound of music reached us. The tune was upbeat and contagious, each note tempting my feet to bounce in time with the melody as we hurried toward the festivities. Finally, we rounded the last corner that stood between the castle and the festival. The streets were alight with glowing purple fires in the multitude of lanterns that hung around the perimeter of the town square. Roses were everywhere, a rich purple vibrantly displaying their petals under the silver moonlight. And though it was the middle of the night, the light of the moon illuminated the faces of those who set their inhibitions free under its watch. It was absolutely perfect. They add some of the rose oil to the fires to cause that purple flame, Rorik said excitedly. It's wonderful. I could hardly take it all in. It is, he agreed. And you know what else is wonderful? Night rose wine. He tugged me through the crowds to one of the many serving carts around the perimeter. My mind flashed back to the sluggish and apathetic version of Rorik I'd encountered the night of the ball. I knew how he behaved when he was a little too deep into a wineskin, and that was a side of the prince I didn't care to revisit. But much had changed since then. Perhaps tonight would be different. I could only hope. The woman serving at the cart was involved in an animated discussion with someone behind her. Rorik loudly cleared his throat, and the young maiden spun around, eyes growing as round as the rims of the cups on her cart. She stared first at me, then glanced at the prince, mouth ajar. I gave her a slight shake of the head, and finally Gwenny's wits returned. Can I help ye?" A grin tugged at the corner of her mouth as she awaited Rorik's response. I couldn't help but return the barmaid's grin. It was good to see a familiar face, even under these false pretenses. Rorik, on the other hand, did everything he could to avoid eye contact. His hair remained unstyled under his cap, light stubble grazed his chin, and the well-worn clothing of a commoner covered him from head to toe. He could definitely pass as a townsperson if one didn't examine him too closely. But Gwenny knew who he was, and she certainly knew who I really was, too. 2 cups, please. 1 for me and 1 for my date. He smiled down at me before looking back to Gwenny. This is her first Night Rose festival. Well, in that case, we'll make it a double. Gwenny poured us 2 generous cups of wine, the liquid such a dark shade of purple that it almost looked black as it sloshed over the tops of the cups. To new adventures. Rorik tapped his cup against mine, then took a long swig. To new adventures, I replied. The wine was surprisingly refreshing, a fruity and floral explosion on my tongue. It was definitely better than I expected. Let's dance. Rorik took my hand and guided me into the center of the town square, drinks still in our hands, as a new song began to play. I recognized the song from the night of the ball, and just like that night, I didn't know the steps. But the way Rorik pulled me along made it easy enough to keep up. He'd probably spent half of his life learning steps to the various songs and dances played. He lived his life to make good impressions, and he did it well enough. But there was something missing. It was obvious that Rorik took no joy in the dance. He seemed distracted, his eyes scanning the crowd as they moved rather than settling on me or truly enjoying our time together. And it was fine, because if I were honest with myself, I wasn't thinking of Rorik either. My mind kept drifting back to the last time I moved to this song, to the warm brown eyes and strong calloused hands that swept me through the ballroom, as though I were floating on a cloud. As much as I hated to admit it to myself, I kept thinking of Thelen. Shaking my head to snap myself out of it, I refocused on the prince. He kept his free hand on the small of my back as he guided me through the steps, his other hand never letting his wine get too far from his mouth. By the end of the song, his cup was empty and his lips were purple. That was fun. He forced a grin, displaying a mouthful of grayish wine-stained teeth. I smiled politely in return. It was. Thank you for the dance. A loud, boisterous laugh drew my attention away to a small group of dancers nearby. A young woman with pale-colored hair had her head thrown back, laughing heartily under the light of the moon. Several male suitors stood around, each one looking desperate to be the object of her affection. Finally, the laugh died down, and she glanced around the circle, her blue eyes shining with mirth. Is that Lady Tolly? I took the prince's arm and pulled him through a wall of warm bodies who were just beginning to sway to a new tune. I didn't stop until we were safely out of sight, tucked into a dingy alley off of the main square. Did she see us? I don't think so. Rorik shook his head. But I'm less concerned about being caught by a lady of Northglen, and more concerned with what that lady may be up to. She's not supposed to be out here. Neither are we, I countered. But we only snuck out of the castle for a bit of fun. We have no bad intentions. Who's to say Lady Tolly doesn't have the same motivation? Rorik furrowed his dark brow. So you don't believe I need to worry about her breaking my father's explicit rules? I sighed. I know that Lady Tolly has been itching to get outside of those castle walls just as badly as I have. Maybe even more. I'm certain that a night of music and dancing is all she's after. You heard her laughter, did you not? She did seem to be enjoying herself. Indeed. I say we let the girl have some fun before she must return to Northglen. Rorik quirked his brow at that, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Do you know something I don't? You seem awfully confident that Tolly will be leaving. My cheeks warmed, but he grabbed my hand before my doubts set in too far. I glanced at his soft hand wrapped around mine. He'd made enough moves to win me over. It was time for me to play the game as well. I had to let him know that I was interested in furthering our relationship. Well, Your Highness. I pulled our hands out to the side, bringing our bodies a little closer together. Seeing as we are secretly dancing under the moonlight together, I'd say you've given me plenty of reason to be confident. He pulled me closer still, until the front of my skirt pressed into his legs. There were mere inches between our chests, and he dropped his face close enough to mine that I could see a sheen of sweat across his forehead in the warmth of the night. Suddenly my breaths quickened, heart racing. I'd watched enough of the mortal world to know what was happening. He planned to kiss me. What was I supposed to do? He reeked of sweat and hot wine, and the very last thing I wanted in the world right now was for him to put his purple lips on me. But I couldn't back away. That was definitely not the way to win the prince's affection. With tense muscles, I decided I would simply close my eyes and pucker my lips. With any luck, it would be over quickly, and we could get back to the castle. But he stopped before he reached my mouth, eyes locking into something in the distance back in the direction of the town square. Excuse me. He cleared his throat and smoothed his tunic, then pulled off his cap and ran a hand through his hair several times, trying to make it more presentable. I don't know what got into me there. I'm going to get another drink. Do you need one? But he wasn't even looking at me. He was already walking back toward the crowd, a man on a mission. No, I said softly to the prince's back, but he never heard me. I craned my neck to see exactly where he was going. One of the servant girls from the castle stood at the entrance of the alley, eyes locked onto Rorik's. Oh, what damage some of the servants' gossip would do if the king learned of our little outing here tonight. Thankfully, Rorik didn't waste any time going in to do damage control. And thankfully, the servant girl saved me from what would have most certainly been a very uncomfortable situation. Chapter 17. Vaeda. Rorik didn't immediately return. I waited only a moment after he disappeared back into the crowd with the servant girl before leaving the alley behind. I wasn't exactly comfortable after what had happened with Thelen the last time I was caught alone in an alley. Even if Rorik assured me the miscreants were all away tonight, I wasn't so quick to let my guard down. I also wasn't so eager to wait around for the prince. Had he really been so close to kissing me, or had I imagined the whole thing? It should have been good news. It was a victory in my quest to win the man's heart, but everything about it just felt so wrong. I downed the rest of my night rose wine and returned to Gwenny's cart. The barmaid waited with a knowing grin, picking up the wineskin to pour me another cup full of the rich purple liquid before I even had to ask. "How's your date?" I shrugged. "He's gone." "Well, that's no good." Gwenny wiped her palms on the front of her apron. I only shrugged again, causing the barmaid to bark out a laugh. "I know that look. That's the look of a girl in love. And if it's not with the one who brung ya, then I'll bet I know who the lucky fella is." "Don't even say, 'Where's Thelen?'" Gwenny grinned, looking delighted that she'd caught on to the feelings I refused to admit out loud. I took a long drink from my very full cup, probably sleeping. "So you didn't tell him you were coming tonight?" "No. Love's a complicated beast. It's not love." I took another drink. It wasn't love. It couldn't be. There was no way the moirai would allow Thelen and me to be together. They would never stop hunting me. And even if it were possible, that would completely destroy my whole reason for being in the mortal realm in the first place. I had to focus on Rorik, not Thelen. Without Rorik's life intact, there would be no mortal realm left in which I could enjoy a life with Thelen. Assuming we even survived, the world would be too consumed with darkness from the mages of Caligo for any kind of valuable life together. Call it what you will. Gwenny's voice broke my trail of thoughts. But I say when the fates throw two people together, you better hold on for dear life, because you never know when the opportunity might be ripped away again. Don't let it go. Thanks, Gwenny, you're right. I couldn't let the opportunity get away. I'd been granted a unique gift in this chance to win Rorik's heart and save him from Rissa. I was a fool to keep allowing some dragon man to sidetrack me. I would go back to the castle tonight and ask Thelen to leave before dawn. He was a distraction. He could cause me to trip, and the world would never be the same for it. He had to go. I spun around to find Rorik and nearly crashed right into a young woman. "Elodie?" "Toli." My eyes darted around the square, looking for anyone who might have noticed us. "You don't need to look so concerned." Toli laughed, her lips lightly stained from the wine as well. "There's not a single person here who would report us back to the king. They're just thrilled to have anyone from the castle here at all. And between you and me," she leaned in and dropped her voice to a whisper, "it's late enough in the night that I don't think most of them can see straight anymore anyway." She laughed again, the sound light and free. And before I could help it, a giggle burst forth from my own mouth. Perhaps Toli had a point. No one here seemed the least bit concerned about our attendance. I looked once again for any sign of the prince, but Toli took my hand and led me deeper into the crowd before I could search too far. The band started up another lively jig, and I moved with the other maidens into a line facing the men. Toli nudged me with her elbow, and I glanced down to see the ladies' feet moving to the beat. It took only a moment for me to learn the steps, and before I knew it, I was dancing right in line with the other women of Fariscott. Maybe it was the wine or the purple glow. Perhaps it was the alluring notes of the song, or the laughter of a town united in celebration. Whatever it was, I liked it. And as the song carried on, I allowed myself to relax and to truly take in the moment. I'd remember the prince every so often, scanning the faces around me as I spun from arm to arm of the many handsome young men in the town square. But I wasn't concerned at all by Rorik's absence. In fact, I was quite delighted to have some time to enjoy myself. Together with Toli, I danced again and again, pausing only to refill my cup and peruse the goods displayed by the many merchants set up around the square. Even the children were out tonight, playing their games and enjoying baked treats as they bobbed and swayed to the music. One called out to me, lifting a ball into the air and miming a throwing motion. I lifted my hands to catch the ball, then chased after the children who went running back toward the alley where their game was set up. I threw the ball back to the boy, then saw a much more sinister figure stepping out of the shadows behind the children's game. "Go on, children. Find your parents." I tried to shake off the effects of the wine that hung from my every movement and every thought like a warm blanket, squinting my eyes to clear my mind as I placed my body between the children and the man who stepped nearer. My hand instinctively reached for the dagger in my skirts, but it was gone. Stolen on these very streets. My fingers wrapped around the orb instead, ensuring its safety before raising my voice to urge the children away faster. "What's the matter?" Toli asked, stepping up behind me. I gestured ahead to the shadows, and the man finally stepped out to reveal himself. I recognized him immediately. It was the Fey man who had attacked me before, when I was with Thelen. The man who had tried to sabotage my entrance into the ball. The man who so clearly wanted me dead. He grinned at me. "Who is that?" Toli's voice trembled as she tripped over her own feet, falling against my back and causing me to stumble closer to the man. "It's not safe for you ladies here in the dark alleys." He pulled a weapon and spun it casually around his fingers. I knew I should run, but my feet didn't want to cooperate. All of my limbs were heavier, my instincts sluggish as I examined the details of the Fey man's weapon. "That's my dagger," I growled. "I kept waiting for you to come looking for it. You know you could get into quite a bit of trouble if something like this were to fall into the wrong hands." My muscles tensed, preparing for an attack, but that would be foolish. I was no match against the Fey man, not in my current state, and especially not unarmed. But I needed that dagger. "We need to get out of here," Toli slurred in my ear. She grabbed my arm and pulled, but I wasn't going anywhere without that dagger. I just had to find a way to catch the Fey man off guard. There, on the ground a few feet away, was a stick the children had been using to hit the ball back and forth. It wasn't much, but I would take anything I could get. I dove for the makeshift weapon, but I was too slow. The Fey man must have seen my plan from a mile away, because he dove at the same time, pinning me to the ground with my very own dagger pointed down at my chest. A scream rang out, and the sound of Toli's footsteps pounding the hard dirt thumped away from where I lay. "Where is it?" the man growled. "Where's what?" "The orb. I know you have it." I spat in the man's face. "You know nothing." He reared back and forcefully brought the dagger toward my chest. I watched him the entire time, unflinching, wanting the man to remember the look on my face in his nightmares as he was kept up night after night, haunted by the day he murdered a Fateborne. But the blade never met my skin. He stopped an inch from my chest, grimacing. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I slammed my body into his leg, using my elbow to dig into the man's groin as I attempted to roll out from under him. The dagger scraped against my arm as I rolled away, digging deep into the meat of my bicep. But I was free of the man's weight. The sound of footsteps thundered into the alleyway, filling the air just as the Fey man released a loud groan. "There!" Toli yelled to a small gang of men behind her. "Get him!" The Fey man instantly jumped back to his feet, scampering away from the newly formed crowd like a rat in the light. He disappeared into the darkness, nothing more than a shadow in the night. "Elodie!" Toli fell to my side, gingerly reaching for my arm as tears streamed down her face. "Thank the fates you're alive. I don't know how you survived. He was Fey. You should be dead. And your arm—" I winced as Toli pulled back my sleeve to inspect the damage. "I don't know what kind of a weapon that was, but I've never seen a cut like this." "Let me see it." One of the men who had followed Toli into the alley returned to investigate my injury. "No." I shook my head and tried to cover the evidence. Blood was pouring from the wound, pumping in rivulets down my arm and saturating my dress. There was no use trying to hide it. But the fewer people I had around asking questions, the better. "Please," I begged Tolly in a soft voice. The lady from North Glen seemed to understand. Out! She stood and shooed the men away. All of you. A lot of good you did capturing the attacker. We're sorry, miss, but your friend is badly injured. We need to... I said out. The men paled, looking back and forth to one another before finally obeying Tolly's command. I suspected they were half drunk on wine themselves, judging by the way they stumbled away from us. They took 2 slow and sloppy steps, then took off in a disjointed run once Tolly stomped her foot. She was awfully formidable for being such a small little woman. And in this moment, I was certainly grateful for it. The moment we were alone again, Tolly dropped back to my side. I don't think they'll stay away for long. What can I do to help? The barmaid. I winced, a cold shiver racking my body as I fought off the shock of my wound. Where you first spotted me. A blonde girl serving the night rose wine. Her name is Gwenny. Bring her here as quickly as possible, and please, please don't bring anyone else. Of course, I'll get her here as quickly as I can. Don't worry, Elodie. Help is coming. She lifted her skirts and took off down the alley, leaving me alone with a throbbing arm and a head full of dizzying thoughts. Thank goodness Tolly was there. I wasn't sure what might have happened if the lady hadn't been there to help. I'd come so close to the kiss of death, and by my own blade. It would have been a humiliating way to die, and worse. I would have let down the entire realm with such a failure. I never dreamed that the Fae would create such an obstacle for me here. I also never expected to find a friend in one of the other ladies. I thought back to the day I'd overheard the mountain elves gossiping in the kitchen about Lady Tolly's ties with the Fae. But I'd just witnessed the girl chase off the Fae attacker to save my life without a second thought. The elves didn't trust Tolly. But then again, they didn't trust me either. Perhaps the small creatures were wrong about us both. My eyes grew heavy as the music still drifting in from the town square lulled me into a more relaxed state. Even the throbbing in my arm seemed to fade to the periphery. I wiped a piece of stray hair from my cheek, leaving sticky fingerprints behind from the blood that coated my hand. Then I rested on my good arm, allowing the darkness to cradle me until help finally arrived.
Chapter 18. Thelen. I kicked a rock across the empty street of the Red Quarter, sending it bouncing across the hard dirt with a thump and a rattling roll. I probably shouldn't have been so careless to create that kind of racket in the middle of the night, but it was the evening of the Night Rose Festival. Every soul in Fariscott was busy tonight, celebrating the last great ruler they'd known, the Queen. No one would waste time in the Red Quarter when they could be dancing under the full moon at the festival. No one but me, anyway. Normally, I didn't mind being alone and away from the crowds, but tonight I was frustrated. My high from getting Mel on board with my plan came crashing down once I'd found my dragon. Gladys had nearly burned down the stables again, and I still had the blackened soot on my trousers to prove it. Stubborn old dragon. It would serve her well to learn some patience. I'd told her it wouldn't be long before we could get back to the mountains, and this time I knew it was true. But any time away from her home was too long for Gladys. I couldn't blame her, really. I was a little homesick myself. But the thought of returning home without the woman who had taken up a permanent residence in my mind didn't feel quite right either. I was so smitten with Vaeda that I could practically hear her voice even now, while the moon hung low in the sky and she was tucked safely away in the castle. I think it was over here somewhere. Ow! Can you please be a little more careful? Aye, I see it there. I tensed. I wasn't imagining Vaeda's voice at all. She was here, and she wasn't alone. A third woman giggled, the sound ringing like a bell in the night. It sounded a lot like Lady Tolly. I picked up my pace, jumping from shadow to shadow, until I finally reached the weak spot I'd discovered in the castle's defenses. Evidently, the women knew of the spot, too. I saw them just inside the bailey, 3 of them. Vaeda was hunched over between the other women, and the 3 of them flailed around together like a 6-legged sea monster on dry land. But surely that couldn't be the barmaid with them, could it? Vaeda growled and stopped dead in her tracks. With one arm extended toward Gwenny, She whispered through gritted teeth. I said I'm fine. Please stop fussing over me. I swear we'll find him, Elodie. We'll find him, and we'll report him to the Central Council of the Fae. They'll banish him for injuring a human, and he'll spend the rest of his life like the troll that he is. Tolly put her hands on her hips, looking like she was about to go on. But I had heard enough. I burst forth from the shadows, no longer caring whose attention I might snag. As the princess's guard, it was my duty to protect her. And by the way she held her arm, I realized I had failed that duty miserably. What happened? I demanded over the gasps of the women beside her. Who did this to you? The entire left sleeve of Vaeda's dress was stained a muddy shade of red. The fabric was torn enough to reveal a raised pink scar that I knew without a doubt hadn't existed this morning. But what shook me the most was the exhaustion on her face, and what resembled fear in her gaze. Go on, I said to the other women. I'll take her from here. Vaeda didn't look thrilled to see me, but she didn't object either. I wouldn't bother to wait for a response. Carefully avoiding her injury, I scooped her up into my arms. Her trademark scent of honeysuckle and cinnamon was covered by the pungent aroma of night rose wine, something human smothering my perfect gift from the universe above. How dare they mar her? How dare they bring her pain? Thelen, relax. I'm fine. Gwenny helped. Her voice was a balm over the fire that burned in my chest. I turned back to face the women. The barmaid hid a knowing grin, but Lady Tolly wasn't laughing at all. She looked about ready to fight me. Gwenny whispered something into her ear, and Tolly relaxed ever so slightly, merely shaking her head as she warned me not to hurt Vaeda. I'll do a much better job of keeping her safe than you did, I grumbled under my breath. I continued toward the castle with Vaeda in my arms. If it were up to me, I would never set her down again. I paid little attention to my surroundings on the way back to her room. Let any castle guard dare to step in my way, and I would let them know just how I felt about them allowing her to sneak off the grounds under their noses. They'd failed her, but not as badly as I had failed her. I pushed open the door to her room and rested her tired body on top of her bed. Thelen, are you listening to me at all? I squinted, attempting to shake away the redness that still rimmed my vision. I said I'm perfectly capable of walking. Sure you are. Perfectly capable of walking right into Fae traps. What happened tonight, Vaeda? I knelt before the bed, trying to get a better look at the injury on her arm. She pulled away, covering it with her good hand. Nothing I wasn't able to handle on my own. She spat the last word like an arrow. Ignoring what was clearly meant to be an insult, I reached for her arm again. She allowed me to look this time, though it was difficult to get a good read on the damage done with so much blood-soaked fabric in the way. I pulled a knife from the belt at my waist, looking for Vaeda's permission before bringing it near her. Her eyes flashed briefly before she looked down at her sleeve and nodded with a sigh. I suppose it's ruined already anyway. I cut away at the fabric, squinting at the miracle before my eyes. Dried blood and crusted dirt still surrounded what should have been a fresh, gaping wound. But the skin had knitted itself back together. It was still sore, to be sure, but it wasn't anything remarkable if one didn't happen to notice all of the collateral damage the injury had caused. Gwenny took me back to her room. She gave me a strong draught to clear my head, she added sheepishly. Then she rubbed an ointment over the wound that burned worse than a fireberry thorn, and when the flaming burn of the blade disappeared, it looked like this. She's really an incredible healer. She's part Fae. I stood, running a hand through my hair, as I began to pace back and forth in the dim light of the moon shining in through Vaeda's window. And so was your attacker, wasn't he? Was it the same man? The one who attacked us in the alley? And the day of the ball, she added with a nod. My short nails dug into my palms, fists begging to pound something. Anything, a wall would do. But no, that wouldn't help matters at all. I decided to busy myself instead. I stepped into Vaeda's bathing room, dipping a clean cloth into the basin of water that awaited her there. It was cold, but clean enough to do the job. Wringing it out, I brought the cloth back into her bedchamber and gently began to wipe away some of the grime surrounding the wound. Does it hurt? I looked up to find Vaeda watching me, rather than my work. A breath caught in my chest as I realized just how close we were. Her stormy eyes looked almost black in the low light, but I wasn't afraid. There was nothing cold in them. only curiosity and something a little more complex that I didn't dare allow myself to hope for. There was no way she felt the same desire that was heating my own blood right now. Not anymore. She held my gaze for a moment longer before her features hardened and she looked quickly away. How did it happen? I got back to work, pretending the energy buzzing between us was nothing more than a figment of my imagination. With my own dagger. So it wasn't a coincidence? I threw the wet cloth over my shoulder. If it was a fae who stole your dagger and turned it against you, you should be dead. No one survives the power of the fae. So I've heard. If he meant to kill you, he would have. Unless... My gaze fell to the chain around her neck. I reached for it, slowly enough that she could stop me if she didn't want my touch. But she didn't move. Vaeda seemed to hold her breath as my fingers skimmed over the smooth skin across her collarbone. I didn't linger, though, taking the chain into my hand. It was delicate in my fingers as I pulled on it, revealing the ichor stone that had hung hidden below the front of her dress. I rubbed my thumb across the smooth surface of the stone, warm from being nestled against her skin. Vaeda's hand closed around mine, holding me there. I looked up to find her eyes staring intently into mine. Another push in this silent game between us. The game was dangerous. To play would mean risking my heart. This woman had the power to break me in a way I'd never been broken before, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to resist with every touch and longing glance we shared. I wished desperately that I could read the thoughts playing through her mind right now. Do you think the stone saved you? The moment was shattered by my words, and I wished I could pull them back into my mouth like a rope over the side of a ship at sea. This energy between us was building like a tempest on the waves, and I was struggling against the desire to throw myself overboard, crashing into her with everything I had. A stone alone can't save anyone. She dropped my hand and scooted away. You should have been there the day my dagger was stolen. This could have all been prevented. Her words took on a harsh tone. The game was over. I want to protect you, Vaeda. I do, but I'm not a mage. I can't know where you're going or when you'll need my help if you never speak to me. I had no idea you were even leaving the castle tonight. Why are you so opposed to asking for my help? I told you I would do anything for you. Anything I can. And probably many things that I can't. I told you I can't speak to you about what I do. They're listening. Always. In fact, she stood and moved for the door. You shouldn't be here at all. This is all wrong. We shouldn't be together. You need to go. A groan escaped me. Listen to yourself. You should have been here. You have to go. What do you want from me, Vaeda? She bit her lip and turned her face away. Because I can tell you exactly what I want. I want to stay right here. I want to be by your side every minute of every day. Especially now that I know the Fae are still after you. They'll stop at nothing. Don't you see? I may not be a real guard, but I'm the closest thing you've got here. I'm the only one who knows who you really are. And I'm not staying because I have to. I have no obligations to anyone. I'm staying because I want to. I know what's at stake, and I choose this. I choose the risk. I choose you. You have no idea what's at stake. Everything is at stake. There it was. I'd laid myself bare for her to see. And at some point during my mini tirade, I'd closed the gap between us again. I couldn't help it. I was drawn to her like a moth to a flame, like a dragon to mince meat pies. She stared at me, not more than a foot between us. Her eyes locked onto mine, but her expression was unreadable. Had I said too much? Was I too late? She was so strong, perhaps I'd offended her. But I could be nothing other than my true self. If she didn't want me for what I was, then I'd have to accept that and move on. But if only she would agree. I could take her tonight. We'd be fugitives, but at least we would be together. Gladys could have us back in the mountains by sunup, and we could leave this fate's forsaken land once and for all. I'd even leave my unfinished business with Rorik behind if she'd only say yes. But she said nothing at all. She only stood there, chest rising and falling with uneven breaths, eyes wide and swirling with thoughts I'd never get to hear. The discomfort of the silence began to crawl over my skin, into my ears, where it whispered the truth to me. I was a fool for exposing my heart. She didn't want me. She never did. And if I truly wanted what was best for her, I'd let her go. Okay. My voice sounded hoarse, like it belonged to someone else. I understand. I'll go. I turned for the door, but she caught my arm mid-spin. Before I could ask if she'd changed her mind, her mouth was on mine. I froze, arms hanging awkwardly at my sides. Her lips were soft and warm, her scent a welcome embrace. But it didn't seem real. It couldn't be. She pulled back ever so slightly, a question in her eyes. I'd never seen her look so vulnerable, nor had I ever seen another woman so beautiful, even in her ripped and stained dress. I caressed her cheekbone with the pad of my thumb, and she closed her eyes at the touch. Her chin lifted again, an invitation. And this time, I was ready for it. The dangers of our world faded away as I allowed myself to get lost in this woman. I hardly dared to come up for air, certain that I would wake up and learn this was all a dream. Her fingers tangled in the back of my hair as she pulled me closer, hungry for more. Our lips parted, deepening the kiss and sending a line of fire through me. I never wanted the moment to end, but the harsh truth crashed into my mind sooner than I wanted. Vaeda wanted to marry the prince. She wanted Rorik. I took a step back, apologizing. Maybe the night rose wine had gotten to her more than I thought. Or maybe there was something in Gwenny's draft that had distorted her thinking. I couldn't take advantage of the situation, not like this. I really should get back to my room. Suddenly I was out of good ideas. Vaeda looked horrified. Her fingers were on her mouth, brows pulled together. In shame or horror over what they'd just done, I couldn't be sure. I turned to leave before my chest cracked any further. I couldn't let her see me crumble. Wait! She stepped between me and the door, raising then dropping her hand like she wasn't sure how to proceed. I shouldn't have kissed you like that. I'm sorry. Please don't go. I knew it was a mistake, but she seemed to quickly recover from it. Could I? You want me to stay? I promise I won't make you uncomfortable again. I laughed, the tension releasing from my shoulders. Oh, I felt nothing of the sort. I was quite comfortable, actually. A grin pulled at the corner of her mouth, causing me to believe that maybe we could move past that little slip. No matter how badly I wanted to hang on to the moment, I knew it wasn't mine to hold. She believed that she was destined for another. She didn't want me, not really. But that didn't change my desire to protect her, at least until Rorik was fully removed from the picture. As badly as I wished I could whisk her away, there was a plan already in place. Then will you stay with me tonight? If I promise to keep my hands and lips to myself? What you said, well, I could use some company, so if you meant it, of course I meant it, I'll stay. Her face broke into a full smile then, and I committed the image to memory, hoping to never forget this moment, this look on her face. There would be consequences, of course. And when I killed Rorik, I knew I'd forever lose the right to become the object of her eye. But those worries could wait until tomorrow. Tonight I was content to keep dreaming for as long as the fates would allow it. I'd leave before daybreak, but I planned to cherish every breath until then. Chapter 19. Thelen. For the first time in 20 years, I didn't wake up alone. I thought I was dreaming at first. It wasn't the first time I'd dreamt of a woman's soft curves pressed into my body, but none were ever so perfect as these. Vaeda fit at my side like an extension of myself. My body seemed to know her, like the universe created us to be together. My arm was wrapped around her, hand resting on her hip as she slept with her cheek, lying sweetly against my chest. I turned my head ever so slightly to breathe in the scent of her hair. I knew better than to be so indulgent, but I may never have the opportunity to cherish the feel of her like this again. I'd intended to go before the sun rose over the mountains, but as the pale gray light of dawn trickled in through the window, Vaeda only snuggled herself closer to me, deep in such a peaceful rest that I hated to stir and wake her. She needed the rest after the night she'd had, and I selfishly relished the chance to hold her for a few minutes longer. Great dragon's alive! A door slammed shut. The raspy shout woke Vaeda with a jolt, sending her careening over the edge of the bed. That left me to face the stern mountain elf on my own. I caught Veda's dash, into the bathing room from the corner of my eye while I scrambled for something to say. But Truga wasn't interested in explanations. "Get out of here!" She pointed a long, crooked finger at me. Yes, right, of course. I leaned down for my boots, muddy on the floor next to the stained cloth I'd used to clean Vaeda's arm the night before. There was no telling what might have been running through Truga's mind. The sight certainly didn't leave me looking innocent. I only hoped my history with the mountain elf would prevent her from reporting anything to the king. There was no time to tell Vaeda goodbye, or even to tie my laces as the elf practically shoved me out of her room, and what waited on the other side of Vaeda's door was even worse. Rorik stood about 10 paces away from me, alone in the corridor, eyes glued to my disheveled hair and racing breaths. Great dragons alive indeed. We locked onto one another, but Rorik's gaze held none of the fury I felt. Vaeda had explained that he took her from the castle last night. He'd fed her compliments and buckets full of wine, then abandoned her in a dark alley at the festival. He'd left her to be killed, and I wouldn't have been the least bit surprised if Rorik had set the entire thing up. It was too great a coincidence to be happenstance. He was probably coming here to clean up her things now that he believed her to be dead. But Rorik was wrong. Vaeda was too strong for him. She was too good for us all. My fists curled into tight knots at my side as I internally warred with myself. I wanted nothing more than to beat in the prince's smug face right here in the hall. But there was a plan already in motion. Rorik would get what was coming to him soon enough. As if he could read what was going through my mind, the prince suddenly grinned. "Good morning, Tim." He nodded cheerfully, then turned and strode away, a new bounce to his step. I started to follow him, blood pumping angrily. Did he not even care that Vaeda was hurt? Did he know? Whatever the case, it was clear that the prince had nefarious intentions. I needed to ensure that my plan to bring Rorik's life to an end happened sooner rather than later. I hastened to my room and dressed quickly, determined to find Mel and hurry things along. It was probably nothing more than my imagination or some latent guilt over what I was about to do, but the air felt colder in the Callaghan corridor of the castle. It was almost as though the universe were trying to warn me. Turn around, go back. There's dark magic here. But that magic was exactly what I needed. Mel answered her door on the third rap, pulling me inside. "What are you doing here?" One of her mages sat in the corner, near a cluttered desk, steely eyes pinning me to my spot on the floor. I tried to catch a glimpse of what they'd been working on before I knocked, but the shadows crept in and covered the workspace, like a thick layer of fog. "I asked you a question." I turned my attention back to Mel, remembering the reason for my visit. I wanted to see how things were progressing. I flicked my gaze back to the mage, unsure of how much I should say in the man's presence. Mel seemed to understand my hesitation. She waved a hand at the man. "Kanan and I are in the process of creating a tool we'll need. I told you I would inform you when we were ready for you. You shouldn't have come here." My jaw clenched. My patience is growing thin, and yours should be as well. I saw the prince in the Barenfall corridor just this morning. This isn't boding well for you and Princess Rissa, and it's not boding well for me. I'm ready to put an end to it. Mel grinned, sensing my very real frustration. Of course, she assumed my rage was directed at Vaeda, when really it was Rorik who had to go. "I appreciate your enthusiasm, but, as I said, this matter must be handled carefully. And since we are dealing with one of the fates, it is especially important to keep you in the dark." She paused, rubbing her lips together. "But perhaps there is a way to share our plan without the fates seeing it." Kanan grinned, exposing rows of yellowed teeth. The room seemed to darken slightly as he stood and joined Mel. "Would you like that, Thelen? Would you like to hear the plan a little earlier than we originally intended?" I should have said no. This was clearly a setup. But my blood still pumped hot through my veins after seeing Rorik near Vaeda's door. I couldn't resist. "Yes." Kanan lifted his hands and darkness seeped from every corner of the room. I was frozen to the spot, helpless to do anything but watch as the shadows crept toward me. I felt them slithering into my mind, a cold caress over my thoughts. And though their presence was known, there was no pain, just the uncomfortable sensation that I wasn't alone in my own head. Mel waited for a signal from her man, then gestured for me to follow her over to the desk. The cloud of darkness that had been obscuring it from my view cleared, falling to the floor like a heavy black wave. And sitting innocently upon the desktop was a simple wooden box. It was no larger than a loaf of bread and rectangular in shape. Light carvings adorned the lid and sides of the box, a series of swirls and lines that told a story just outside of my understanding. I reached for the small brass clasp that held the lid in place when Mel called out for me to stop. "You don't want what's inside that box." "What is it?" My fingers hovered over the lid, suddenly afraid to come into contact with the wood. "It's the answer to your dilemma. Perhaps Kanan can explain it better than I can." I was focused on the carvings, entranced by the small wooden creation in front of me as the mage's words filled the air. "It's old magic," Kanan explained, "from the ancients. We uncovered a new source about 20 years ago, and have been honing our skills ever since. But the power is linked to stones from the source. One of the stones lies within that box. I am working to create a spell that will unleash an intense desire to take the stone into one's own hands. Whoever receives this box will be powerless to resist its contents. And once the stone is in hand, we will have complete control over the one who holds it." "What do you mean by we?" "We mean you, of course." Mel stepped to my side, placing a hand on my arm that shook me from my stupor. She pointed to another stone on the desk, blacker than the far reaches of the universe. It wasn't just dark, it was the absence of light, the absence of everything. It was nothing in a very solid state. "For you will hold the other stone. This is what will connect you to the princess and put you in control of her actions." I wanted to object. This thing wasn't natural. My hairs stood on end, warning me that if I touched that stone, I would become nothing as well. It would consume me. But the shadows tightened around my thoughts, and I nodded, satisfied with her answer. "Yes, me. I will be in control." "What then?" Mel grinned, shooting a sideways glance at her mage. "You'll stage an accident, something that looks natural and believable. Ideally, it will happen in front of a large crowd, so that there are hundreds of witnesses, hundreds of people who can confirm that the princess met her demise as a result of her own ineptitude. There will be no link to you, and you can make the incident as humiliating as you'd like. Seek your revenge in the most public of ways. Then rid us of our mutual problem, and we can both flourish without her. And she won't know. She won't see it coming." The shadows caressed my thoughts, massaging them in a way that brought an audible moan from my lips. Kanan chuckled. "It's too easy." But before I could wonder what he meant by that, Mel took my arm again, pulling me to the door. "She won't see it coming, and we're close, very close to having it ready. Why don't you go ahead and take this?" She placed the onyx stone in my open palm, then closed my fingers around it. I was struck with an intense desire to keep the stone safe. I had to shield it from anyone who might suspect my real plan, anyone who might stand in my way. I immediately dropped the stone into my pocket and angled myself away from Mel and her mage. Then I allowed her to usher me to the door, eager to put some space between myself and these people I couldn't trust. Kanan stepped in front of me before I could exit. "You won't speak a word of this to anyone, understand?" I nodded. "We will notify you when it's time to put the plan into action. Until then, stay away from us." I stumbled out into the hall and Mel's door slammed shut behind me. My hand shot into my pocket, wrapping around the heavy stone that rested there. Then I had to lean against the cold wall of the corridor until a dizzy spell passed. My mind was tired, memories fuzzy, anger red-hot. Maybe it was my own rage fueling me on, but within steps I forgot everything that had been said in that room. All I knew was I had something powerful whispering to me from my pocket. Something that had to be kept safe no matter what. Something that would bring this kingdom to its knees.
Chapter 20. Vaeda. "How are you feeling?" Toli had come back to my room after supper. We hadn't been able to speak of the festival all day, but our passing glances in the halls had been enough to say that it weighed heavily on both of our minds. "I'm much better today." I rubbed a hand over my sleeve where the gash had been, showing Toli that it was all healed. Miraculously, no one in the castle seemed to be any wiser about our little escapade. I thought the charade was all over after Truga had found Thelen in my room that morning, but the mountain elf apparently had more discretion than I had given her credit for. And whatever Rorik had said to the servant girl we bumped into at the festival must have worked, because even the human servants were quiet throughout the day. No one knew we'd left the castle grounds. No one knew I'd nearly been kissed by the Prince of Greenbridge. And mercifully, no one knew I'd given in to my desire with my imposter guard of Baronfall. Even Toli didn't know that last bit, though I suspected I'd have some explaining to do since the lady had watched Thelen carry me away. So are we going to discuss your half-fae barmaid friend? Or would you rather I pretend I didn't notice? There was humor in Toli's gaze, but that didn't change the fact that she wanted a real answer. As you said once before, the Fae are like anyone else. Some are good, and some are not so good. I suppose I lucked out in befriending one of the kinder ones. It was true. I never would have made it this far had it not been for Gwenny. Knowing of your kingdom's relationship with the Fae, I hope I can trust you to keep Gwenny's gift a secret. Of course. Toli flashed a sincere smile. I am grateful she was there for you last night. I'm not sure I would have been much help on my own. But you were. You scared the attacker off with the help of your many suitors. Toli looked down at her lap, hiding a sheepish grin. But her expression was serious when she looked up again. I still don't know how you survived a Fae attack at all. I toyed with the neckline of my dress, ultimately deciding it wouldn't hurt to reveal my necklace. It wasn't illegal after all. And according to Thelen, the Baronfall Kingdom was known for possessing these kinds of things. I pulled on the chain, revealing the pendant. Toli's eyes widened. My guard believes this may have played a part. It's an ichor stone, and they're said to offer protection. I've heard of them, but I've never seen one in person. They aren't found around Northglen, or even here in Greenbridge for that matter. You are quite lucky to own such a thing, and it doesn't hurt that it's set into such a beautiful necklace either. Toli winked. Speaking of your guard, where is he today? She raised her brows, and I wondered if she suspected more to our relationship than what I wanted everyone to believe. I don't know. Resting, I suppose, after the excitement of last night. I promised him I wouldn't leave these walls today, so maybe he seized the opportunity to finally get some sleep. Toli laughed. He probably needs it. I've spent enough time with you to know that you are quite a slippery one to keep track of. She didn't mention my escape from our original tower, though I knew Toli must have been thinking about it. But that was probably better than fixating on Thelen. Strangely, Rorik and Thelen had both been absent throughout the day. I'd seen neither of them in the dining hall. They weren't in the gardens, and Thelen had missed his afternoon training with the other guards. He hadn't been in his room either. My cheeks reddened as I remembered my thoughtless actions from the night before. I didn't know what had come over me. I was normally a master over my own emotions, but they had slipped through my control last night, and I'd spent every minute since Thelen rushed out of my bedchamber that morning wishing I could relive it differently. Perhaps a kiss had been on my mind since Rorik attempted to kiss me in the alley. Putting my lips on a man seemed awful then, but it was all I could think about doing when Thelen was in my room later that night. The man made all the difference. He was so sincere, so genuine in his pledge to keep me alive. I choose you. Well, if you can't leave these walls, then I suppose we'd better find something to do here in the castle. I snapped my attention back to Toli and the mischief glinting in the girl's pale eyes. I have an idea, she continued. How would you feel about visiting our third lady? Rissa? Toli grinned and stood. Come on, I know just the thing to brighten the mood for all of us. Oh, looks like it's empty again. A rosy-cheeked Rissa held her empty tin cup out for Toli to refill. The crafty little Northglen lady had apparently gone back out to purchase a couple of skins of night rose wine before the merchants all went home in the hour before dawn. I remembered how Rissa had seemed to enjoy her drink at the ball, and she was overjoyed when Toli and I had knocked on her door after sundown with the promise of wine. We were eagerly granted entrance into the Callaghan princess's rooms. It only took 1 cup for Rissa to start talking again. By the second, she was laughing and carrying on as the 3 of us played a card game Tolly taught us. It was one she had learned from the Northglen soldiers, and it had us emptying our cups much faster than normal. And now, Rissa was ready for cup number 3. Not me, though. I didn't care for the way the wine made me feel, and I wasn't excited about bringing on the same fuzzy feeling I'd experienced in the alley. It was important to stay clear-headed, now probably more than ever before. I don't know, Princess. Perhaps we should slow down, Tolly said with a giggle. Rissa sighed. You're right. It just feels so good to get out of my head, you know? Actually, I said cautiously, we can see that your mind has been preoccupied since the ball, but you've never mentioned what is bothering you. You don't have to, of course, but sometimes it feels good to get those thoughts out of your head and allow someone else to share the burden of them. And if you want to, we're here. Tolly lifted her brows, surprised to hear something like that come from my mouth. And rightfully so. I wasn't typically a very emotionally engaged kind of person. But something about being around all these mortals lately had opened up a different side of me, one that I was willing to explore. Because with the emotional lows came extreme highs, too. I'd felt that just last night in Thielen's arms. But mostly I was just dying to know Rissa's secrets. With enough wine, perhaps I could get a sense of what Rissa's real mission here was. Was she trying to kill Rorik, or was she simply a pawn in someone else's game? I suspected the latter. Right on cue, Tolly lifted the wineskin, refilling Rissa's cup. I don't want to be here. Rissa took a long drink, then focused on something in the distance outside of her window. But I'm sure that doesn't surprise either of you. Did you leave someone behind back in Caligo? Yes. Rissa turned back to Tolly. But not in the way you might think. I had no lovers back home. And I'm not interested in having one now. It's my mother. She's been sick my entire life, but lately her health has taken a turn for the worse. And instead of being home by her side during what I fear could be her final days, I'm stuck here, pretending to care about a man I hardly know. There was no malice in her tone, only grief. And if I ever doubted Rissa's true intentions regarding Prince Rorik, I didn't have to anymore. The princess cared nothing for him. No love, no hate, certainly no desire to murder the man. And yet Rorik's fate was clear. I had just checked it again in the orb that morning, and nothing had changed. He still fell by the hands of the princess, dead as they crowned Rissa the queen. There was no mistaking it. But how? I had to dig deeper. So why are you still here? Rissa looked at me as though my head was full of air. For the same reason we all are, to form an alliance with Greenbridge. She took a sloppy drink, a drop of deep purple spilling from the corner of her mouth and down past her chin. She wiped it with her sleeve, but it had already left a faint stain on her skin. That wasn't what caught my eye the most, however. I hadn't noticed it before, but Rissa wore a ring on her right hand. It had ornate swirls of gold wrapping around her finger, and set deep inside the metal was a tiny but very distinct stone. Ichor. My own necklace weighed heavily against my chest, thankfully out of sight of the Callaghan princess. The merchant, Thelen, had purchased the jewelry from said it was reserved for someone else. Was this supposed to be Rissa's necklace? And if so, who was so anxious to keep the girl protected? More importantly, what were they trying to protect her from? It was my mother's idea, actually. Rissa laid her cards on the table, signaling that the game was over for now. She has spent her whole life trying to improve Caligo's reputation among the greater northern kingdoms. We aren't all bad, you see. But the past is too dark. It's too deeply ingrained in the memories of the other kingdoms. It has been difficult to establish ourselves as an ally. So she insisted on this union between the prince and me. I want nothing more than to be by her side, holding her hand as she takes her last breath. But if I can't be there, then I can at least see to it that her final wish is carried out. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. By the sound of it, her mother would never live long enough to see this wish of hers fulfilled. But Rissa was willing to sacrifice her every future happiness to carry out a dying woman's wishes anyway. It was heartbreaking. Nausea rose into my chest. Suddenly, it became clear. Whether she wanted this or not, Rissa was not going to give up so easily. Not unless she had a sure ticket back to her mother and some kind of an alliance established. Could I make that happen if I were one day queen? Tolly squeezed Rissa's hand. Well, you don't have to worry about us getting in your way. I don't think any one of us really wants to rule this kingdom. She glanced at me for confirmation. Tolly didn't know I'd left the castle with Rorik last night. She only suspected my relationship with Thelen, not the prince. No, I admitted, twisting my skirt between my fingers. We don't. I placed my cards atop the deck in the center of the table and faked a yawn. I apologize, ladies. I didn't realize how late it was. Thank you, Tolly, for teaching us this game. We'll have to play again sometime soon. Yes. Rissa stood and walked me to the door. You deserve some thanks as well, Elodie. It's nice to know that I'm not alone here. I pressed my lips together, offering a quick nod before hurrying out into the hall. Just as Rissa's door closed behind me, another opened across the hall. Lady Malin's eyes seemed to darken as she noted me leaving the princess's rooms. I quickened my pace, uninterested in speaking with anyone else from Caligo tonight. One hand shot into my pocket, checking to be sure Rorik's orb was still resting safely inside, and the other hand inadvertently moved to my chest, covering the necklace that lay under the front of my dress. I didn't look back, not even when I heard Malin's footsteps tapping on the stone floor behind me. As I walked faster, so did Malin. I had to get out of this Caligan corridor, and soon. I rounded the corner, crashing into Thelen. His eyes widened as he noted where I'd come from, hands grabbing my shoulders to steady me. Then his attention snapped back to the sound of Malin following me around the corner. Not a word was spoken between us, but he understood. He pulled my hand, and together, we dipped into a dusty alcove in the hall. He pushed a large tapestry aside to reveal a small door. Pushing it open, he pulled me inside just as the sound of Malin's steps reached us. There wasn't a spot of light once the door closed again behind us. I was aware of nothing but Thielen's weight pressed against my body, his finger against my lips, his breath rustling my hair. I could sense rather than see that there was little room here for two people. Some kind of crate on the floor pressed into the side of my foot, but I didn't dare move. I didn't like Lady Malin. That was even more true now that I knew the woman was wielding her political power over the king. But Thielen's reaction indicated that there may be more to the woman than I even suspected. And yet, I couldn't make my mind wrap itself around the threat. I couldn't think about Malin while I had a warm-blooded man pressed against my body. The small shuffling sound from the hall was nothing compared to the raucous beating of my heart. I was certain Thelen must have heard it too. It reverberated off the walls of the tiny dark closet we huddled in. And every second we were trapped in here together only made it beat that much harder. I could even feel my pulse in my lips. It was an ache, almost painful to keep them to myself, when Thielen's soft mouth was only inches away. He turned his face toward the door, his nose brushing lightly against my cheek, and I closed my eyes, breathing him in. I was just about to give in and pull him down to me when his whisper cut through the silence. I think she's gone. Neither one of us spoke as we made our way quickly back to our rooms. I wondered if he felt it too, that crackling chemistry that had ignited between us. Or was it all in my head? I supposed it didn't matter either way. Nothing could happen between Thelen and me. Nothing could happen. I had to repeat it to myself again as I tossed and turned in my oversized bed later that night. It felt so empty now that I'd had a preview of what it was like to sleep in his arms. A humorless laugh huffed from my lips. I'd thought it would be simple to come here and make the prince fall in love with me, but I never considered what that would feel like for me. There were no contingency plans in place. No consideration for what I would do if my emotions refused to cooperate. The Fateborne didn't feel. There was no room for emotion. There was only an unwavering loyalty to the moirai and a responsibility to the universe. And the universe didn't ask our opinions. Rorik was nothing like I'd imagined. Nothing in the mortal realm was what it seemed from my view in the Isles. Everything was different here. And the most different thing of all, perhaps, was myself. Chapter 21. Vaeda. The scent of honeysuckle wafted in through an open window, swept up in the whisper of a spring breeze. The floor was painted in sunshine, and birds merrily sang the song of a new day from sycamore branches in the courtyard below. It was too late to be in bed. I rolled over to tell him we needed to get going, but I was caught in Thelen's gaze like a rabbit in a snare. His hair was messy, his shirt lay somewhere on the floor out of sight, and the bed linens hung loosely around his waist, exposing the hard planes of his chest. He caught me inspecting him and grinned, his eyes falling to my lips. Then, without warning, he flipped me on my back and kissed me. I opened my mouth to object, but only fell deeper into his embrace. I didn't want to let go. I was swept away in this beautiful secret we shared. It was more special somehow, when the world didn't know. The door burst open, slamming into the wall with an explosive bang. King Brogan stormed in, his booming voice rattling the walls. "Get him!" 100 soldiers rolled in after him like storm clouds, shattering our stolen moment of sweet perfection. "No!" I shouted at them. "No! Leave him alone! Thelen! Thelen!" A pillow smacked me in the face. My eyes fluttered open to find a duller version of sunlight, pale and gray from light cloud cover on a dreary morning. Dust motes floated in the light. There was no honeysuckle, no birdsong. And worst of all, instead of Thelen's handsome face, I was staring into the beady eyes of a mountain elf. "Get up!" Truga barked. She threw the pillow back on my face and stomped into the bathing room to get started with her chores. It was only a dream. I untangled the sheets from around my sweaty legs, hoping I'd been dreaming silently, but knowing somehow that I wasn't so lucky. It could have been worse, though. Truga had already seen Thelen in my bed. Murmuring his name while I slept was much less of an offense than sleeping next to him. I dressed quickly, my mind racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. I couldn't get the man out of my head even while I slept. This wasn't good at all. I was here for Rorik. My mission was to save the prince. Visions in the back of my mind bounced back and forth between the two men. It was a battle between heart and mind, and I was caught in the middle, desperately searching for another answer. Could I save the prince without living a lie? Thelen wasn't at breakfast, which left me equal parts broken and relieved. I wanted to see him again, but I knew it was a horrible idea. Maybe he knew it too. Maybe he was avoiding me on purpose. Rorik was at breakfast, but only for a moment. He gave flirtatious greetings to each of the 3 ladies, adding an extra wink and lingering touch on my shoulder, before dismissing himself early. I'd wanted to take his hand right then and let him know we needed to talk. But it wouldn't be right in front of an audience, and the king's rules prevented us from having unsupervised time alone. The conversation would have to be unplanned, spontaneous. And now was as good a time as any. As soon as he slipped through the double doors, I set down my napkin and stood to move after him. I silently played the conversation out in my mind, trying several different words to convey what I wanted to say. But nothing was right. There was no way to politely tell a prince that you had been faking an interest in him all along, especially if you still hoped to remain friends at the end of the conversation. And the remaining friends part was critical. After all, I still had to find a way to save his life. And though I didn't know exactly how it all played out, I knew his demise was tied to Rissa. Princess Elodie. I stopped, schooling my features into a look of disinterest before turning back to the syrupy, sweet voice that had called out behind me. I was braver today, in the main part of the castle, than I had been last night when Malin had me trapped alone in the Callaghan corridor. "Lady Malin." I dipped my chin just enough to not appear rude. "Is there something I can help you with?" I thought I saw you last night outside of my door. Indeed. Lady Tolly and I were playing a game of cards with Rissa. Malin's lips pinched tightly together. I gave her only a short moment before saying goodbye. Well, if that's all... Wait. Malin forced a smile back to her lips, but her eyes still churned with anger. It was deeply rooted in the woman. Not just a chip on her shoulder, but something much more sinister. Something deadly. My pulse ratcheted up a notch as I saw the prince's fate flash through my mind again. Rissa didn't seem like the kind to kill a man, but Lady Malin certainly did. I haven't seen your guard lately. Has something happened to him? I slammed a mental wall down between Malin and me. I hardened my expression, refusing to allow any kind of a glimpse into my personal life. I wouldn't show any kind of weakness, and I definitely wouldn't allow Malin to know how I really felt about Thelen. I don't know. I shrugged. I can't be bothered to keep up with what my guard does in his free time. I brushed the front of my dress, feigning indifference and hoping Malin would buy it. My apologies. Malin lifted her chin, looking anything but sorry. I seem to have upset you. I'm not... Elodie? Tolly burst through the doors next, grinning from ear to ear. You didn't wait for me. She skipped happily over and linked her arm through mine. Am I interrupting something? Not at all. Malin's grin faded. She looked Tolly up and down through narrowed eyes, but the lady from Northglen hardly noticed. Wonderful. Then let's get to the gardens like we planned. She spun me away from the dining room, and together we bounced down the hall toward the Bailey. Once we were out of earshot of Lady Malin, she paused and dropped my arm. You looked like you could use a little help back there. Lady Malin gives me the creeps. She shuddered. Thank you, I know what you mean. Well, I really am going to take a stroll through the gardens. Want to join me? I'm afraid I have somewhere else to be. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Tolly smiled and gave a small curtsy before leaving the castle. I had gotten all turned around over the last several minutes, and had completely lost track of Prince Rorik. But something told me I knew just where to find him. I moved for the servants' hall where I so often spotted him near the library. As I reached for the library door, a giggle caught my attention further down the hall. I paused, my hand still hovering over the metal handle. A soft male growl was followed by another giggle, and though I knew it was none of my business, my curiosity pulled me toward the sound. Something about that growl sounded familiar. I tiptoed softly to the end of the hall where a door was pushed slightly ajar. There was no need to ease it open any further. Right there before my eyes was a familiar head of dark hair. The man's face was nuzzled into the crook of a woman's neck. Her eyes were on the ceiling, her lips parted. The man growled again before pulling back, and the woman laughed and pulled him closer. I didn't make a sound, but the man's gaze pulled away from the woman in his arms, just long enough to spot me there in the hall. Perhaps it was his guilt alerting him to his audience, but I didn't feel guilty. I didn't know what to feel. Elodie. I turned and walked quickly toward the library, wanting to put as much space between us as I could while I tried to process what I had just seen. Rorik and a servant girl? Not just any servant girl. It was the servant girl. The one who had seen us at the festival. Was this his way of paying her off? Offering his body for her silence? Elodie. His footsteps quickly gained on me. Please wait. Let me explain. I stopped and faced him, unsure of what to say. Please. He was breathless, chest heaving as the servant girl stepped into the space at the opposite end of the hall. Her eyes were wide, skin pale. The girl was so terrified she looked like she might faint at any second. He pulled open the library doors and gestured for me to go inside. The library was empty. We were alone, but for the rows of books that perched on every wall, a somber audience for what would certainly be a very uncomfortable conversation. Rorik paced back and forth, running a hand through his disheveled locks and opening his mouth several times to speak, but no words came out. Finally, he stopped and threw his hands to his sides. I don't know what to say. You could start with an apology. But I'm not sorry. His face pinched and he took 2 steps forward, reaching for my hand. I should clarify. I am sorry that you discovered my relationship with Amelia that way, but I am not sorry for what I've done. I love her. I have since I was a boy. And she loves me. He stopped, giving me a chance to respond, but words escaped me. I felt nothing. This was so unexpected that I couldn't even begin to come up with an appropriate response. My father, of course, doesn't believe it can work. He wants a more strategic arrangement, an alliance. He doesn't care about matters of the heart, not since my mother died. It's as if he can't have love anymore, so he won't tolerate anyone else having it either. His explanation burst forth from his lips like water from a broken dam. That's why you and I are such a perfect match. What do you mean? My stomach flipped. This wasn't how I'd imagined this conversation going at all. I was on unsteady ground, losing control of the situation, but I had no idea how to rein it back in. Because we're a farce. He grinned. You've never had an interest in me. I knew from the night of the ball that you didn't care for me. The slap across my cheek was a dead giveaway. My cheeks flushed. I couldn't deny it, but how did he know? Then why pretend? Well, I wasn't completely certain at first. I would begin to feel confident that you were interested in another man, but every time I let down my guard, it seemed like you were trying to win me over again. It wasn't until I saw your guard leaving your room yesterday morning that I knew for sure. You are in love with him, and I am in love with Amelia. It couldn't be a more perfect arrangement. I don't know what you think you saw, but I can assure you. He raised his hand to cut me off. It's okay. I didn't even need to see him in your room to know it was true. I can see it in your eyes. You can't hide real love. I'm not saying you're right, but if you were, how can you claim that it makes for a perfect arrangement between us? It seems quite the opposite to me. Rorik laughed. No, it's wonderful. You see, to the outside world, we would make an excellent pairing, a northern kingdom allied with a southern kingdom. It would bring an opportunity to finally bridge our 2 continents. But on the inside, we still get to experience true love. I'll have Amelia, and you'll have your guard. I bristled at the thought. I can't live a lie. But aren't you already? I bit my tongue, unwilling to say anything more. I was living a lie. It was true. But how long could it last? What about Caligo? What about it? It still lies between our 2 kingdoms. They still have control over the canal, the ports. They could shut down your kingdom's trade in an instant. Don't you fear what might happen if you shun an alliance with them? Choosing another bride isn't shunning an alliance. There are other ways to navigate the politics of the kingdom. I thought back to Rissa's concerns from the night before. Could we offer the princess a place in your court? Something to show the people that ties with Caligo are strengthening? I would hate to jeopardize Greenbridge's future relations with other kingdoms. Rorik shrugged. Sure, she can be an ambassador or something, but there's no need to figure all of this out now. We'll have our whole lives to get that sorted, if you say yes. Is that a proposal? It is if you say yes. He grinned again, hope glistening in his eyes. I don't. Shh. He put a finger on my lips. It was much less welcome when he did it than when Thelen had done it the night before. Thelen. Would it be possible to have something with him after all? Or was this all wasted breath on a fantasy that could never come to fruition? Just think about it, Rorik said. I'll make sure no other official decisions are made until you and I can talk about it again. Take your time, but hopefully not too much time. My father is breathing down my neck to move things along, and I know I won't be able to hold him off much longer. I nodded, and there was an extra bounce to his step as he skipped off to the doors. Thank you, he called out over his shoulder before exiting. I imagined him running down the hall to tell the servant girl, Amelia, the good news. but I wasn't sure if the news was any good at all. It sounded nice in theory, but how long could I publicly perpetuate this lie? How long until the real Princess of Barrenfall discovered it? Or worse, the moirai? I leaned against the wall, reaching for an answer that was just beyond my grasp. How could I make this work? Surely there had to be a way.
Chapter 22. Thelen. For the 10th time in as many minutes, I turned the black stone over in my hands. It was as smooth as a rose petal, heavy like a river stone, cold like Gladys's scales in the dead of winter. But most amazing was the absence of light surrounding it. It wasn't just a piece of onyx, it was shadow in a solid form, and it seemed to snuff out every bit of light and color from the far reaches of every room it was in. The stone was important, that much I knew, but I couldn't remember why. I recalled storming down to Mel's room with one thing on my mind. I was ready to put an end to the prince, and I must have been seeing red rage clouding my memory, because the next thing I remembered was leaving her room with the rock in my pocket. I'd turned over the possibilities in my mind many times since then. Once I even found myself back in the Callaghan corridor, prepared to demand some answers, but Vaeda was there. I took one look at the fear flashing through her eyes and changed my plans. She had a way of doing that to me. Nothing else in the world seemed to matter when Vaeda was near. I'd almost kissed her again. We were pressed together in the tight, dark closet, dust coating the walls that closed in on us. All I knew was the warmth of her skin, the sound of her breaths, and the way our hearts seemed to pound together as one. Part of me wondered if she wanted it too. I somehow had found enough self-control to stop myself from finding out, because there would be no life with Vaeda, as long as Rorik was still around. I rose, my heart hardening at the thought of the prince. My blood heated to molten rock, pushing like fire in my veins every time Rorik came to mind. I'd had enough. The onyx in my hand seemed to burn and pulse, along with my rage, eager to help me put an end to the prince and King Brogan. It was time to watch the royal line burn and set the people of Greenbridge on a course to prosperity. And maybe this was its intended use all along. Maybe Mel gave me the stone so I could take action. Either way, I was about to find out. Fueled by the power emanating from the onyx in my ironclad grip, I suited up. I didn't don my guard's attire, though. That would be far too obvious. I dressed as a servant instead, praying the disguise would be enough to prevent curious eyes from looking at me too closely as I slinked through the dark halls of the castle in the middle of the night. Hopefully, no one would be awake at this hour. But even if they were, I would only be visible in the more public parts of the castle for a short time. I planned to sneak through the secret passage in the library before anyone was any wiser, assuming it was still there. It had been 20 years since Rorik and I had played hide-and-seek in those dark passages, and I was so young at the time that I couldn't even be certain they were there at all. Perhaps my imagination had gotten carried away and created false realities in my adult mind. It was a risk I was willing to take. I tucked my favorite knife into my boot and a dagger I'd borrowed from the armory into my belt. While I preferred a bow and arrow, there was no easy way to conceal them. The dagger would be messier than I'd prefer, but desperate times called for desperate measures. I reluctantly dropped the onyx into my pocket last. The temptation to hold on to it was real, but it didn't take a clever man to see that the stone was something different. If I were caught, the stone would draw unwanted attention to me. But I wouldn't be caught. Not tonight. I paused for a moment at my door, listening to be certain the corridor was empty. A part of me wished I would hear Vaeda's voice, just for good luck, but there was nothing but silence from her side of the hall. I took a deep breath and then I was on my way. The halls were generally empty. There was an intersection near the main part of the castle where 2 guards stood watch, but I was careful to keep my head down and avoid eye contact. One glance would assure them that I was nothing more than a servant, and I was headed in the direction of the servants' quarters. There was nothing peculiar about the situation at all. It was almost too easy. The stone burned hotter in my pocket as I pushed open the heavy wooden doors to the library. It had been decades since I last stepped foot in this room, Ghosts of my childhood ran past me in the darkness, taunting me with silent laughter of days gone by. There was no laughter in the castle anymore, no love. Brogan and his selfish son had robbed this land of everything good. I patted the stone to let it know I understood. We were going to right the wrongs of the past tonight. I quickly searched 2 of the small reading nooks before I found the one with the loose panel in the wall. Carefully pulling the curtains closed, I removed the panel, stepped into the dank passage behind it, and tried my best to slide the panel back into place from the backside. The passage was black as pitch and much smaller than I remembered. It smelled of mildew, dead rodents, and their various rotten treasures. I heard the skittering of tiny feet as my boots crunched across the stone floor, deeper into the darkness. Keeping one hand on the wall, I relied on a combination of my other senses and childhood memories to find my way forward. The staircase came sooner than I remembered, but the steps were just as steep as in my memories, and I knew that once I reached the top, Rorik's room would be the second door on the left. Or it had been, when we were boys running and hiding from our fathers anyway. I touched the onyx in my pocket once more, rubbing my thumb across its smooth surface and allowing its power to funnel into me. I could feel it bubbling up dark under the surface of my skin, and I wondered for a moment if this was how the mages felt when they wielded the shadows. Could I bend darkness at my will too? With one hand on my dagger, I knelt down to the waist-high door that once led into Rorik's closet. To my surprise, the knob turned, but the door stuck. I tried as carefully as I could to push it open, but I knew it wouldn't budge without a loud pop. Using the blade of the dagger, I tried to wedge the door from the frame instead. And right as I was about to give in and assume it had been hammered shut permanently from the other side, it moved. There was a thud, but it didn't seem loud enough to wake the prince. I waited for several long minutes just to make sure, then slid into the room on the other side. Stray beams of moonlight found their way into the closet from the window in Rorik's room, and I was grateful for the little light they provided. It was a welcome change from the darkness of the passageway behind me, but I still took my time inching through to the larger room beyond. From where I crouched low on the threshold of the closet, I could only just make out the shape of the 4-poster bed in the center of the prince's childhood room. The covers lay so flat, it didn't look like anyone was in the bed at all. But if Rorik wasn't here, where was he? I moved further into the room, telling myself I was bold and fearless, but knowing my actions were more reckless than courageous. There was nowhere to hide in the large space, and the closer I got, the more confident I was that the bed was empty. I cursed under my breath, then stood to investigate the room. There wasn't much personality in the space at all. Either Rorik was staying somewhere else now, or he really had no desire to leave a mark on the castle at all. Too bad for him. I was definitely going to make sure Rorik left a mark. My heart raced as I reached the door to the hall. I would do a quick scan of the rest of the royal living quarters, and if Rorik wasn't found in any of the other rooms, then I'd return here and wait for Rorik in the shadows. I'd wait all night if I had to. With the raw energy from the stone coursing through my veins, it was unlikely that I'd get any sleep tonight anyway. I reached for the handle, but the door swung open before I could leave. Rorik entered, heavy-lidded and distracted enough to give me a chance to slam him up against the wall and slap a hand over his mouth. In the very next second, I pressed the flat side of my blade up against Rorik's throat, just like Vaeda had a habit of doing to me. Thinking of her only increased my willpower. This wasn't how I had planned to carry out the prince's demise, but maybe I could still use the element of surprise to my advantage. Rorik tried to mumble under my hand, but the sound was pure gibberish, and I wasn't interested in hearing what the prince had to say anyway. I would be happy to slide that blade across the man's throat right here if I didn't have to worry about blood spilling out under the door and drawing attention too soon. No, I had to get the prince away from the door, maybe even hidden in the closet before I dispatched him. I'd need as much time as possible to get Vaeda and myself as far from Fariscott as Gladys could fly us before anyone realized Rorik was missing. "Come on," I grunted, gesturing for Rorik to walk back toward the closet. The prince's eyes were wide, but to my surprise, he didn't object or attempt to fight back. Then again, maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. The prince wasn't known for his combat skills. We were nearly there when the door opened again, but this time I was out of options. One more thing, son. Fate's alive. King Brogan lunged forward, forcing me to pull the blade away from Rorik's neck and launch it at the large man barreling toward me. The king was surprisingly agile for his age and size, and he dodged the attack before tackling me to the ground. He wrapped his meaty hands around my neck as I tried to fight the man off, while Rorik just stood dumbfounded, rubbing at the tender skin of his neck beside us. My air supply was completely cut off, but I tried to ignore the burning sensation in my chest and focus on the bigger threat on top of me. Pretending to be closer to death than I really was, I reached carefully toward my boot, looking for the trusty knife I'd hidden away there. Just before my fingertips reached the blade, the king locked eyes with me and his hands loosened just enough to allow a trickle of air to flow back into my lungs. This was my chance. I pulled the knife free and was aiming it straight for the king's oversized belly when a large boot came into contact with my knuckles, sending the blade flying across the room. Rorik whooped triumphantly, like he'd just returned from war as a victor, but the king's eyes had narrowed as he looked closer at me. His lip trembled, and the color washed from his face like a coat of wet paint in a thunderstorm. He looked like he was staring at the face of a ghost. My stomach clenched as Brogan finally got the nerve to speak again. You... It was almost an accusation, but there was a rattle of fear in his words as well. What is it, father? Rorik knelt beside the man, inspecting me more closely. Do you know this man? Do you? Yes, of course. This is Tim. He's the guard from Barrenfall who has come to look after Princess Elodie. He forced a grin and a shrug. I'm afraid you walked in at a strange moment. Tim and I have become quite good friends in the last couple of weeks. We were only joking around when... This is no guard of Barrenfall. I didn't know what was happening. There was no way Brogan could have recognized me. I hadn't seen the man this close since I was a small child. And even if there was real recognition in the king's eyes, there was no need for such hostility. And Rorik, what was he getting at by saying we were friends? Was he really attempting to save my life with such a foolhardy lie? Well, who is he then? Rorik's question was only an echo in the room, as I was frozen by the intensity of the king's stare. There was definitely recognition in his eyes. But how and why? My life should matter nothing to the King of Greenbridge. Father? Rorik prodded further, and finally, the king sat back. His hands came off of my throat, but the king's legs kept my arms pinned in place at my sides. With a quick enough blast of movement, I could probably break loose and swap positions with the king, pinning him to the floor instead. But Brogan's next 4 words changed everything. He is your brother. Time stopped. The onyx quit pulsing. My rage wound itself up and tucked itself away, buried in the shock of the king's words. And everyone in the room collectively held our breath for a long minute. He's... What? The king rolled off of me, freeing me to make my move. But all I could do was scramble back against the wall where I slumped, shaking my head. Rorik's brother? It was impossible. We'd been born in the same week, raised together in this very castle. But we weren't brothers. The queen passed away during childbirth, and my mother had lived. He's definitely your brother. Just look at him. The king stood and paced, repeating his words. His cheeks were clammy and hands shaky as he stroked his beard. I don't understand. Does this mean he's an heir to the throne? There was an unmistakable glimmer of hope in the prince's eyes. Of course not. Brogan seemed to regain control of himself. He stomped back toward me, but he didn't strike. That's a strong accusation, I said at last. I'm going to need a little more explanation. King Brogan cracked his neck and took a deep breath. His features pinched into a grimace before he finally began a tale that I had never dreamed could be true. Your mother and Madienne were pregnant at the same time. They grew together in size and in spirit. But Madienne experienced the pains of childbirth first. The midwife did all she could to deliver our child safely, but it was too much too fast. Our daughter was born without life, and Madienne followed her to the heavens that night. Death by a broken heart. The midwife was still delivering the news to me when your father came barging into the room. I wasn't ready to tell the world that my Madienne was gone. I wasn't ready to admit any of it. But when he saw the midwife's bloodied hands, I had to say something. I told him we had a healthy boy in the other room, before patting his back and wishing him the same good fortune. I took the midwife by the arm before she left and warned her not to utter a word about the truth until I was in a better position to speak of it. Then, she followed your father back to your family's room to deliver another babe. I didn't understand the rest of what happened that night until the mead wore off the next morn. The castle was quiet except for the soft murmur of a baby in the room beside mine. I thought maybe I had dreamed it all, and Madienne was still here, nursing our daughter. But I have never been so lucky. It was only you. He waved a hand angrily at Rorik, as though the prince had caused him all the pain that was physically evident on his wrinkled face. Your mother bore twins, he said to me, 2 boys. And the midwife, remembering my lie, stole one before your father found out he had 2 sons. Your mother was heavily medicated so she wouldn't remember, and I had my child. I had no wife. My daughter was gone, but I had an heir. The midwife was paid handsomely for her loyalty, and then sent as far as my horses would carry her. And life resumed, but it never returned to normal. The kingdom mourned the loss of its queen, but none more so than me. Your mother tried to help as much as she could with raising Rorik. She even served as his wet nurse in those early years. But I think she suspected something even from those early days. I was able to overlook it for a time. But as the boy grew, so did his attachment to his real family. I couldn't have that. So you killed them. My words were intended to cut, but the king showed no remorse for his actions. He only gave a single nod. I don't know how you survived it. Gladys. Gladys was how I had survived. When the king's soldiers had pushed my parents off the sharp cliffside in the western mountains, I had cried out with enough agony to make the earth tremble. It stirred the dragons. Gladys had swooped in just as my tiny body was thrown over the edge after them. She'd saved me, while the rest of the dragons burned the king's men alive. As I'd fallen through the air that day, I could only think of Rorik's final words, "I don't want you here anymore." I'd always known our demise was put into place by the royal family. There was nothing accidental about it, but I'd never understood the motivation until now. All my life, I'd planned out my revenge for the murder of my parents. First, I'd kill Rorik, the selfish brat who had initiated the action. I wanted the king to once again feel the unbearable pain of losing his only family, as I had felt. I'd promised on my parents' lives that I would make King Brogan pay for their murder, and I would do it by cutting off the royal family's lineage. A new family could rule far better than the cunning, deceitful King Brogan and his son. Did this revelation change any of that? Unfortunately, it looks like I will personally have to finish what was started. Brogan knelt for the knife that had flown from my grasp earlier in the fight. His movements were harried like he knew he had only the briefest of moments to act before I snapped back to my senses and found another weapon with which I could arm myself. But Rorik acted faster. Don't you dare! He slammed his body into his father's, or the king's rather, knocking the old man to his knees. He's been through enough. Don't you dare kill my brother. He knows too much. We have no other choice. The king's eyes danced frantically back and forth over Rorik's features, looking for a crack in his will. But there was none to be found. He's not the only one who knows the truth now. Kill him and I will spread the news far and wide. Every kingdom on the northern continent will put a target on your back. I imagine a coup will be carried out before dawn. Must I kill you too, Rorik? The prince held his arms to the sides. Do it if you wish. Kill your only heir. You're far too old to sire another, and no woman will come within 6 feet of you after the display you put on for mother. No one wants to be the second love of a man who gave everything he had for a wife or a daughter, long gone. Your scraps aren't desirable enough. Not for a kingdom that's barely surviving as it is. So go ahead, Brogan. Kill me. The king's hand shook until finally my small knife fell from his grip. It rattled across the floor, but no one reached for it. We were balanced on a precipice. A decision that would change everything. Fine, the king grunted. We'll throw him in the dungeon instead.
Chapter 23. Vaeda. I woke with a start. I'd been deep in a dream that was slipping from my memory like smoke through my fingers, but my heart still raced with adrenaline. My eyes squeezed shut as I tried to step back into where I left off, certain that I was missing an important takeaway. But it was gone. Movement sounded from the corner of my room. I opened my eyes enough to see that the room was still dark, but I definitely wasn't alone. I wouldn't reveal that I was awake until I knew who I was dealing with, though. My guest wasn't trying to be quiet. There were 3 loud sniffs, followed by shuffling footsteps toward my bathing room. I sat up in my bed, just as Truga stepped back into the bedchamber. "I think they're gone." The mountain elf approached my bed, pulling on the covers. "Who?" I slid my legs out of bed, my cold feet finding the slippers on the floor as Truga reached for my robe. The elf waved me up the rest of the way, then slipped my robe over my shoulders. Truga had never dressed me before, but I knew better than to question the elf's actions. The air in the room was thick with tension, and a chill covered my arms at the thought of someone sneaking in here unannounced. The moirai. I reached under my pillow to confirm that the orb was still there. I dropped it into the pocket of my robe, then turned my attention back to the elf. "Did you see them?" "No, they were gone when I arrived, but I can still smell them." There was certainly a hint of honeysuckle in the air, but I hardly noticed it. I believed the elf, though. Truga had no reason to lie about such a thing. I was grateful they'd let me live, but more cautious than ever about what they truly wanted. Why would they search my room in the middle of the night? What were they really after? "Is that why you're here? Did you know they were coming?" "No." Truga frowned. "I came to ask for your help. Thelen needs you." My heart turned upside down in my chest. Of course, it was Thelen the moirai were after. "Where is he?" "The dungeon." "Whatever for?" Truga stared up at me for a long second before reluctantly speaking again. "This castle holds many secrets. There's a great facade keeping us all safe. But the truth has rooted itself, and the wall is cracking. It's only a matter of time before it all comes crashing down." "I don't understand." "You will. Follow me." I wordlessly followed the elf out of my rooms, through the darkened halls of my corridor, around the servants' passages, and down a stairwell I'd yet to explore. Once we were safely alone on the stairs, I inquired more about Thelen's situation. "You have history with Thelen, don't you?" Truga nodded, the motion little more than a shadow in the flickering lantern light of the steep stairwell. "I've known him since the night he was born." It was a hunch I hadn't leaned fully into just yet, but hearing Truga confirm my suspicions sent my mind whirling. I'd always assumed Thelen had made a mistake, or committed a crime that had him banished from Greenbridge to live in the mountains. But I'd never given any consideration to what his life was like before the banishment. "Was he raised here in the castle?" "Aye, more or less. He was born here, but his family was relocated to the Red Quarter shortly after his birth. They still came to the grounds every day, though. His father was a trusted advisor to the king, and Thelen was quite close with the prince." "Rorik?" Truga nodded again. It seemed impossible. I couldn't imagine Thelen walking these halls as a boy, playing with the prince. And they'd seen each other many times since I had been here. Did they not recognize one another? "When was he banished?" Truga scoffed. "He was not banished. He left with his parents when he was only 4 years old." "Left to go where?" The elf stopped but didn't look back at me. I'm afraid that is not my story to tell. We'd reached the bottom of the stairs, and with a deep, raspy breath, Truga rattled a key into an old lock, then pushed open a door. "Do you not trust me to keep the story safe?" "No, I don't trust you, but he does, and I know you care for him. I'm hoping that will be enough for you to find a way to get him out of here. Now listen up." She gestured for me to lean in. "This is the servants' entrance to the dungeon. This is how we bring the prisoners food and water. The guards stand on the opposite side. You must stay quiet. Don't draw attention, and don't go any farther than necessary." "How are we going to get him out?" Truga's expression grew serious. "I don't know yet if we want him out." "But The elf was moving before I could ask anything more. I had no choice but to seal my lips, stepping quietly behind the mountain elf through a labyrinth of empty cells. Thelen was here somewhere, rotting away in the solitude of this cold, dreary place. But why? Perhaps Rorik had recognized him after all. He was perfectly happy to allow me to love a stranger, but maybe his history ran too deep with Thelen. Something still felt off about that too, though. Rorik didn't seem the type to hold a grudge, and he was so infatuated with the servant girl that I couldn't imagine him allowing a childhood memory to keep them apart. Unless Thelen's family had done something truly horrible to betray the royal family. But Truga said they weren't banished. This was almost too complicated to keep track of. There. Truga pointed her long finger at a cell that initially appeared empty. Upon closer inspection, I could just barely make out the hunched, shadowy lump of a figure in the corner. My feet carried me to the bars before I had time to consider any other plan. I fell to my knees and wrapped my fingers around the cold metal that separated them. Thelen. Shh, Truga hissed in my ear. Are you hurt? I asked more quietly. He didn't stir. What happened to him? I turned back to Truga, desperation clawing at my chest from the inside out. I don't know, I've never seen him like this. Thelen, please, come here, it's me, Vaeda. Vaeda? He crawled forward and sat on his knees, just out of reach. His face was dirty, and his words were garbled. But most frightening was the dark cloud that seemed to hang over him. Everything about him seemed off. What happened? I reached a hand through the bars, but he only angled himself further away from me, as though he were afraid of my touch. Please talk to me. He shook his head, but when I called his name again, he finally lifted his gaze to meet mine. Where I used to get swallowed up by the warmth and adoration in his deep brown eyes, I now saw nothing but a harsh, cold, almost cruel indifference. The change was staggering. Look in his hand, Truga whispered from behind me. Thelen stumbled back, but before he made it fully into the shadows, I saw that he was gripping something so hard his knuckles were white. Dark magic, Truga growled. What do you have, Thelen? Nothing. Then you have nothing to hide. Come forward. He didn't budge. I reached into the pocket of my robe, wrapping my fingers around the smooth orb that lay within. I closed my eyes and prayed to the universe. Please. If I am truly Fateborne, please grant me the gift of persuasion. Please help for me to right whatever has gone wrong. Please help me save this man I love. I rolled the orb between my fingers once more, then tried again, whispering Thelen's name softly. He flicked his attention up to me. May I see what you have? He inched hesitantly forward and opened up his palm, but he still kept it out of my reach. It looked like pure darkness in his hand, and it definitely emanated something otherworldly. Where did you get that? I can't say. Can't or won't? Can't. Thelen swallowed. I believed him. He'd gotten into something bad, and I had a strong hunch it had something to do with Lady Malin and King Brogan. I knew they were working together to make Rissa queen. Had Thelen somehow stumbled into their plan? It wasn't right. The stone obviously had some kind of control over him, and there was no way I would allow them to take Thelen's life into their hands like that. I had to destroy it. Thelen, I said, keeping my tone soft so I wouldn't scare him away. I need you to hand me the stone, please. His grip tightened over it, but he didn't back away this time. I asked him again, and he appeared to fight an internal battle over whether or not to let go of it. Finally, he crawled closer to the bars. His hand shook as he extended his arm. Slowly. Oh, so slowly. Until his tight fist hovered over my open palm. Let go. As he did, the rush of power immediately swept through my body like a blizzard, icy cold and ready to break free of its tiny stone shell. I gasped and fell backward onto the dirty floor. My vision darkened around the edges, and I was only half lucid as a leathery grip tightened around my arm and yanked me to my feet. "Where are you going?" Thelen's voice called out. "We've got to get out of here. The guards are coming." Truga grunted as she tried to tug me along. The darkness cleared from my eyes enough to make out Thelen's frightened face pressed into a gap between the bars. He was on his feet, and the warmth had returned to his eyes now that he was free of the cursed stone. "Vaeda?" My name from his lips seemed to wipe away the rest of the icy hold on my senses. "We'll be back, Thelen. I promise. We will find a way to get you out of here." I touched his cheek briefly before the elf pulled me again. The sound of the guard's footsteps was getting closer, and there was no more time to say goodbye. I shoved the stone deep into the empty pocket of my robe, opposite to the side where the orb was hidden, and as I quickly followed Truga back up to my rooms, I marveled at the way my body hummed with power. It was like two sides of the same coin, each one warring to be right side up, but neither strong enough to take full control. And until I had a better understanding of what exactly I held, I planned to keep it that way. Power like this shouldn't be unleashed until I was ready for whatever repercussions may follow. "I must leave you here," Truga whispered at the top of the stairs. "I'll need to return to the kitchens before the shift change, just to solidify my alibi. Word of intruders in the dungeon will certainly travel quickly among the staff." "Understood." I squeezed the elf's hand, but Truga only frowned and scurried off. I was close to the barren fall corridor. The halls were still dark, and the residents of the castle were still fast asleep as I tiptoed back to my room. I softly twisted the knob, only to find another woman standing in my room. "Where have you been?" Toli rushed forward and shook me by the shoulders. "I've been searching all over for you. I think Rissa may be in danger. We have to go now." Chapter 24. Vaeda. I quickly changed out of my nightclothes and into something more durable as Toli spoke rapidly from the other side of my bathing room door. "I went back to Rissa's room tonight after supper. I only wanted to play another round of cards, and, she needs some friends. But she was acting strangely the entire time. And I don't know if you noticed this, but she wears a ring on her right hand. I haven't ever taken a good look at it before tonight, but halfway through our game, it started to glow." "What do you mean, it glowed?" I made sure I had both the orb and the dark stone in my pockets. Then I tucked a pair of shears inside my shoe, cursing myself once again for losing the dagger and failing to replace it with another suitable weapon. There was no time to plait my hair, so I tied it back with a piece of twine and rejoined Toli in my bedchamber. "I mean, it glowed, like a flame, but only for a moment. Then it faded and Lady Malin barged in. We looked nothing like a lady and a princess, which was a good thing. Princesses didn't go on rescue missions. Even though most of Farascott was still asleep, I couldn't risk anyone recognizing me and reporting back to the castle, or else I'd end up in a cell right next to Thelen. Toli tossed me a merchant's cap and pulled a matching one over her own pale hair. What did she want? She wanted Rissa. She whispered something to her, and as she spoke, the ring glowed again. Then Rissa's eyes went blank, and she nodded like a puppet, obeying Malin's every command. I shuddered. What was the command? I couldn't make it out. I only heard something about the Red Quarter. I think they're taking her there, and I don't know what they plan to do to her once she's there, but I know it's not good. It's just a sense I have. Lady Malin gives me a bad feeling. Me too, I agreed. And I think you're right. Rissa's in danger. Let's go. I was silent as I snuck through the castle halls for the second time that night. But it was easier this time. The shadows were more apparent, welcoming me as I passed, and the stone in my pocket seemed to urge me toward them. It was difficult to concentrate on the task before me with that power pulsing in my pocket. But the new power would have to wait. I focused on another stone instead. The ichor necklace still hung around my neck, and I held it gently between my fingers, wondering if it would be enough to protect Rissa from whatever Malin was planning. My mind kept flashing back to that image in Rorik's orb. His lifeless body. Rissa wearing the crown. Please don't let Malin force Rissa to do something so abhorrent. We made it through the weak spot in the castle wall, and the shadows seemed to envelop us as we stepped onto the streets. A cloudy sky blotted out any moonlight, and without lanterns, it was too easy to get lost in the darkness. Tell me more about the ring, I said quietly. Toli led the way down a street near the castle, but in the opposite direction of the merchants and the town square I had grown used to during my time here. How do you think it's connected to Lady Malin? Well, you know they dabble in dark magic. I think it must have been cursed. Whatever stone is in that ring must be susceptible to the kind of magic Malin and her mages can control. I absent-mindedly fingered the stone around my neck again, wondering if it was the cause for the surge of power I felt in my pocket. Perhaps it was an amplifier of some kind for the dark magic. Toli noticed my movements. You don't think it's the same kind of stone you have there? Do you? It is. I've noticed it before. Toli froze. You have to get rid of it. I can't bear to think about losing both of you to the dark mages. If you've got the same stone as Rissa, I just know that Malin will be able to get into your mind as well. Please, Elodie, take it off. I hesitated, but the tremble in Toli's lip and panic in her eyes was enough to convince me that there was a real threat around my neck. After only a couple of heartbeats, I lifted my hair and turned around, asking Toli to help me remove the jewelry. Toli jumped quickly to my aid, then wrapped her fist around the necklace. I think we should hide it somewhere until after we finish with Lady Malin and her mages. She looked around the streets. There. I pointed to an especially shadowy corner nearby, and Toli ran over to hide the jewelry in the darkness. I was happy to let her do it, because once again, the onyx in my pocket seemed to pull me toward the deepest darkness on the streets. I feared I might not have the strength to return if I allowed it to have what it wanted. We'll get it on our way back. Don't worry. Toli offered me a nervous smile, and once again, we moved forward. The streets in this part of Fariscott were oddly quiet, uncomfortably so. It was as if even the rats were afraid to spend too much time here. I remembered how Truga mentioned Thielen's family moving to this part of the city after he was born, but I couldn't imagine him running through these streets as a boy. There was nothing here now but the worn-down facades of buildings from another time, another life, one where promises were made but never kept. As we walked further from the castle, I could almost feel the ghosts of years gone by, leaving cold chills along my skin as they grazed past us. I don't like this place, Toli whispered. Are we nearly there? I think this is it. Toli stopped and looked around. Should we start checking the buildings? Shh. I put a finger to my lips and strained to hear anything that might give us some direction. A gust of wind blew down the streets, and I could have sworn it carried laughter on its back. Did you hear that? Hear what? Nothing. My teeth gritted together as I prepared myself for whatever awaited us ahead. I had prepared my whole life for this. Channeling my Fateborne skills from my Kamuto training in the Isles, I plowed ahead, determined to find Rissa and set her free. Not only did I care about the princess, but the future of Greenbridge depended on it. Laughter rang out in my ears again, and this time I knew I wasn't imagining things. I shot a sideways glance at Toli, but the lady seemed unperturbed. It was real, though, and the familiarity of the sound made me uneasy, for it sounded an awful lot like the loud cackle of the hag in the marketplace, the one who had revealed my fate to me. You can't hear that? Toli looked puzzled. I hear nothing but the wind, but I understand your fear. Something isn't right here. We can go back if you want. No, we've come this far. Let's see if we can find her. Toli nodded, but her footsteps were timid as she fell into line behind me. We went only a few more feet before both of us stopped at the same time. Now I hear it, Toli whispered with a grim expression. There was more to it now. There was the cackling hag, but there were other voices too. Some laughed, but it was quiet over the eerie melody of a song, and more voices yet sang along to the tune, the sound more of a chant than a song. Do the mages have ceremonies often? Toli frowned. Only when they're planning something really big. That was all it took to set me into motion. I knew exactly what kind of big event the mages were planning, and I refused to let them move forward with framing Rissa for Rorik's murder. Toli was quick, never more than a step or two behind me. Together we found the source of the music. It was an abandoned old hall. The furniture was long cleared out, and the large, dilapidated room was full of hooded figures moving in slow circles in flickering lantern light. How many do you think there are? I turned around to find Toli with her hands behind her neck, working the closure of the delicate ichor stone necklace that now hung loosely around the North Glen lady's throat. My necklace. What are you? A dirty hand clamped down on my mouth, yanking me back into a muscular body. The man's arm tightened around me, pinning my arms down to my sides. And all the while, Toli looked on with a grin. I had been set up. I reared my head backward, landing against my captor's mouth with a painful crack. He cursed loudly in my ear, and I recognized his voice immediately. I was trapped by the Fey man who had attacked me so many times before. The hit was enough for him to loosen his grip. I dropped down through his grasp and spun away from the man at the same time he reached for a dagger. My dagger. There was blood on his mouth, probably a mixture of mine where his teeth bit into my skull, and his from the large cut I'd put in his lip. His eyes were wild as he lifted the blade into the air. "It won't work," Toli said. "You've tried already." I pulled the shears from my shoe, holding the dull blades in front of me as though they were any match for the dagger. Neither Toli nor the Fey man looked afraid. If anything, Toli looked bored. "Why did you do this?" I asked. Toli sighed. "Well, I couldn't very well have brought the Fey into the castle, could I?" "You've been working with them all along." The betrayal burned deep in my belly. How did I not see this coming? I knew Toli had ties with the Fey. Toli was there when my dagger was stolen. When the Fey man attacked me. Toli was even at the ball the night the Fey tried to get me. Why? Survival instincts. Toli shrugged. My kingdom can't survive without further developing our trade. We've tried for years to strike a deal with Brogan, but he won't hear us. He's too afraid of the Fey. I knew there was no chance I would be chosen as the next royal bride of Greenbridge, so we decided to make better use of my time here. What does any of that have to do with me? I angled my body away from the Fey man, who had been inching in toward me as Toli spoke. I knew better than to get my back against the wall, but there wasn't much of a way out of the corner I'd trapped myself in. I liked my odds against Toli better than the Fey man who wielded my dagger. Nothing at first, but when word traveled through the Fey wood that one of the moirai walked among us, we knew we needed to tap into your power. Well, you were wrong. I'm not one of the original moirai, only a Fateborne. It matters not what you call yourself. The fact is, you hold the power of the Isles, and we need it to overthrow the Greenbridge kingdom. I felt the weight of the orb in my pocket. I knew that's what the Fey man wanted, but I never understood why. Could he somehow use its power here in the mortal realm? Toli laughed. You don't even know the power of what you hold. She was wrong. I knew of a great amount of power in my pocket, but it didn't come from the orb. The onyx burned through the fabric of my dress, numbing my thigh as it begged to be put to use. Is there power in the ichor necklace too? I asked, eager to draw attention away from my pockets. No, of course not. I just think it's pretty. I lifted the shears to launch them at Toli, but the Fey man got to me first. He whipped me around, slamming me face first into the wall of the hall, where the hooded Fey continued to chant and sing. The music grew louder as my cheek smashed into the window, and I could see the strange beings, moving trance-like in a circle round the room. Then I caught the eye of the old hag from the marketplace. The woman opened her mouth into a wide, toothless smile and winked at me, which only angered me more. I tried to slam my head back again, but the Fey knew my trick this time. He dodged it, and a flash of the metal blade of the dagger caught my eye. "Give it to me," he growled. I will give you nothing. I spat in his face and slashed the shears toward him as he wiped the wetness away. Hurry up, Toli demanded. The Fey man threw me to the ground, aiming the dagger at me again. But I knew now that he couldn't hurt me. Not fatally, anyway, as long as I held the orb. Its power was in the protection it offered me. That's why he'd been unable to kill me before. And there wasn't a chance I would allow him to possess that same kind of power. I knocked the man's hand to the side and jumped up from the ground. I knew when to fight and when to flee, and this was clearly a losing battle. I had to get back to the castle before they could get a hold of the orb or discover the secret in my other pocket. Fates only knew what kind of damage they could do with the onyx. But there wasn't a clear way out. The man's eyes shifted to where the orb lay in my pocket. He reached for it at the same time I turned to run. Unwilling to give up so easily, he slashed the dagger toward my skirts, ripping them open and exposing the orb while a fiery slice of the blade cut into the meat of my thigh. The injury meant nothing, however, as I watched the orb fall to the ground. My muscles tensed, ready to lunge for it when it met the hard-packed dirt of the road and shattered. Just like when I broke my own crystal orb in the forest, there were no remnants, no shards of glass. There was only a puff of white smoke, rising delicately into the night sky. We stood there, each one mesmerized by the sight for several heartbeats. Then, all at once, the reality of what happened occurred to me. Prince Rorik's fate was gone. I could no longer see where he was or what he was doing. And worse than that, my protection against the Fae was gone with it. Was I even Fateborne anymore without my connection to the moirai? My hand went to my thigh, where a sticky stream of blood dripped down my exposed leg, and suddenly, the weight of my mortality pressed in. I could die. I looked up to find Toli with her mouth open, and the Fey man caught between an animalistic urge to finish his job of killing me and his need to follow orders from Toli. I had no intentions of waiting to find out what he decided. I lunged forward again, moving to stab him in the neck with my shears, but he was fast. He dove for Lady Toli while calling out to the Fae inside the hall. And while it was possible for me to survive a fight against two, I knew I was no match for the rest of the party, so I ran. Adrenaline surged through me as I spun on my heel and bolted down the dark street. Behind me, I heard Toli's shrill voice. "After her! Don't let her escape!" The sound of heavy footsteps pounding the dirt spurred me on. My legs burned, the cut on my thigh screaming with each stride, but I couldn't slow down. I darted around a corner, my eyes desperately searching for somewhere to hide. The onyx stone in my pocket seemed to pulse with energy, growing heavier with each step. As I ran, I felt a strange sensation creeping up from where it rested against my leg. A chill that was somehow warm, like ice burning against my skin. Suddenly, the shadows around me seemed to deepen, swirling and reaching out as if they were alive. Without thinking, I dove into a particularly dark alley, pressing myself against the cold stone wall. The footsteps grew louder, and I held my breath, certain I would be discovered. But as the Fey man and Toli rushed past the alley's entrance, neither of them so much as glanced in my direction. It was as if the shadows had wrapped around me, concealing me from their sight. I waited until their footsteps faded before I dared to move. The onyx stone felt like a lead weight in my pocket, but I also felt stronger with it there. The pain in my leg had dulled to a manageable throb. Cautiously, I peered out of the alley. The street was empty, but the sound of distant shouts let me know they were still searching for me. I couldn't stay here. The shock of the evening's events fueled my speed, obscuring the pain from my newest wound for a time. I ran harder. Even when I knew the Fae and Lady Toli were no longer following me, I still ran. I ran all the way back to the castle, sneaking into the gates through the weak spot in the wall, and only then did I pause to catch my breath. It was quiet here. The castle was still asleep. I was alone but for the whispers of the shadows that called out to me louder now, seducing me with the promise of relief. The orb was gone, but the onyx only seemed stronger, filling in the void left by the power of the moirai. and for the briefest of moments I gave into it. I crawled into the darkness of the bailey, dropping to the dirt to inspect my injury before I dripped blood across the castle grounds. The shadows reached for me, icy fingers pulling at the edges of my skin like a needle and thread, slowly stitching me back together. The onyx was so cold it burned against my skin, but the feeling was almost enjoyable. Its power rushed through my limbs, healing my bumps and bruises, and gifting me the promise of another day. Another fight. Another chance to right my wrongs. Tolly wouldn't dare return to the castle now that I knew her secret, but this wouldn't be the last I saw of North Glen or the Fae. Time was running short. I needed to rescue Thelen from the dungeons and speed things along with Rorik. I had to get Risa away from the prince and prepare Greenbridge for a possible attack from the Fae. And while it all sounded impossible, I felt more powerful than ever. I ran my hand over the smooth skin where a gash had bled moments before. Perhaps this onyx would prove to be beneficial after all. Chapter 25. Vaeda. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. I cleaned myself up, prepared as best I could for the day ahead, and exited my room as the sun rose. I was off to find Rorik. I had to continually repeat the mission to myself as I walked through the halls, because my mind really only wanted to settle on one thing: the onyx. What started as a gentle call had turned into a constant thrum of power, begging for my attention. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. Truga said it was dark magic, but it had definitely come to my aid last night. And I couldn't help but wonder what other feats I could possibly accomplish if I were able to get the stone to cooperate. But that was a task for another day. Today, I had to find Rorik. I would agree to his proposition, and then, as the future Queen of Greenbridge, I could release Thelen from the dungeon. And Thelen would have more information about the stone. After all, he was the one who had acquired it. But from whom? The only practitioners of dark magic that I knew of were the Caligans, and there was no way Thelen would ally himself with that group. Stop. I silently reprimanded myself. There was only one job to do right now: find Rorik. And it turned out that finding the prince was easier than I'd anticipated. It was getting him alone that would prove to be a challenge. He and two of his guards stood in the main hall of the castle. They were all quite early for breakfast, so I hoped I could steal just a moment of his time before the meal. "Good morning, Prince." He smiled warmly at the sight of me. He really was a good actor. "It is a good morning now that you're here, Elodie. Tell me, what brings you forth so early today?" "Well, I was actually hoping to speak with you." I glanced at his guards, standing at full attention with their eyes trained on me. They looked appropriately engaged, as a prince's guards should, and I was glad that they weren't more on edge. News regarding Tolly's swift exit from the castle must not have been widely known just yet. "It would be my pleasure." His grin was contagious, even with my nerves so on edge. He seemed to know the purpose of my request, and his eyes twinkled with joy. We were so close. Within days, I could count my mission as complete. Rorik was almost safe. He nodded at his guards, signaling for them to step aside and offer Rorik and me some privacy. "We were instructed by His Majesty not to let you out of our sights," one of the guards murmured apologetically. "But we are happy to give you a bit more space," the other added quickly. They each took 2 steps back. It hardly counted as privacy, but it looked like the best I was going to get. "Sorry about them." Rorik crinkled his nose. "It seems my father is rather afraid of leaving me alone with anyone but the Caligan princess." "Rissa. Right, her." He frowned. "But I'm hoping you have come with good news for me. A decision, perhaps, that will set me free from this overprotection?" He bounced his brows, earning himself another small grin from me. "I'll agree to the terms we discussed before." I shot a sideways glance at the guards, unsure of how much to reveal with them in earshot. "And I'd like to do so with as much urgency as possible." "Absolutely. We can make the announcement right this second if you'd like." He beamed enough to brighten the whole castle. Perhaps we should make it a bit more official than that. But soon? Very soon, but... This time Rorik was the one shooting uneasy glances at his men. About those arrangements. There's something you should know about one of the parties we discussed. His lips pinched together. I already know about my guard, I whispered. Which is why I'd like to hurry things along. I hope my voice will have a little more weight after the announcement. And whatever your father thinks he's done, I'd like to convince him otherwise. That may prove to be rather difficult, Rorik grimaced. Surely there's a way. My guard must be released. A small party entered the hall, and I realized too late that my volume had risen. Lady Malin walked past with a smug smirk on her face, followed by two of her men. I waited until the Calligans entered the dining hall before continuing. He must be released, I repeated more quietly. It was difficult to keep my emotions in check with the onyx humming in my pocket again. I could feel its power leaching through the fabric, into my skin, urging me to stand up for myself and for Thelen. I swallowed, fighting hard to keep it under control. You can get him out, right? Rorik furrowed his brows. Look, I added, actively working to keep my voice low and tone polite. These were the terms you proposed. If you can't set him free, the deal is off. I'll find a way. He nodded as though trying to convince himself. I promise. Excellent. I forced a smile, feeling the guard's eyes on me again. Rorik took my hand and placed a single kiss on my knuckles, signaling that the conversation was over. And it was just as well with me. I had no desire to talk anymore anyway, not with the onyx grabbing hold of me. Skipping breakfast, I hurried back up to my rooms to try and regain control of my senses. The gentle ripples in the basin of water in my bathing room weren't strong enough to conceal what I refused to believe. My reflection proved that I was changing from the inside out. I thought back to when I'd seen Thelen in the dungeon, his eyes cold and hard, and I couldn't ignore the similarities in my own eyes. It was the onyx. It had to be. And yet I couldn't bring myself to put it down. The thought of anyone else coming into contact with it was terrifying. What if they weren't strong enough for its power? Or worse, what if they were? I was choked with emotion at the thought, and a single tear fell from my eye. It landed with the tiniest of splashes into the basin, a drop of pure blackness that dissipated in the water, turning the entire basin gray. I gasped and backed into the wall. What was happening? Frantically, I wiped my eyes, eager to remove any trace of the shadows from my being, but not desperate enough to remove the source. No, I would never let go of the onyx. Not if it had the power to change people. I heard the door to my bedchamber open on the other side of the wall. I hurried to straighten myself, erasing my emotions. I stood to my full height before entering the bedchamber to see who was there. I had expected Truga, or maybe Rorik, but never in 100 lifetimes would I have expected to see Lady Malin. Hello, Elodie. Malin closed the door behind her and moved deeper into my room without waiting for an invitation. Her expression was neutral, and she appeared unarmed except for a small wooden box in her hands. Malin, this is a surprise. What brings you here? I heard what happened. She set the box upon my desk, and I was sorry to hear of it. Tim seemed like a capable guard. Rorik was disappointed, of course, to send a member of the Barrenfall Kingdom to the dungeon. But I am sure there's still time for you to prove that you are more honorable than your men. In any event, I realized that you are now all alone, without a guard or even a lady's maid. So I've come to offer my services. How noble of you. I couldn't even pretend to hide my sarcasm. I turned my attention to the box, hoping to avoid eye contact with Malin. I wasn't sure if the woman would recognize the darkness in my eyes, but I wasn't prepared to explain it. I was having enough of a hard time trying to contain it. Thanks. I thought so too. And I wish I could stay. But you know Rissa requires my services as well. So I brought you a gift, something to help you in my absence. You should find all the extra protection you require in here. Malin gestured to the box. I hadn't been interested until Malin mentioned protection. Now I was intrigued. Was there a weapon within the box? Another dagger, perhaps? I ran my fingers curiously over the swirls carved into the surface of the wood, dreaming about what I might find inside. What if I don't need any extra protection? Malin laughed. Oh, how I wish that were the case. Unfortunately, rumor has it there are some unsavory characters roaming these halls. One can never be sure who to trust, you know, including those who pretend to be friends. As much as I hated to admit it, it was good advice. I wondered if word had gotten out about Tolly. Maybe that was who Malin referred to. Either way, I couldn't deny that some extra protection would be good. That's very true. And why should I trust you? Malin shrugged. No one said you should. I can take it back if you'd like. She reached out a hand and stepped toward the box. No, there's no need. I appreciate your gift. Thank you. I couldn't describe it, but as I traced the lid, I was struck with an overwhelming desire to take the box into my hands. The onyx seemed to be reaching for it, demanding me to take possession of its contents. And though a small part of my brain remembered the stone held dark magic, it hadn't let me down yet. There was no reason to believe it would steer me wrong now, either. Malin smiled. Well, go on then, open it. I hesitated, my thumb grazing over the metal clasp on the front. Every second that I kept it closed felt heavy, weighted with expectation. The onyx thrummed powerfully, numbing me from hip to toe, fighting to take full control of my body so that I could just open the box already. Fine, I thought, I'll do it. My thumb flicked the clasp, and the lid slammed open onto the desktop with enough force to knock a grown man to the ground. I leaned over the top and saw a single black moth crawl to the opening. I was drawn to it, reaching a finger to stroke the small creature's wings when it took flight. Then came another and another, and within seconds an impossible number of black moths streamed from the box like a rushing river over a cliffside. They flew in circles around me, the wind from their tiny wings blowing my hair and blocking out the light, the sound, blocking everything from my senses but for the darkness. And it was so dark. The blackness was all I knew for a time. Then I felt them on my skin, in my hair. They were everywhere and everything. They were all that mattered. They crawled across my cheeks and into my mouth, my ears. I breathed them in, becoming one with the darkness. And I'd never felt more complete. Then, as quickly as they came, they were gone. Once the darkness cleared, I saw Malin at my window with a look of wild abandon flashing in her dark eyes. The moths gathered together and flew through the window like an enormous black dragon darting across the mid-morning sky. And though I watched them leave, I still felt their presence. I glanced at my hands and saw wisps of shadow flickering from each of my fingertips. I reached for the onyx to find that my pocket was empty. There was no more stone. I was the stone. The onyx was me. I was darkness. Lady Malin turned her attention away from the window and back toward me, ready to sing a song of victory. But her smile quickly faded, and I knew that she saw it. There was no hiding the shadows. Impossible, Malin whispered. Her eyes filled with fear, and she backed away slowly. You're a mage. Chapter 26. Vaeda. I was still in my bed when news of Lady Tolly's disappearance finally spread through the castle. I heard the guards rushing through my corridor, searching every room in every hall for the missing woman. When they slammed open my own door, I had feigned an illness. I said I wasn't well and asked them to leave me with some peace and quiet for the day. It was partially true. I definitely wasn't feeling myself. It didn't stop them from rummaging through my things in search of clues for Lady Tolly's whereabouts. But they'd left soon enough. And I hadn't had to face them directly. I wasn't sure how evident the darkness that had taken hold of me was from the outside, but I couldn't deny the power of it swirling through my core. A mage. Was it true? Certainly, if anyone recognized a dark mage, it would be Lady Malin. But how could it be possible? I didn't think the transformation was intentional. Malin had looked quite distraught, if anything. She wasn't expecting to see me grow more powerful, and she definitely wouldn't have given me that kind of power on purpose. Something went wrong, and it likely had to do with the onyx. But like Lady Tolly, the onyx was gone now, and in its place was something much more powerful, begging to be put to use. I'd managed to control it fairly well during the day, but as the sun set and the shadows lengthened across my bedchamber floor, the darkness began to grow restless. It pushed against the surface of my skin, making my fingertips tingle with its power. Just a flick of my wrist and the flames of my candles all extinguished themselves. Another wave of my hand, and the room went so cold I could see the white puffs of my breath. And I knew this was only the beginning of what I could do. But before I could experiment too much further, a knock sounded at the door. It was late, judging by the moon's position in the sky. Much too late for any kind of approved visitor. I took a deep breath, feeling far more confident with the shadows surrounding me than I otherwise would have. If even Lady Malin feared me now, I suspected I would be able to handle any surprise on the other side of the door. Elodie. Rorik's eyes were wide as he pushed into my room. Thank goodness. I never saw you after breakfast, and once we learned of Lady Tolly's disappearance, I feared for the worst. I'm well. I averted my eyes, still uncertain of how much of the darkness he could see dwelling inside me. I'm glad. He strode over to my desk and picked up a smoking candle, inspecting it for a moment before replacing it. Thankfully, he didn't ask any questions. His mind seemed to be elsewhere. I must admit there's a bit more to my visit this evening. I've been thinking about our discussion from this morning. And have you reached any new conclusions? Possibly. I may have a plan. You see, all of our spare guards are out in the city and surrounding lands right now, searching for the Northglen party. We've taken men from within the castle and posted them up around the grounds. That means security in the dungeon is a bit lighter than normal. He clasped his hands behind his back. Are you suggesting we risk a trip down there tonight? I forgot about the dark magic in my blood for the time being. There was a chance I may get Thelen out tonight. I'd hardly dared to hope for his release so soon. Yes, but there is some risk. While I know I can get him out... He lifted a ring of keys from his pocket and dangled them in front of me. I can't promise anything beyond these castle walls. That will be up to you. And as I mentioned, Farrascott is crawling with guards. We'll find a way, I insisted. He nodded. I thought you might say that. He looked me up and down. I was worried I might find you sleeping, but it looks like you're ready to go. His brows lifted, waiting for an explanation he wouldn't receive. Now wasn't the time to tell him I'd been awake and experimenting with my new power. That's right, I'm ready. I walked to the door and reached for the handle. After you. Surprisingly, Rorik led me through the same servants' passages Truga had escorted me through before. Or maybe it wasn't surprising, given the prince's propensity to sneak through this castle on his way to visit his lover. I huffed a silent breath of laughter. Wasn't I doing the very same thing now? Sneaking around to visit my lover? No. This was more. I was saving Thelen's life. I knew right where to lead Rorik once we reached the dungeon. It was quiet and still, and I had to fight the urge to run through the cells calling out to Thelen. He was huddled in the corner again when we finally arrived, but he stood to greet us. His hands reached through the bars as to touch my face, but he pulled back at the last second, just noticing Rorik. His mouth opened, but no words came out. He nodded to the prince instead. The way the men held each other's eyes told me there were many unspoken words being communicated between them, and there was no doubt in my mind that they'd recognized one another for who they truly were. But no one spoke of it as Rorik twisted a key into the lock on Thelen's cell. Do what you must tonight, Rorik said. I can keep the guards away from your room for a time, but please promise me you'll be back in time for the announcement tomorrow. Tomorrow? You said you wanted to speed things along, didn't you? The corner of his mouth quirked up. I threw my arms around his neck. A mortal might call this moment a gift from the fates, but I knew better. The moirai had nothing to do with it. This was the universe's will, and I was happy to allow the pieces to fall into place. Thank you, Rorik, for everything. Of course. He patted my back. Now I will leave you two alone. Be careful tonight. I will. Rorik bid Thelen a silent goodbye, then disappeared the way he'd come. The cell door was open. No one was around. We should have run. But instead, Thelen and I stood before each other, eyes wide in the low light. You came for me, Thelen said at last, breaking the silence. I did. Did he tell you why I was locked up? No, but it doesn't matter. It does to me. Look, there's a lot that I haven't told you. My secrets, as you call them. And I don't want them between us anymore. I meant it when I offered you my help. And it's only fair that you know who I really am before getting stuck with me. I dropped my chin, staring at the floor. I couldn't expect to have any kind of authentic relationship with the man, unless we came clean about our pasts. But I was far less worried about his past than my own. He knew I was Fateborne. And it would be challenging enough to ask him to choose a relationship with me in the shadows, while I publicly married Prince Rorik. But if he knew the circumstances, knew that the marriage was the only way to keep the mortal realm intact, I hoped he would be understanding. What I did not think he'd be able to get over was this newest revelation. I was not only Fateborne, but also a dark mage now. Calloused fingers slid under my chin, lifting my face back up to his. Vaeda? His voice was a balm for my nerves, but I knew the moment he caught my eyes. Something shifted in his expression when he noticed the shadows. You have the stone? I tried to blink away the darkness, but it was no use. It was a part of me now. No, I admitted. Not anymore. He tilted his head, examining me more closely as he ran a gentle thumb across my cheek. What happened? I bit my lip, considering how much to reveal. The truth would come out eventually, and Thelen may be able to offer more information about the onyx, not that it mattered much anymore. But the concern in Thelen's eyes was genuine, and despite how trusting mortals in the past had burned me, I couldn't help but trust him now. I'm not sure exactly what happened. I took the stone from you because Truga said it was enchanted with dark magic. He nodded. I didn't realize it when I held it, but yes, I think it is. I kept it in my pocket, but even from the very beginning, I could feel it calling to me. I ignored it best I could, but it got to you. I nodded. It was easier when I had the orb, like the power of the moirai protected me from it, or overshadowed its power somehow. But that's gone now too. And when the orb broke, the onyx strengthened, and I discovered it even had healing powers. Wait, slow down. Are you injured? Thelen's warm eyes traced my figure, searching for any sign of injury. Not anymore, it healed me. And I think by allowing it to do so, I allowed it to take hold of me. But it wasn't until Lady Malin came to my room that everything really changed. Mel. The name was a growl from his lips. What did she do to you? I don't know. Physically, she did nothing to me. She only brought me a gift, a box. Thelen rubbed his forehead and began to pace. Tell me about the box. What did it look like? It was made of carved wood. The lid and sides were covered in fine details that seemed to tell a story, but I didn't spend much time inspecting them. Was it about this big? He held his hands in front of him. Yes, do you know it? Thelen's brows furrowed. I think so, but I'd forgotten about it. What was inside it? How could I begin to describe what had been waiting for me inside the box? I couldn't explain it myself. All I knew was that it had forever changed me. I dropped my voice to a whisper and summarized the contents best I could. The darkness was inside it. His hands clenched as he began to pace again. Vaeda, we've got to get you out of here. I'm afraid they've got some kind of control over you now. Who does? Mel and her mages. She must have taken the stone back when you weren't looking. No, that's not possible. It was in my pocket the entire time. She's crafty. She could have found a way. That box held a curse. Yes, a curse. That would make perfect sense and explain why Malin brought it to me. Perhaps it did. But Thelen, it didn't go as she planned. How do you know? I saw her face. When the darkness faded, she looked at me, and there was nothing but pure fear in her eyes. She said... Said what? His hand was on my shoulder, as though he knew I would need his support as I uttered the next words. She said I'm a mage. He froze, and I knew this was it. This was where we said goodbye. At least I'd set him free from the dungeon before scaring him off. I know how that must sound, I added quickly. And I understand that you probably want to go separate ways. It's probably for the best, really. His hands were on my cheeks, gentle but strong, and I nearly melted under his gaze. Vaeda, how many times are you going to try to get rid of me before you realize I'm not going anywhere? He brought his forehead down to rest against mine, and I closed my eyes in the comfort his touch provided. I told you. I knew there would be risks involved, and I still choose you. That doesn't change whether you're one of the Fates, or a mage, or a stars-blasted sea monster. I laughed, but it was cut short by the sound of footsteps coming our way. We've got to go, I whispered. I took his wrist and pulled him back toward the staircase I'd come down with Rorik, but the sound of the footsteps was too close. We would never make it to the doorway before the guard reached us. Here. Thelen pulled me into an open cell. It would keep us out of the guard's direct line of sight, but I could still hear him nearing us, faster now. There was no chance he'd miss us if he so much as glanced in our direction. Fear rose up like an icy wave through my chest, and I felt the shadows reaching for me, tempting me with their touch. Was it dangerous to give in to them again? I didn't have much choice. I pulled Thelen close to me, huddled in the darkness of the cell, and I whispered in his ear. Don't make a sound. The shadows crawled over my skin and his, masking us in the darkness. And with their protection came a rush of power that made me feel alive. The guard stepped past our cell, looking one way, then the other. His eyes landed precisely where we stood together, but he didn't see us there. The shadows kept us hidden. Thelen released a shuddering breath as the guard continued his search through the remaining cells. And we didn't move until long after the man called out that this hall was clear. If Thelen feared my newfound power, he didn't show it. He simply kissed my head and thanked me. I don't know much about the darkness, as you call it, but I'm pretty sure it just saved our lives. Now let's get out of here before they come looking again.
Chapter 27. Thelen. She was the most magnificent creature I'd ever laid eyes upon. She was power and strength and delicate beauty, all wrapped up into one formidable package. And she'd saved my skin more times than I could count between the dungeon and the Red Quarter. I'd expected her to let down her guard once we were out of sight of the king's men, but she only appeared to grow more uneasy the deeper into the old abandoned streets we got. The shadows swirled around her as we walked, ready to lash out at anyone who got in our way if she would only let them. But somehow I knew, though she held the power to do it, Vaeda would never intentionally hurt anyone with the shadows. Not unless it was absolutely necessary. Where exactly are you taking me? There was an edge to her voice, and I realized she was trying to hide her fear. But she had nothing to be afraid of here. Not with me. To Gladys. I told you I have her hidden in an old stable. In the Red Quarter? I was surprised she knew what this place was called. No one spoke of it anymore. It was a part of history that the people of Fariscott would rather not remember. Yes, it's the safest place for a dragon. She pinched her lips together and nodded. Her eyes darted back and forth across the empty streets as we walked, as though she were expecting a monster to jump out from behind each corner. I would have given anything to ease her nerves, if only she knew how strong she was. One day I would tell her. We continued quietly through the darkened streets until finally I spotted the old stables up ahead. There, I pointed. She prowled toward them, the shadows growing tighter around her with every step. It wasn't until she nudged the door open with her foot that her shoulders finally relaxed. She disappeared inside before I could catch up. When I entered the dark space after her, I was shocked to find Vaeda with her arms wrapped around Gladys's neck. She whispered something to the dragon, and Gladys nuzzled closer to her. I didn't know what was more surprising, Vaeda's outward display of affection or Gladys's acceptance of it. But it warmed my heart either way. I cleared my throat and Vaeda stepped back. I'm glad to see she's safe. She smoothed her skirts. But look at the poor thing. She needs a meal and a good flight. This is no place for such a mighty dragon. Gladys huffed her approval, and a small puff of smoke rose into the air. I know, and she'll be out of here in no time. I stroked the beast's head. Just as soon as you're ready to go. My voice was timid. It came out more like a question, filled with hope that she would say yes, that she would jump on Gladys's back and take to the open skies with me. But one look at Vaeda told me my hope was misplaced. Thelen, it's not that I don't want to leave with you. It's just that I can't. She moved to a bale of hay in the corner, then scooted over so I could sit by her side. You mentioned back in the dungeon that you had secrets, but you're not the only one. You mean being a fate-turned mage isn't all? There's more? My poor attempt at humor was my best defense against the nerves that crawled up my back when she mentioned my secrets. Somehow, our conversation in the dungeon had veered before I'd had the chance to confess my past to her. What would she think of me when she knew the real reason I'd joined her trip to Fariscott? Her smile was brief. Yes, there is more. The truth is, I left the Isles, the home of the moirai, or fates as you call them, for a reason. You know the orb I held? I nodded. It showed me glimpses of Prince Rorik's life, but more than that, it showed me his fate. For years, he was destined to marry Princess Rissa of Caligo. But one day it changed, and I saw him die by her hands. So you came to save him? Yes, but not for the reason you think. I don't love him. My entire body relaxed at those words, but there was more I could see building up inside her. In his new fate, I watched Rissa kill him and take the crown, and as the new Queen of Greenbridge, she opened its borders to the mages of Caligo. Darkness spread across the entire land, and I feared the people would suffer. So I came to stop that from happening. By marrying the prince yourself. It suddenly made sense. All of it. You thought that by taking her place you could save his life and protect the kingdom. She nodded tearfully. So you see, I can't flee to the mountains with you, no matter how much I would like to. Then I'll stay here with you. The words were out of my mouth before I had time to think them through. I bit my knuckles, trying to find a way around the truth. You don't have to. I can see that the idea unsettles you. It's not that. I would have to tell her the truth now. There was no other way around it. It's just that the king won't allow it. Why not? I confessed the truth about my childhood, the murder of my parents, and my promise for retribution. I explained how I'd used Vaeda to get into the castle, how I had tried to shoot Rorik with an arrow at the ball, how I'd planned another attack this week and eventually found myself in the prince's room. I told her everything, every sinful, horrifying detail. I laid it all bare. I didn't know we were brothers, I said at the end. She'd been watching and listening thoughtfully, but she hadn't said a word. I had no idea what was running through her mind, but she had to know this at least. Honestly, I didn't. And I'm ashamed of the hatred I've felt for him for all these years. He didn't ask for this any more than I did. I know that now. She placed her hand on mine, drawing my attention up to her eyes. They were still gray, just darker now. More like charcoal. Yet they weren't cold, especially as she studied me. Thelen, I'm so sorry. I had no idea that you were carrying such a burden. I've never told anyone. Understandably, she smiled. Murderous plots are best kept as secrets. I grimaced. I think vengeance sounds better. She was quiet for a moment, lost in thought before speaking again. So, what are your plans now that the truth is out? I shrugged. I don't know. The king would love to see me dead. It's Rorik who saved my life. even after I tried to steal his. If the king finds out I've escaped, he won't give me another chance. I want to stay with you more than anything, but I don't know how we can make it work as long as the king continues his rule. She studied me for some time, saying nothing, though I could see her mind working. Well, how do we move forward, Dragon Man? I grinned. While many would find the name insensitive, it was more a term of endearment coming from her lips. And it was a nickname I would miss. You have to save Rorik. You have to go back to the castle and finish your mission. You're so close. And as for me, I glanced at Gladys, who was now sleeping in the corner. If you are to marry the prince, then I suppose it's time for me to return to the mountains. Her eyes glistened, but she didn't argue. What was there left to say? We both knew there were no other options for us. I looked away, staring at the slumbering beast instead of the woman who held my heart. But she wouldn't let me go so easily. Her hand found its way to my cheek, and she pulled my face back toward hers. You're not in any rush to leave, are you? Her face was inches from mine. I was entranced by her eyes, her lips, and she remained still, angling her face toward me like an invitation. So I answered her question the best way I knew how. Sliding my fingers into her hair, I accepted her invitation and pulled her mouth to mine. I kissed Vaeda the way she deserved to be kissed. There were no surprises this time around, no hesitation. We were just two souls connecting in the rawest form, and I was temporarily lost in the moment. I pulled away just enough to catch my breath and speak again. I take back what I said. I don't know who I'm kidding. I can't leave you. I told you I accept the risk. We'll find a way to work around it. That's what we do best. But I crashed my lips into hers again, cutting her short. I didn't want to spend tonight worrying about plans or consequences. I wanted only a few moments to enjoy this woman, the feel of her hands on my chest, her hair in my fingers. She wrapped her hands up in my tunic and pulled me back onto the hay. Supporting myself on my elbows, I looked at her body next to mine and the longing in her eyes. And even if I was killed tomorrow, my life would have been worth all the struggle for just this moment. I kissed her again briefly before moving to her neck and leaving a trail of sweet kisses up and around her jawline. Her hands wrapped around the back of my neck, pulling me closer still until I found her mouth again. Then a fiery heat burned down my side. I sat up and looked to find Gladys on her feet, smoke billowing from her mouth. Vaeda sat up tall and pointed a shaky finger at the doorway. You!
Chapter 28. Vaeda. Lady Malin stepped inside, flanked by her two mages. You sure are a slippery little thing, aren't you? But I knew we'd find you eventually, and it didn't take long to figure out you'd escaped with your guard. I put myself between Malin and Thelen. Already the darkness was crawling under my skin, alert and ready to jump into action. But what that meant was still a bit of a mystery. I had no idea how to wield the shadows, or what they could do. And I refused to put Thelen at risk. Now I'll give you the option to come willingly with us. It will be much easier that way. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to resort to less friendly means for bringing you back. There's not a chance I'm going with you. You know it's illegal for mages to walk the streets of Fariscott. Funny, coming from you. The darkness grew thick around my heart, concentrating around the rapid beat of my pulse. Malin sneered. I have certain privileges you do not. Now, this is your last chance, girl. Come with me and we'll speak nothing of this to the king. I told you my answer is no. The mages stepped forward, sending my pulse racing even faster. And as the tension rose, so did the power of the darkness. Fueled by my emotions, it only flexed under the increased scrutiny. So when the mages lifted their hands to strike against me, I had no choice but to set some of the power free. The shadows burst forth from my fingertips like streams of black ice, cold and harsh and unforgiving. And as they slashed across the arms and faces of the mages, I got a thrill unlike any other. It was a rush of power, almost euphoric. I breathed it in, reveling in the darkness and welcoming it all back to me. Lady Malin gasped and took a step back. Impossible, she whispered. The woman shook her head in disbelief, then called out louder to her men. It's worse than I thought. Stand down. The mages breathed heavily, one still groaning from the impact of my blast, and together they backed to the door with Malin. Their eyes were wide, surprise clearly registering on each of their faces. But they weren't willing to give up so easily. One of the men hesitated, lifting his hands once again. We can take her, my lady. I said stand down. Malin's eyes went almost black. But there was more than fury swirling in their depths. There was fear and something else, almost a familiarity. The power wasn't new to her. They stood in a silent stare down for several long seconds before I had enough. Leave us be. There was no room for negotiation in my tone. Malin nodded. We'll meet again soon. Her voice was different now, softer somehow, despite the threat she saw in me. She spun around, her mages following, and together they disappeared into the shadows. I turned back to Thelen to make sure he wasn't hurt. I'm sorry, I said. You joked before, but I'm afraid I really have turned into a monster. He put his palm on my cheek. You're not a monster. You're incredible. And if anyone can save this kingdom, I know it will be you. He pulled me into an embrace and I rested my cheek on his shoulder, breathing him in. I didn't know if I'd ever get a moment like this alone with him again. Tomorrow was the marriage announcement, and after that would be a lifetime of lies and secrets. But tonight I had Thelen. Chapter 29. Vaeda. There's probably a child on the way, knowing His Highness. Scandalous. A second servant girl hiccuped a laugh from the corner of my room, but I doubt it. I think it has everything to do with the disappearance of the Northglen lady. With her gone, the king had to speed things up and secure an engagement before the other two went running as well. Ahem. The seamstress cleared her throat loudly, taking out her frustrations with the servants on the back of my dress and forcing me to straighten quickly. That's quite enough. The servant girls dipped their heads in shame and quickly scurried out of the room, teacups and silverware rattling on the breakfast trays they carried as they went. Apologies, Princess. I do not think they realized how loud they were. It's quite all right, I said. The casual chatter reminds me of home. I'm not bothered by their speculation. The seamstress pinned some fabric in place and leaned closer, dropping her voice. So, now that it's just us, any chance you might be willing to divulge which of you is to become our next queen? I smiled. I'm afraid I must keep my lips sealed, but you will find out in just a few short hours. The castle was a whirlwind of activity, as servants and officials scrambled to get all the details in order for Rorik's hasty announcement. I was awoken what felt like moments after I'd returned to my bed from the Red Quarter. I took breakfast in my room, while the seamstress hurried to get the final details in place on a dress that I was to wear to the ceremony today. Truga worked around us, grumbling and murmuring to herself as she cleaned, and never once making eye contact with me. I wanted to tell the elf everything. I wanted her to know that Thelen was safe, and that she'd see him again soon. But to do so would be to admit that I'd released him. And with the way the castle staff gossiped, I knew I had to stay quiet for now. Thelen had agreed to wait. I knew he would likely return to the mountains for a time, but not until we got a proper goodbye. And he wanted to know that my mission was complete. We were to meet up in the stables again that night, which meant I had one more day to come up with a way for him to remain in my life. There. The seamstress nodded her approval. Now let's get this off of you so I can put the final stitches in place. I gladly removed the gown and slipped back into my regular attire. More attendants would arrive soon to work on my hair and powder my face, but I had a message to deliver first. When I'd arrived back in my room after my time with Thelen last night, I'd found a short note on my dresser from Rissa. The princess congratulated me on the engagement while expressing her relief that it wasn't her. She wanted to so desperately to return home and see her mother. I intended to help her get there as soon as possible. But that would require keeping her alive and away from Rorik, at least until the announcement was made. As soon as my room was clear of attendants, I stepped into the hall and moved quickly to the Callaghan corridor. I didn't fear running into Lady Malin this time. The mages couldn't hurt me, but they could still use their power over Rissa, and I had to ensure her protection. The last thing I needed was to worry about some mage controlling Rissa and murdering Rorik in these final hours. We were so close now. Rissa answered her door on the second knock. She was already wearing her gown for the event, a deep purple that brought out her Callaghan coloring. "Did you bring wine?" She winked. "Not this time." I glanced over my shoulder to make sure we were alone. "I actually came to ask a favor. This is going to sound crazy, but I wanted to ask you to stay in your rooms today during the event." "Done." Rissa grinned. "I'll gladly stay away." "I'm serious." "Why?" She slowly seemed to realize that I wasn't joking around. "Is there some danger that I'm unaware of?" "Possibly. I just don't want to risk it. With the incident at the ball and now Toli's disappearance, I'm told there's a good chance that we have some traitors in our midst." "An assassin in the castle?" I only shrugged. Today seems like it would be ripe for another attack. I know that I'll be protected and heavily guarded during the announcement, but I'm concerned for you. And now that we're so close to finishing this silly game the king created, I want to make sure you're well enough for your return to Caligo. I know your mother will want to see you again in one piece." Rissa's eyes grew glassy at the mention of her mother. "Okay, I'll stay. I also think it would be wise for you to keep your door closed. You must understand that they're going to come looking for you when you do not appear at the announcement. But I don't think it's safe for you to let anyone inside. Again, I am more than happy to avoid everyone today. But doesn't this seem a bit much?" "Call it intuition. I just have a hunch that danger is lurking nearby today. I don't want you to experience the same fate as Lady Toli." Most of the castle residents assumed the worst for Lady Toli. After the attempted murder at the ball by a wayward archer, they naturally assumed that the same assassin had gotten a hold of the Northglen girl. Only I knew the truth. "Poor Lady Toli," they whispered in the halls. "Such a kind girl. It wasn't her time. So unfortunate." I only felt a little bit guilty playing off of that fear now with Rissa, but I needed her to stay put. And most importantly, I needed to keep the mages away from her. Even the mere thought of what could happen sent the darkness swirling up in my chest again. "That includes your guards and even your lady's maid," I added hastily. "If you insist. But Elodie, promise me you'll be safe out there today too. I don't want anything to happen to you either." "I'll be safe." Rissa pulled me into a hug and whispered into my hair. "Good. Because if you disappear, that leaves only me to marry him. And nobody wants that." She laughed and pulled back. "You're going to make a fine queen one day." "Thank you. And you will make a fine ambassador between our kingdoms." Rissa had turned into quite the surprising ally. And though I never would have anticipated it, I actually cared for the princess's well-being. It would only be a little while longer now before I could relax. Just a few more hours to keep Rissa away from the magic and Rorik away from Rissa. Once the announcement was made, Rorik's fate would be forever changed. My dress was stunning. It was silk as blue as the sky, with full skirts that swished around my legs as I walked, and delicate sleeves that hung from my shoulders like morning dew on a rose. My hair fell in gentle waves over my shoulders, adorned by the small night rose pin, a nod to the late queen. I hadn't seen Rorik yet, but the castle was abuzz as everyone rushed into place for the big announcement. I'd heard the voices of a huge crowd outside and wondered how it was possible to bring so many people to the castle in such short time. The whole city of Fariscott must have been standing beyond the castle gates. I focused on the voices as I awaited my next set of instructions. It was easier to ignore the dark magic thrumming beneath my skin when I concentrated on the here and now. It only strengthened in power when I leaned into my emotions, so I worked on staying blank. Emotionless. Focused only on what was directly in front of me. But that proved difficult. especially once I rounded the corner and saw Rorik standing at the bottom of the castle's main staircase. The joy on his face was contagious. He thought of his lover, and I thought of the kingdom. But for appearance's sake, I imagined we looked quite love-struck. A grin spread across my face as I joined him at the bottom. He extended a hand and pulled my arm under his as I reached him. Together we walked through the castle's grand foyer, smiling all the way to the towering wooden doors at the front. My suspicions were confirmed as the doors swung open. There were hundreds of people below, maybe thousands, far too many to count, and probably an equal number of guards positioned around the crowd. Archers stood along the castle walls and towers, while the men on the ground stood ready with swords and blades. There was an eruption of cheers as Rorik and I stepped out of the castle. I scanned the crowd below, taking in the happy faces while also checking for any pointed ears or backstabbing ladies from North Glen. There were none to be found. But there was an extremely handsome man with ruffled brown hair, hidden under a dusty hood with a singed hem. My heart swelled as Thelen locked eyes with me. He stood alone at the edge of the crowd, safe, but watchful. How he'd gotten in here undetected was beyond my imagination, but I was certainly happy to see him. Rorik and I joined several other bodies already in position, with King Brogan at the forefront, looking like he'd bitten into something sour, and his trusty advisor Gelmer to the side. I leaned forward to see who else stood with them, and nearly tripped when I spotted Princess Rissa. She said she would stay in her rooms. The shadows kicked into high action, whirling in my belly like a hurricane. She wasn't supposed to be here. I had gone out of my way to make sure of it. Rissa furrowed her brows, a silent apology written across her pretty face. This wasn't her doing, then. It had to be Lady Malin, which was even worse. If she had somehow compelled Rissa to attend, then there were numerous ways she could bring harm upon the prince. The princess was definitely within stabbing range. She could push him over the balcony, or poison him. She could put him in a chokehold, or tackle him from behind, or do any number of things to him from such a close distance. The darkness reared up, curling its icy fingers into my awareness. I couldn't ignore it anymore, but I'd have to keep it down. Stay calm. It was easier said than done, especially when I couldn't locate Lady Malin. The king launched into a showy speech, concentrating more on the greatness of his lineage than the future bride of his son, or who the people thought was his son anyway. And as he droned on, my anxiety rose higher and higher, as did the shadows. I wished he would just get to the point instead of keeping the crowd waiting. Ignoring the king's monotonous drawl, some movement down below drew my attention to where a short, hunched-over woman pushed her way through a throng of bodies to the front of the crowd. She was an older lady with a long shawl over her shoulders and a thin scarf pulled over her head. When she made it to the very front, she removed her hood and looked directly at me. A breath caught in my throat as I recognized the old hag from the town square, the one who'd read my fortune and cackled as I was attacked by the Fae. My blood turned to ice and I was frozen to the spot as the woman winked at me like she had back at the hall in the Red Quarter with Toli and the Fae. There was no denying that something bad was going to happen if she was here, and the shadows would not be contained any longer. They welled up like a spring in my chest and whispered to me, promises of comfort and protection. Protection from the hag, the Fae, Lady Malin. None of them could touch me when the shadows were on my side. I narrowed my eyes at the toothless old woman, feeling my heart turn to pure ice, and with a grin, I released just enough of the darkness to remove the threat. It was far more subtle than the icy blast I'd thrown at Malin's mages in the stables. This one didn't physically come from me at all. Shadows curled up around the old woman's legs from the crowded street. The darkness wrapped itself in her skirts and took the place of her shawl. It curled around her tired shoulders and settled into her wrinkles, falling over her skin like night on an open plain. And just before she disappeared entirely into the darkness, she threw back her head and released a heedless cackle, the sound chilling me even further. But there was nothing to fear anymore. I had the shadows, and I'd removed the shackles keeping them hidden in my heart. I couldn't be harmed by the Fae any longer. A rush of dark power told me I couldn't be harmed by anyone anymore. Finally pulling my eyes away from the old woman, I noticed the shock on the faces surrounding me. Jaws hung open, and the king no longer spoke. A woman screamed, and then the crowd erupted into pure chaos. A thick black cloud covered the sun so it looked like midnight in the middle of the day. Looking down at my hands, I noticed a similar blackness curling around my pale, icy fingers. What had I done? I flicked my attention back to the platform where we stood, looking for any other possible source of the chaos. But I was alone now. The floor beneath my feet had frozen to a thick sheet of ice, and a body lay beside me on the ground. No. I'd seen this image too many times before. It couldn't be real. It couldn't. Rorik was face up on the ice, his normally tan skin an unnatural shade of blue, eyes vacant, lifeless. The king and Gelmer had their backs pressed up against a wall next to Rissa, who stared at the prince in shock. The voice of a guard called out, "It was her." The princess brought this upon him. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. And it took 4 whole heartbeats for me to realize the man was referring to me. I was the princess. I had killed Rorik. Chapter 30. Vaeda. An arrow whizzed past my head, and I registered the sound of another body hitting the ice behind me. The world was in motion, but my mind was stuck, trying to process the events that had brought me here. But even while I was distracted, the shadows knew what to do. Another arrow dropped from the sky the second it entered the darkness swirling around me. Vaeda. One body rushed toward me while the others scrambled away. It was Thelen's voice that finally shook me back to my senses. "Vaeda, come on, we've got to go." I took another look at Rorik's body on the ground and swallowed down the bile rising in my throat. He didn't deserve to die, and he didn't deserve to be left alone here while the rest of the kingdom went running scared. "I need to take care of his body," I said, kneeling to him as Thelen finally reached me. "There's not time, they're coming after you." I swished my hand, sending a wave of shadows forth like a shield around us. "Everyone else has abandoned him. It's the least I can do." Thelen knelt beside me, his expression a mixture of shock and regret. They'd been brothers, but their chance to know each other had been ripped away. "I ruined everything." "This isn't your fault. You did everything you could." Thelen closed the prince's eyes and laid his icy arms across his chest. The king and his men went running like cowards, not even stopping to see if Rorik was still alive. Though I knew there was no point. The prince was dead. The moirai knew this was going to happen. It was written in the stars. But I really thought I had a chance to save him. I was so close. "Vaeda." Thelen touched my arm. "We really need to go." We stood, and once again I was overwhelmed by the chaos of the courtyard. The archers along the walls all had their weapons trained on me, but none were brave enough to step forward and face me. And with the shadows that refused to quiet around me, I was untouchable. Thelen took my hand and pulled me forward. The castle gates were wide open as a stampede of townspeople pushed and shoved their way off of the grounds. My chest tightened as I realized they were running from me. I was the monster. A barrage of arrows flew after me as I hurried to join the crowd, but the shadows protected my back. The arrows dropped like dead flies, littering the earth behind us. And it only terrified the people more. I heard shouts of witch and fae, but none called me what I was. A mage. It didn't make sense to them either. I was not from Caligo. I wasn't even from this realm. And the way the shadows behaved for me was unlike anything I'd ever seen. None of it should have been possible. One brave guard stepped out to block my way just inside the castle gates. His eyes were wide, but the man fought through his terror to face me head-on. I didn't want to kill him, but I had to keep going. Pinching my lips, I did my best to command the shadows, to make them obey my true desire, which was to remove the man from my path without taking his life. A whip of icy blackness flew forth from my hand and knocked the man to the ground. I didn't have time to stop and see if he'd survived. My chest squeezed even tighter as Thelen pulled me past him and out into Farascott. It was easier to move here. While most everyone else rushed back to the town square, Thelen and I dashed in the other direction. And once we reached the Red Quarter, we were the only humans in sight. I killed him. I slowed to a walk, the urgency no longer forcing me to run. After all this time, it was me. I'm the murderer. I stopped suddenly and looked at Thelen. A sob caught in my throat, guilt threatening to bring me down. I'm so sorry, Thelen. I didn't mean to. I don't even know how it happened. Do you think it could have been Mel? Did she find a way to control your actions? No. I shook my head sadly. It was all me. I saw the hag, the old Fey woman from the market, and I feared that she was going to do something to Rorik. I'd been battling the darkness all morning, trying my best to keep it at bay. But when I saw her, it just broke free. I saw it. The moment it broke free, that is. We all saw it. Rorik reached over to check on you, but when he touched you, he was knocked off his feet. That's when everyone knew something was wrong. I groaned, dropping my face into my hands. Another woman's voice cut through the silence. We told you not to get involved. We tried to stop you. I lifted my eyes again to find Storetta standing before us. The shadows raged inside me, desperately trying to claw their way out of my skin to destroy the Fateborne woman. But somehow, I kept them under control for a little while longer. Storetta was alone, fearless, as strong as ever. Her silvery hair flowed around her shoulder like water, and in her grip was a familiar weapon. Is that my dagger? Hope bubbled in my chest. Does that mean you stopped Toli? Thelen stepped forward, one hand on the blade at his waist, the other protectively at my back. But he gave me room to speak with my former friend. Storetta slowly shook her head. I did not stop Toli. I do not interfere with fate. But you do, I insisted. That is your only job, to interfere. You're wrong. There is a difference between the work we have been chosen to do and what you attempted. And you know it. We are merely extensions of the universe, carrying out its will and redirecting those who refuse to do as the law of necessity commands. But you, she frowned. Vaeda, what have you done? Ignoring the Fateborn's question, I tried to steer back to the dagger. Toli and her Fae took that from me. How did you get it? Storetta pressed her lips together. Are you going to answer me? They stole my dagger and tried to kill me with it. And now you have it. What is going on? Is Toli dead? No. Lady Toli's work in this realm is not yet finished. She's going to start a war, isn't she? Storetta, you have to help me stop her. So many lives will be lost because of her. No, Vaeda, the lives will be lost because of you. You weren't supposed to interfere. That's not true. The shadowy monster roared for my attention. The leash I had around it was barely keeping it contained, and Storetta's accusations only made it worse. I lunged for my dagger, but Storetta disappeared from her spot, reappearing just a few feet away. Thelen's hand on my back was the only thing keeping me grounded. I was strong enough to control this shadowy beast growing inside me. I had to be. You know, Storetta, maybe you have it all wrong. Perhaps I am doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing here. The shadows curled off of my fingertips, and I delighted in the way they drew Storetta's gaze. There was a touch of fear in the Fateborne's eyes. I think it's no accident that I ended up here in the mortal realm. In fact, I'd even say that you are the one interfering with the universe's plans. I think you're putting yourself at risk every time you return to me here. The darkness liked that. It sent a rush of exhilaration through my veins, fueling me on. It swirled around me like layers of black lace, dancing delicately in the breeze, daring Storetta to try something. Now why don't you hand me my dagger and stop getting in my way? There is still work to be done here. I can't do that. You can and you will. I stepped forward, feeling more confident by the second. It belongs to me. Steretta's gaze shot over my shoulders just as a third voice called out. Actually, it belongs to the moirai. I spun around and found myself face to face with Lake. Again, the shadows warred inside me, a strange kind of bloodlust spurring them on. But I managed to choke them down. 2 months ago, I would have been shaking on the spot as I faced the wrath of Lake. But now I couldn't even pretend to be afraid of the ancient being. It was clear that the moirai weren't going to hurt me, or they would have done it long ago. And they couldn't kill me. Not anymore. I was no longer one of them. Hello, sister. It's a surprise to see you. After so many weeks of stalking me quietly through the realm, I'd assumed you'd rather not face me again. You'd assume correctly, but apparently you're too dense to get the point. Steretta has repeatedly tried to tell you to stop interfering. Now the orb is gone and you're cut off from us, but you still won't give up. I'm going to tell you one more time. Leave this place. Allow fate to play out as it is intended. The universe will make sure it happens with or without you. So give up. Never, Laka snarled. You never did know what was good for you. Your emotions will be the death of you. They were no good for the moirai, and they were no good for the mortals either. Look at where they got you. You killed the prince, you've started a war. What do you have left, foolish child? When will you stop? The darkness lashed out before I knew it was happening. It took my breath with it, reaching for Lake with the intent to kill. The power rolled off of me like waves on a tempest sea. It crashed into the spot where Lake once stood, but the moirai only croaked out a laugh from somewhere behind me. I whirled around and struck again. It wasn't until the third strike that my shadows found a target. Laka was gone, but Steretta hadn't seen this one coming. Her face was frozen into a look of horror as her entire body went pale and rigid. No! I ran forward to check on my friend. The faintest sign of a pulse limped through her neck, and as I reached out to feel it, an arrow came soaring from across the street, striking Steretta in the tender flesh of her throat and finishing what I had inadvertently started. The Fateborne girl choked, a splatter of blood flying from her lips. Then her body collapsed. Her lifeless form was still for a moment, until all at once it vanished, leaving nothing behind but a wisp of shimmering dust. And I knew my friend was gone, reclaimed by the universe that created her. Lake had vanished as well. I turned my gaze back to Thelen, but he was unarmed. The arrow had come from somewhere else. He stepped to the alley, searching for answers to the same question that plagued me. Who had stepped in? Who killed Steretta? Reveal yourself, I shouted to the empty street. My entire body trembled with unnamed emotion and the after effects of my power. I was weak and confused, and once the shock wore off, I would probably grieve for the loss of Rorik and Steretta. But I couldn't stop yet. We weren't alone. Who's there? I tried to call the shadows back to my fingers, but I'd used my energy battling against Lake. All that was left right now was a whisper of the darkness that resided within. I didn't know if it would come back or if the well had emptied for good, but still I couldn't give up. I should have known. Thielen's voice drew my attention to where a hooded woman stepped out of the shadows, bow slung over her back. Lady Malin dropped her hood and grinned. Well done. Chapter 31. Vaeda. There was no waiting for an explanation. I sprinted toward Lady Malin, determined to put an end to the woman once and for all. 2 lives had already fallen at my hands today. What was one more? Malin ran for the stables, much faster than I would have guessed the woman could move. She dove through the doors into where Gladys was hidden. If the dragon didn't tear her apart first, I knew I'd have a clear shot on the other side. I kicked open the doors, ready for a fight, but I was met by 2 other mages. Malin stood in the middle, breathing heavily. From the mages, long shadows hung over Gladys's enormous scaly body like chains made of smoke. She was locked in place, but she was alive. Her golden eyes hummed with rage, and I had no doubt that she would burn the entire city down if she were released right now. Thelen stumbled in behind me, a blade at the ready. I tried once more to call upon the shadows, but Malin lifted her hands. Please wait. Now that we're all here, we must talk. I didn't want to talk. I wanted to release my anger and seek revenge, but the shadows wouldn't come. You killed Staretta. The fate? You're right, I did. You're welcome. I didn't want her to die. Only the old one, then. Malin scoffed. Or will you pretend you weren't trying to kill her either? I ground my teeth together. This woman was infuriating. It was none of her business what I wanted with the moirai. Malin grinned, seeing that she had the upper hand, and then she took it one step further. She jerked her chin toward Thelen, and I realized too late that she was signaling him to her mages. One of the men lifted a hand, and Thelen was bound by the shadow chains now too, right alongside his dragon. Don't you dare hurt him. The cold, dark feeling of my new power rose up through my chest, but the shadows that flew from my fingers were weak. I was tapped out, and Lady Malin knew it. I'm not going to hurt him as long as you listen to me. I think you may be interested in what I have to say. Unlikely. I sneered, but what choice did I really have in the matter? We are not on opposite sides. Is that why you tried to curse me with this darkness? Malin's mouth hardened into a line. That's right, I said, stepping forward. I know what you were trying to do, but your plan backfired, didn't it? I'm glad that it did, Malin said softly. Her eyes grew glassy, and I thought the woman was softening, but she blinked any sign of the emotion away just as quickly as it had come on. I'd be lying if I said your newfound power hasn't changed the situation, but even without that, it seems we may share a common goal. Oh yeah? And what's that? We want to keep Greenbridge out of the hands of the Fae. I shook my head. Do you really think I'm so foolish to believe you have no ulterior motives? Not at all. But I think you know what will happen if the Fae gain control over the kingdom. And from the looks of it, they may be aided by your fates. You know you can't face them alone, even with the help of your shadows. You'll need an army. And well, I just happen to have one. A big one. And they hold power similar to yours. I glanced at Thelen, but I couldn't get a good read on his thoughts. Caligo wasn't a large kingdom, but I didn't doubt they had a willing army. That didn't mean they would be helpful, though. Greenbridge won't be any safer in the hands of your dark mages than it will be with the Fae. I can't just allow your people to take it over. I began to pace, racking my brains for some kind of alternative solution. But they're your people now, too. I paused, the reality of Malin's words hitting me like a sack of grain. I was a dark mage, but I wasn't from Caligo. I couldn't claim them as my people. I wasn't entirely sure if I could even call myself a mortal. That's not all, Malin went on, inspecting her nails. With the well of power now springing forth from the castle, I imagine the battle for control will extend far beyond the northern kingdoms. Creatures from far and wide will put their lives on the line for that kind of power. What do you mean? You killed a mortal. There was no humor in Malin's expression when she met my eyes. And you know what happens when one of the fates kills a mortal. My heart stopped beating for several seconds until my chest felt like it might split open. But I'm not one of the moirai. I don't even think I'm Fateborne anymore. I don't know what I am. Something else, entirely. Malin shrugged. Take it up with the universe. I can't know for sure, of course. But the ground shifted when Rorik's body fell. You'd have to go down to the dungeon to be sure. That's where the ground would open. And it's only a matter of time before someone discovers it. My head was swimming. The hag did it on purpose, I whispered to no one in particular. I could just curse myself for falling into the Fae's trap. But the hag knew. She saw it all along. The old woman had received some power from the moirai when she'd been gifted her own orb from a similar well in the Middle Sands. She knew my fate, but she didn't reveal the full picture to me. and now I had played right into her hands. The Fae were going to take over Greenbridge. But what if I did agree to join forces with Lady Malin? I thought back to Rorik's fate, before his orb shattered. After he'd fallen dead, I saw the darkness rolling across the land of Greenbridge like an oily fog. Then came the mages, riding on horses the size of small cottages, staffs in the air as they shouted with victory. I recognized them as the mages of Caligo, and now I was one of them, too. Was it my army in the vision? The universe had already written our story. I just didn't realize the role I played in it. What would it look like if I said yes? Malin smiled, the most genuine smile I had ever seen on her face. Well, we would teach you how to wield your power, for one thing. I have many questions about it. Her features softened and grew more thoughtful. We may find some answers as well. Who would rule Greenbridge? Rissa, of course. No doubt the bumbling king is already trying to convince Fariscott that she was the prince's future bride. He'd hate to reveal that his son had chosen a mage. And with Toli gone, Rissa is all he has. It actually plays into our hands quite nicely. I nodded. I could live under Rissa's rule. The girl would be fair. And I'd already seen Rissa being crowned the queen in Rorik's fate. I knew Malin was right. And what about the Fae? What if they do decide to start a war? There's no if about it. Malin's expression hardened. There's a war coming whether we want it or not. They will do anything for the well of power, and we will fight them with all we have. The Fates too, if they should choose to intervene. I swallowed. Did I have what it took to stand up to the moirai? Did any of us? The Videri Isles were full of strange power, and the moirai had the universe on their side. But what if they were wrong? Could anyone really know for sure what the universe wanted? I'll help you, I said at last. But Thelen is coming with me, and the dragon. Of course. Malin gestured to her mages who released him and Gladys. The dragon immediately opened her mouth, but Thelen's hand on her flank seemed to calm her. Not that I would have been particularly bothered if she'd singed the mages just a little. We'll have to go back to Caligo right away, Malin said. What about Rissa? She'll be fine for a while. They won't allow anything to happen to her, or the king will appear even weaker than he is. But we must gather the armies before the Fae return. And the well of power I might have opened? The woman paused, concern pulling her brows together. We'll have to pray that no one discovers it. At least not before our return. I had little confidence that the well would go undiscovered, if it existed at all. But I had no choice but to move along. There was no way I would be permitted back inside the castle. And secretly, I feared what I might do to anyone who got in my way. Like it or not, I was a mage now. And with the mages, I would fight. Malin and the mages left me to speak privately with Thelen as we gathered some things for the long trip ahead. Are you sure you want to ally with Caligo? As someone who has sided with Malin already, I can promise you she will twist her words and manipulate you to get exactly what she wants. He took my hand and pulled me into his arms. I breathed him in, allowing his scent to bring about some calm. She can try all she wants, but the truth is I'm using her as well. We don't have any other choice in the matter, Thelen. It seems I have enemies from every direction. The Fae, the moirai. And now the people of Greenbridge are after me too. I can't just leave them to fall by Toli's command. The Fae will treat the humans like animals, or worse. So we go to war? We go to war, I agreed. His hands found my cheeks and his lips found my mouth. His kiss filled me with strength and determination, and the very same emotions were reflected in his eyes as well when he finally pulled back. Then let's go. With Gladys by our side, we left Fariscott behind, toward the dark unknown of Caligo. And I knew that though I was on the other side of the vision now, my mission in the mortal realm was far from over. If anything, it was only just beginning. This has been Heart of the Fates, Fateborne Trilogy, Book 2, written by A.R. Colbert, Copyright 2025 by A.R. Colbert.